Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a great week so far. We at the end of the week, and you know what that means. Stimulate your mind, Craig. And so I have to say, I have an interesting topic I want to talk about today. We want to talk about, and I have been meaning to talk about this for weeks, actually. When since the Scottish, the Black Scottish, so to speak, had went viral a couple weeks ago, and so I wanted to do a little bit of a deeper dive into that topic, as well as like talk about some of the we talk about like the Moors. We pretty much talk about the men in terms of their 800 rule in Europe. And there's a reason why, we don't talk about the females because there was a schism. I wrote a book in 2020 called The Queen Mothership. And I talked about in that book, the overthrow of the Queen Mothership amongst the Black nobility. And I was mainly talking about the Moorish empires, but I also talked about how it got into Kemet and Ouagadougou and Ghana. And then I named some specific empires of the East that were affected by this overthrow of the Queen Mothership, which is pretty much matriarchal society. So that book was written in 2020. It was my first book, but the material had been collated honestly since 2016, and then I had been learning from other teachers and other Black women about matriarchal societies and what happened, what went wrong, and so we came to the conclusion that there was a schism between the nobility class in terms of how they were going to govern their structure and governance structure itself. Because anytime you had male kings, which there were always male kings, there were always advisors to the king, which were like the queen mothers, and so you usually have about three of them, maybe even a group of priestesses and whatnot. It depends on the societal structure, but there had been a concerted effort amongst the nobility through their secret societies to overthrow that governance structure. And one of them, obviously, dealing with other groups of people and foreigners and not heeding to warnings and leaving the gate open for um, the rest of even lay people and common people to be colonized or enslaved at the worst, or backstabbed, and it was a concerted effort for certain tribes and even people to get in on the new setup of the feudalism class and the merchant class, more so like commerce, what you see today. Back then, in those days, it was the basics of capitalism, which was feudalism. And feudalism is a Moorish concept for people who don't know that. Um, and so, we're at like, this precipice today where we see the shifts in power, the shifts in momentum, even behind, within shadow governments and even secret societies themselves, and empires, literally the West, the East, BRICS, America, India, Russia, all these things going on. It's rooted in, believe it or not, a setup that is very primal, a setup that had been going back at least to the Crusades, even the wars that were fought. There's literally still a war being fought out today. It's a spiritual war, be it, but it does stem back from, even, like I said, the Crusades, the Ottoman Empire, the going into bloodlines that have protected themselves since the fall of Kemet, since the fall of Rome, since the fall of Great Britain and the Moors in Europe. It's fascinating to observe and to even experience, especially for those who are in the know in terms of some of the more spiritual aspects of things, the esoteric aspects, when we talk about past lives and our genealogy and our ancestors and how they lived through us, and how sometimes, if you're really tuned in, you may even get access to their lifetimes, their memories, your memories. It's really deep. And so I was thinking about, the women, Moorish women. I remember in 2021, there was she goes by American Indian now, but she does have, she is card carrying. She, have their genealogy records. And I remember when she shared with me that she was part Moor, um, and actually had chased, like she had traced her people's records back so impeccably well. And then she was able to get the, what is it called? The chair. It was some, it's one of them tribes. I guess it was the Cherokee, but that's kind of a misnomer, right? Because there's many nations within that. But she was able to apply for her indigenous tribal card. But she also made it very clear to me that she was part Moorish. She actually had a group, like a group called, this was public information. I'm not sharing anything private. It was called Moorish Science Priestesses, or Royal Moorish Priestesses, or Royal Moorish Princesses. And she had this group, and we would discuss some very high level topics, business, you know, different happenings in the world, history, genealogy. It was a real cool group. I don't think she's running anymore. She probably moved on from, like, the online stuff, because that was like on Clubhouse. So I don't think anybody in that circle is still on Clubhouse. Maybe they are. I haven't been on there in 2 years myself, but I have to say that was one of the most interesting rooms probably on there. And they were always small. You're talking about no more than 20 people, the small group of women that would just be talking. And these were women that were extremely, extremely educated and well, learned in more science, but also American Indian history. They all had, they were giving me the game pretty much, and telling me about the history, and I was learning from them. But when I was reflecting back on that, it made me think, like, well, what is some other history that we can point to? And so I have found in this book that I'm reading, it does detail some of the primal aspects of Moorish women in terms of some of the rituals. And, they don't talk about like the actual names, because I do have to say there is some cross sectionality between some of the Moorish practices and some of the Phoenician practices. Now that's really interesting. Now we're talking about a book that is centered mainly in, I think it's a couple of 100 years old for one. It focuses. It's a very esoteric. It's actually highly occult and esoteric book. Um, and what was interesting is it's centered in West Africa, but they talk about some of the Levite tribe priest, the Levite priestess. I'm sorry, the Levite priesthood rituals. But what was really like mind blowing was they talked about some of the American Indian rituals that also have similarities, but then it talked about Phoenician. For those who are familiar with the Phoenician, and like Estarte, and they were comparing like how okay, it's literally the same practice. And again, this is a book that's a couple of 100 years old, but so it's written in a certain cadence that would be odd today. I have to say it is written in a cadence, and even in a fashion that would be extremely odd by today's standards. And even the language they use, they still use the term Negro. Like back, today you don't see books written with the term Negro. The pages is literally like discolored. Like they still use certain terms that today would be totally outdated. But nonetheless, I thought it was extremely fascinating how they describe certain practices that one would intuitively know. Okay, so they're talking about the female version of some of the rituals that the Moors would do. Female, yeah, the female Moors. And so I want to talk about like how, like, you could even see some of the remnants of it, like even in today's time, and how the history got whitewashed and how the history got male washed. So it got whitewashed or male washed in terms of the overthrow of the Queen Mothership, and then how even today you'll see there's women that wear fez, but they're not black women. And I have a picture to show you that. I have the proof of that. I'm also going to show you um, some of the when I make the claims that there was a group of Moors that were sold into slavery. There's a book on that. I believe it's called Magna Carta, or the Rise and Progress of Constitutional Liberty. Let's see. This, yes, judicial fortification. Let me see. Yeah. And so when I talk about like how there were, that exchange, and there was a schism even between what would be more so of Islamic background and more so of Sephardic background, and how there was a concerted effort for that group to completely hide their identity and go and blend in under the American infrastructure with the American Indians, or within the Boule class of Black Americans. and set up the Masonic infrastructure, which required, unfortunately, selling out other American Indian tribes that you may have had an alliance with or a pact with, or even other um, fellow Moorish brethren. And so that did take place as well. This is something I've actually heard American Indians talk about for a long time. And, to see it, like to see it psychically, but also to see it even in, able to find remnants of the books. And because again, a lot of times I'm going just straight off the dome. Like I'm in quantum entanglement. I'm just in different times going within my epigenetics within because we are our ancestors. Your cell memory consciousness um, contains the memories of your ancestors, and so you're able to get quite a bit of information. But the beautiful thing is that um, I would say within 1 or 2 days after I have these type of discussions, there's somebody that will bring the books. I was talking about the Jacobians. There's books on that. When I was talking about the some of the Moors that got sold into slavery, there's books on that. And then people will come and share all this information that I'm just giving off of the dome, just straight off of the intuitive space. You know, so thank God for that. But what I do want to start with, because we do have quite a bit to cover, because in addition to that, we are going to talk about, the how to Lion of Judah is not the Demiurge and get a little bit into that. I'm not going to do a big topic on that because, again, whatever people think about, certain bloodlines, I perhaps the misinformation that is being put out, perhaps that's a good thing. Perhaps that's what keeps it people from maybe that keeps because we have to think about like information warfare and secret warfare and how you purposely put out some people. I don't necessarily do this. It depends. Not on my YouTube channel when it comes to teaching. I don't use my YouTube channel for that. But what I say is I noticed that other people do that, and that could be governmental or surveillance, whatever. I'm not here to make a big deal out of it. But what I'm saying is like I'm noticing like that concerted effort to put out a lot of misinformation, like a lot of misinformation about the Anunnaki, a lot of misinformation about Atlantis, a lot of misinformation about Nabucco, a lot of misinformation about interdimensional beings, quantum entanglement. It's just a bunch of bullshit out because you don't really know at that point, like, okay, well, who do you trust and what's real, and like again, we talked about that criteria in terms of determining the truth in terms of the logic, the evidence, who does it serve, what are the equations, are they adding up, you know, um, the evidence, let's see, because I know we talked about something else I'm missing. But anyways, when we talk about, certain topics, it's so easy to conflate certain things, and then when new information gets presented, there are people that have to hold on to the current frameworks they have because that is what the structure is built off of, whether it be botched Masonic science, whatever it is. Um, and so, the concept of the Demiurge is something that nobody from the I would say from that is high ranking within the Lion of Judah would um, be advocating for. It's like the modern day version of like the metaverse. Like who advocates for a metaverse that is of the spirit, that is truly of God? Um, you would advocate for something that's more natural, and that's what that bloodline has always done. We were studying it from more so of the scientific perspective and for research purposes, but that's not advocating for it. So, like, when I really want to do a breakdown of that, because that bloodline did get targeted, has been targeted, and still getting targeted for Babylonian contract science, and that there's a concerted effort to cover all of that up. We talk about the target individual program and how certain bloodlines get targeted more than others, but it's deeper than just bloodline, right? It could be because of the work you do, whistleblowing, scholarship, activism, but even for some of your inheritance, the musical gifts you have, the things you're able to do, like it gets that deep and it is that sick and it is that sinister. And you see the precipice of that breaking even today in society in terms of people realizing that, hey, there's been a concerted effort to block certain people. There's been a concerted effort to hide certain people in the algorithm to prevent certain people from, because they don't want to play in that system in terms of signing over their birthright, their free will, their agency to a system that wants to just suck up their kinetic energy, their free will. And that's like that concept of selling your soul, so to speak, you know. Um, and so we'll talk about that, but we'll start with primal female mores. Let's stay on topic and let's start with this. So I want to start off by reading. Yeah, I'll read from, and then I'll read from this passage, and then what I'll do is I'll break it down, and then I'll show you some pictures and whatnot, and then because I don't want to spend too much time on this topic, I don't think it's a topic that we have to belabor. So let's start. So the dibia of Ayaka are completely hidden in cloth suits that fit loosely about the body, covering even the feet and hands, and looking like woolen jumpers with connected trousers. The portions encasing the hands are prolonged by many colored tassels. They are made of country cloth, the crisscross pattern being stained into it with yellow clay. Around the ankles are fetish bands, and similar ornaments are worn as a girdle. The head is a wooden mask, white of base. It may be topped with a single antelope horn, a relic instead of belief in the auspicious animal, the unicorn. And so I thought that was interesting that, the unicorn is still, like this thing that um that was this movie that I had just watched with unicorns. Whew. I actually kind of want to look it up because it was really, I'm telling you, it was really fascinating because like we may actually watch it a couple weeks from now because let me go. Okay, it's called My Little Pony, but they have unicorns in this movie, and it is a kid movie, but it's a deep movie. I'm telling you, I can break down some things in that movie where that's kind of playing out today in terms of how interdimensional beings get caught and how certain realms would react to that, and it's even how ridiculous those reactions can be and how dissension can often lead to the loss of power, the loss of sacred knowledge. Interesting stuff. But anyways, so you have the animal, the unicorn. The men of Igawa rank wear over their pseudonymous kits of pond stem, and the Ijele Igwe have cane flounces that hang from the neck instead of the waist. The opposite sex may be counterfeited in dress, as when Magumu women appeared in borrowed male attire, and Koma men walk abroad in the garments of their wives and sisters. So we see like this is kind of a primal tribe that does gender inversion, and then now you see today in the occult, they do that gender inversion stuff that is based off those rituals, but is botched. That's why I keep saying. That's why I was shocked when I know it's offending a lot of people, but like I'm like, why are people doing that? It's botched. It's botched because that gender inversion ritual is not used for the same purposes, and it's not put on display like that. It's literally like a tribal primal ritual, and then you just and then you go back to your normal attire, and there's reasons for doing that. I'm not advocating for that by any means, by the way, but I'm just telling you, like, so let's keep going because this is the part where you'll see how it's the same as a Phoenician practice. The Muzubori women wear trousers. This disguise is survival of the ritual of fertility cults. So within fertility cults, that is why some of that inversion stuff appears. Um, and again, I don't intuitively know the answer why. But I'm sure it will be revealed to me. And it says it's the exchange of garments in the Phoenician worship of Astarte. So I'm pretty sure for those who are listening and maybe they want to go and do the research, if maybe they'll help you understand if you look up the Phoenician worship of Astarte. Now I'm not saying worship Astarte. I'm just saying like as far as when it comes to exchange of garments and those type of practices, perhaps the answer can be found in that particular ceremony versus because this tribe, these primal tribes are extremely secretive, and so even if you might have got access to writing about something in a book, they don't tell you the reason why they're doing it. Right? We just know the practice, but we don't know why they're actually doing it and what are they tapping into. And I guess and partly rightfully so, right? But I'm pretty sure those who may understand some of the fertility cults as it relates to some of the Phoenician practices, maybe the answer is found there. That's even research for myself. And so it says the head decorations range from little. Now, watch this part. Now, here's where you know that this relates to a fez, an actual fez. It says the head decorations range from little canonical caps of Burundi and the red cotton nightcaps of Iko Najawa to the giant constructions made of feathers of chibatos or those of the bulk and weight, also the pride of the Boeti members. Icon like the Dodic of Bismarck, Archel. Okay, I'm not going to get into all that. Okay, so they talked about some other stuff. Okay, let's see. And so it was interesting when they said canonical um caps, conical caps. That's a cone cap. So I'll show you what actually that looks like. Let's show you here what a canonical cap looks like. And they said it was red. So this would be, let me just make sure that it's showing, and actually make sure that my sound is good as well. So that would be the canonical cap. As you can see, it's a cone cap, a canonical cap. Now, if it's red, that means it's some sort of fez. Okay, I gotta stop clicking because I'm hearing like, my sound, how, like, let me see if I can put like some sort of cushion or something that can stop that. Or maybe I should move it off of the table and use a pillow because like it makes the sound every time I'm clicking around and the playback sounds rather poor because you hear the banging from the table from the mic. And so let me see if I can move that. Maybe that would prevent that. Let's see. Okay, that's a little comfortable. I guess I'll take a bathroom break. I can fix that. I just really don't like that playback noise. Okay, so that is the canonical cap, right? Now, obviously, that's a toothpaste cap, right? I just give you an example of the shape. That is the shape of the hat that you're talking about that the women would wear, but it's red. And so, what would be a red canonical cap for these primal tribe? It would be something similar to a fez. Okay, and we're talking about a wrap. We're also talking about these sort of head wraps like this as well. Now, but a canonical cap is this shape. That is the toothpaste shape of it, though. The tube. If you were to Google canonical cap, that's what would pop up, right? So that's why I showed you guys that example because that's literally what popped up. But when you scroll down, if it's red, then it's a fez. Okay. Now, also you see head wraps as well. It also changed. It also turned into this, like more so of that look as well. And I have to say, I'm more familiar with this look than a woman wearing a fez. But what's interesting is watch this part because there are women that wear fezzes, but they're no longer black. But then we know that the Moors had an 800 year in Europe and purposely bred out their DNA and got cursed for it. Um, right here, it says members of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Now, you do know that there were Black Americans who tried to apply for this group, Daughters of the American Revolution, because their um, ancestors had fought in the American Revolution. Obviously, it was denied. But what do you see? Moorish clothing in a Moorish fez that is now white. They totally stole the identity. Like, this is outrageous. Like, I mean, it's right in front of you. So all of a sudden, and for those who want to look see the, look how old that book look. For those who want to see what I'm talking about, this is this book, but I just gave you the description. It's for those who may say, well, where is it at? Yeah, little canonical caps of Bernini in the red cotton nightcaps. That's a fez. But all of a sudden, the black women are wearing a bonnet or a head wrap, rather, which is nothing wrong with a head wrap, right? But then the Daughters of the American Revolution, which are a lot of Moorish women, where they at. And they have on the Moorish fez though, but they're all white. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. But then it's like they see the take the black. That's what I'm talking about. Like this war on black women, like this overthrow of this queen mothership. But look at this: the hat that a black woman used to wear, the men are wearing it, and we know that the Moors bred out their bloodline. They don't like to talk about this. That's why I'm so shadow bent because they in on a concerted effort to make sure that this information don't get out because they know it's true. It's not popular though, but it's not like it's not true. It's just like this bloodline is still in existence today, and honestly, what's keeping a lot of that spiritual malediction is the refusal to acknowledge that very history, and to develop a strategy and plan to break those generational curses. But also a plan and strategy to come out of a system that is now exploiting those bloodlines, exploiting them through contracts, exploiting them through their very intellectual property that they produce, the music that they produce. They're exploiting those bloodlines, whether it be the Lion of Judah or people that are uh, also come from a Moorish descent that don't claim anything. They may not claim any religion. They may not claim any bloodline. They may be just part Indian, these days. But what we're saying is like, even when people want to move up in the game, or when say you have natural talent and you don't want to play the game, you just want to express your soul in the world, you can be blocked very easily if you don't play along with that system. But that system comes at a cost, and they don't tell anybody. I don't think they want to. um but it's the remnants of this spiritual malediction can be seen even in something like this, when you got a bunch of white women wearing Moorish fez hats in America. Now they have proven, there's a black American woman, they have proven that black American women genealogy records, they have forefathers that fought in the American Revolution or have been here before, that are part Indian. They have the actual Moorish bloodline to a T, like they related to Benjamin Banneker or whatever. And they'll try to apply for this and will get denied out of their own birthright, out of their own inheritance, because somebody else is wearing their inheritance. It's kind of like that with the Hebrews. You see it even today, even in the people who are guarding, who are portraying to be a group of people, and then it doesn't match up with the landmass, the history, the behavior, the actual tenets of the Tanakh, the tenets of the Torah. Their behavior don't even match up with nothing in their teachings. They just made up a book in 500 BC and try to make it seem like that's the book that they should follow when it's not the oldest book. They just made it up. It's really outrageous. I hope that people stand on something in the last days of this paradigm, of this age, and because you're going to need it. You're going to need it. Seriously. And it could cost your life. But death is only the beginning. And so what I would tell people to stand firm and stand strong on what you know to be right in your soul, based off of your bloodline and your ancestors and what they have for you. But when I see stuff like this, it's absolutely ridiculous. And they're not the only ones that's doing this, you know. But there's a history of where this stuff comes from. And for those who know about the Jacobians, you can find books on it. It's not anything that is so unheard of, you know. So now let's continue reading from another passage. Okay, so now I want to talk about, like, we talk about like this, some of the Moorish group that is Sephardic, who descends from the Nagas bloodline, who hid their identity, went more so underground, kept everything more secretive, wanted to stay out of that satanic system, the system that was being set up based on um, Babylonian contract law. And that system was not always in existence. So basically, it was bloodlines that were weaker, didn't have the power of other bloodlines. They found their way in contract law. They learned this from um, other people's sciences, and found the way to bind people to entities in contracts, to be able to not only control them, but um, to develop the infrastructure where they um, can overtake certain bloodlines' identity, can enslave them through contracts pretty much. And you still see that today. You see that today. People will act like it's not true, but it is true. I don't care how much they try to sweep that under the rug or act like it's a conspiracy theory or act like none of the stuff that we heard out of the music industry or out of the political industry or out of these weird industries, like they want to make it seem like no, where there's smoke, there is fire. Where people are saying the same thing. We're very, very talented people. Do not get a shake. And then untalented people like a sexy red is getting propped up in the algorithm. We know that there must be something very sinister behind that. That's just obvious. Where it's only certain type of music that gets played, where there's only corruption in the political sphere, when it's the same script. There's no innovation in the script. There's no creativity. When real intelligence gets blocked out and locked out for stupidity. And then when there's mimicking and plagiarizing and copying, that is a system. That means that there's something backwards in a system. Anytime a system penalizes leadership and intelligence, it is in creativity. If a system penalizes creativity, intelligence, it is doomed to fail. Like even when if you talk about like the music videos. Remember in the music back in the day, the music videos used to actually be very creative. Now today you see the same stuff. Devil horns, black and white checker, and pentagrams are just stupid stuff. It's nothing new. It's like back in, like used to really be able to get a creative freaking video. I mean, look at Thriller. You know, um, even some of well, it's a lot of stuff that was to be dope back in the day. But today, all you see is the same imagery, that same scenery, the black and white checker, the pentagram, the devil horns. Like that's not creativity. That's not innovation. Like even if it's just a ritual, where's the creativity and innovation in a ritual? Like it's still the same script. It's nothing. It's like history repeating itself. History repeating itself, and that's one of the worst things to do in music itself. Music cannot repeat itself because it's a universal language and it's one of the most sacred languages, and it constantly is creative. It is constantly. So when you hear the same thing about, well, I'm gonna shoot, I'm gonna kill, I'm gonna steal, and I'm a in the same type of video images, there's something deeply wrong, and then it gets propped up. Degeneracy gets propped up, and then you got real talent motherfuckers running around like Shantae Morrison, and you don't hear a peep from them. You know, she just did the tribute to Mariah Carey. It was a real, very beautiful um tribute, she did. And you say, like, well, how come I couldn't hear this on my radio? How come I couldn't hear that? Why I gotta hear fucking Sexy Red? You know, these plants and stuff. And why is it? Who is promoting this? Like they use when they talk about intelligence and okay, how deep does it go? Is it Mossad? Is it CIA? It's the CIA works for the Mossad. So who the fuck is really going on here? They say by deception they will rule. That's their motto. And so we have to call these things out. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care how shadow banned this video is, and I know it's gonna be, but it's a disgrace. It really is. To see just the lack of innovation, even within music, and music being one of the most um powerful art forms that you ever gonna get, and somebody has to speak out and say it. You know, and because what I'm noticing now is that they don't want no more, James Browns. You know how James Brown was doing all that crazy dancing, that beautiful dancing. They don't want no more. And these people are not perfect. I'm not idolizing them, but talent is talent. What the fuck? Talent is talent. They don't mean they perfect. I'm saying you ain't even gonna get another DMX. Remember, remember that song? Uh, you know how damn, what was that song? Touch It, right? The remix of Touch It. Do y'all remember when his part came in the song? Touch It, please. Top rewind. Remember when DMX came? X is the beast. And then he said, I'm tired of talking to y'all niggas. I'm gonna stick a fork in y'all. The power behind that. It's like you can feel that power in the music, even though he's rapping and whatnot. I'm like, we ain't gonna like where's we ain't gonna ever see them type of days again because this is getting to the point now they want you to use the AI to make the beats. People are using AI now. They say go make the J Dilla, go give me an AI beat like J Dilla. So people don't want to sit and produce no more and take the time to you know, to try to learn to how to use them little things. It's very intimidating. I have to say, like I just was working with some um, softwares, and I don't know what none of that stuff is. It's extremely intimidating. I'll actually show you some of my work for the first time, using that. But it was not. When I say I don't know, I wouldn't be able to tell you what none of that stuff means. I was really overwhelmed, but I was excited, and I said I would take the time to learn. So I'll show you what I produce even today. I'll show you a little bit of like some. I didn't produce. It's not my. Um, some of it's not my original work. There are other artists' work, but what I did was like I kind of like do a remix, kind of like something like what the DJs do. I suppose, but you know, I had to try my best to go and try to learn some of those things. Let's see. Trying to yeah, because I was so intimidated. Drums were none of the triple and these things we all kind of what it was. Stuff is so of my pay grade. I'm like, what does all this mean? What is reverb? Like, and I have to say, I said, let me do my best. I'm very immature, with learning that stuff, but it's okay. I'm like, it's okay. I could deal with that. Like even like I was looking at, like what does a clipper mean? Overdrive, the bit crusher, like all this stuff in music that is so obviously you have these different octaves but I didn't even know how to change a tempo of something, a pitch shifter, these different harmonies, rotary, phaser. Like there's people that really have mastered these things, but they weren't looking at. But I was put down and research what some of those things mean. Because I was playing around with it yesterday, but I actually uh don't quite know, what a lot of that stuff means. I have to say, but you know, these days, let me just make sure. Hold on, because the computer got a little slow. Okay, I just want to make sure that. Okay, but these days, they talking about the AI is go make the beat like go make the voice like a trap song and all this and produce that and we'll just upload the lyrics. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do it the old school way. I want to say I'll get a keyboard. I'll learn these things, see what it is, write it down, and try my best. Like I said, the stuff I produced last night, it was so immature, but I was happy because it was something I was able to get the creative juices flowing. I was inspired by other people and their music and whatnot. And it's therapeutic. Like for me, it's just therapeutic. Like I don't have any interest in going into the music industry, but I do want to make songs on my own and stuff and put it on my SoundCloud and stuff like that. Just do this. It was therapeutic. I spent like 5 hours doing that shit last night, playing around, and I had a ball. I said, you know what, that was very fun. That was very fun. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but I know I have an ear for certain things. I said, well, that sound good, but that don't sound good. But this sound good, And I said, well, I had had me a little produce me a little makeshift DJ set. So I'll play it tonight, actually, and then I actually want to make my own songs too. I'm a writer, so I want to actually sing my own songs and make my own beats. But for therapy, it's a good way to get the creativity out, and we need to keep a hold on our human creativity, spirit, creativity, the creativity, the soul in it. It has to stay in the music. It has to, in all in the writing and the arts in general. We can't just be lazy and just say, "Oh, the AI will give it to us." That's something not right about that. I'm telling you, it's going to backfire because it actually slows down creativity and critical thinking skills. And I have to say, I was already at the peak of critical thinking and creativity. So when I was even invented the AI aggregation invention system uh, at Columbia University, I was already thinking too much. My mind was already working extremely fast anyways. And so it was just more so like, well, how do I outsource some of these processes and automate them? It wasn't to actually replace book writing. It wasn't to replace music production and music composition. It wasn't to replace actually doing artwork. They say do the artwork like Van Gogh. They say give me the artwork like Michael, what's it, Basquiat. What the fuck? Like learn how to paint, learn how to draw. Like, and I never knew how to draw. You know what I mean? I do basic drawing. Don't give me, little sketch, little sketch and whatnot. But it's people that's really talented with that. They know how to draw. They do anime. They do all types of different styles, and they have that gift naturally. It's people that be drawing like that at 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old. And I just feel like when it's something weird about that. It's like did somebody discover that a bloodline is just naturally more gifted, and they stole the AI invention from said bloodline because they knew they were, how else could they compete gift wise and talent wise with that particular bloodline? I mean, how else can somebody compete with Michael Jackson? They tell the AI to go and create an AI avatar and tell it to go do the moonwalk, you know? Go do because I mean, there's people that are naturally gifted and talented like that. When I was in the hood and I was 16 years old, I had a friend. She used to be able to dance like that, Michael Jackson. She was. Now she is not well known. I think she's probably still drinking somewhere. She used to drink a lot when we were younger. Um, but she used to be doing that little Michael Jackson dancing like that. I used to be fascinated. I used to ask her, do the dances like Michael Jackson do. And she would do it just like that. So it's Black Americans, that do that naturally. And now so it's something I'm telling you, be careful with that shit because it's a reason why they even stole it, the invention from the Lion of Judah, from a Black American female. It's a reason why they stole it and lied and hid about it and played it down and surveillance and targeted me. And it's a reason why and now they want everybody to be on board with it. I better be careful. You're moving too fast and you don't understand what you're doing and you don't use it for that. You don't use it to replace no human ingenuity or spirit and ingenuity or the gifts of God. You don't use it to replace that. It's just common sense. And I know that it's kind of new, so maybe we got excited. I know I was really excited. But when you look at them terms of service and they talking about how they can use your likeness and image or whatever you put in it as far as your inputs and your source code, I think not. I think not. Like yesterday, I spent 5 hours at only that little 5 hours. I was only for one 5 minute little set. No lie, 5 minutes, 5 minute little song. Different songs and stuff. But I was adding saxophones, piano. Don't know what none of the equalizer. I'm trying it's makeshift. I admit, okay, it's probably sound real immature because I don't even know how to transition and stuff properly, you know, and I never studied music theory, you know, um, but just for 5 minutes, it took that 5 hours of just imagine you just throwing somebody in the swimming pool and they better figure it out. And that's how I felt. But again, it's something special about that challenge. It's something special about that. And that's something that we have to hold on to in all aspects of whatever we are taking up, when we challenge ourselves, when we do our hobbies, when we um, embark on something we want to learn. Because to be honest, I would say, we having some job crisis and whatnot. I would tell anybody, don't put all of your kinetic energy into this system, especially if you're really, really talented and you're not going to play ball. You don't want to sign no contract. You don't want to be around that nobody controlling you. If you know that, and you don't get a harder time, and you may not get that fair shake, but they're going to just constantly copy and steal your shit, the best bet is to focus on like a lot of the hobbies. That don't mean don't be late. That I'm not saying like don't work or just don't do nothing with your life or waste your life watching TV or nothing. What I'm saying is, you know, get into more some of the things that you always wanted to, like say if you get off work or whatever, and you always wanted to learn to draw or learn to play chess or whatever it is. Focus more so on the hobbies of the soul, the hobbies that's gonna make you happier more so. And then also be careful of your intellectual property that you get out online. Be very methodical in that regard. And even if you're working on your computer, be careful with the stuff you put on your computer too. If like you're an inventor, or if you're just really genius, really intelligent, a poet, a writer, any of that, a scientist, like just be careful these days because they're trying to set up a play where they can even uh, get rid of IP and copyright law. And if they do that, there's literally no incentive because every little thing you're going to let the AI do it and then lock you out as far as your royalties or pay you. And so, how you defeat, how you at least fight back in an interim against a beast satanic system like that, you have to pivot a bit. They may, maybe if you're doing music or something like that, they could possibly copy still, but the structure of what they're after in terms of understanding science, understanding space travel, don't give them access to that. If you know that you understand all that stuff, keep it to yourself at this time because there is something really strange going on. Like I just feel like a desperation from this system, and we don't know how far they're going to go in terms of they want to do this police state. They have the police and all this stuff, and that could be all the psyop. I don't put too much of my energy into that. I really don't even watch what was happening with all of that stuff in DC, because they do a lot of psyop stuff. But both parties are guilty. So I don't want like anybody that come to you talking about what the Democrats did. You should really really understand that that's the Demiurge. A motherfucker talking like that's a Demiurge. A motherfucker talking about a two-party system and trying to get you back into the fold of a two-party thinking in terms of their mind. That's a motherfucker that's in the Demiurge, not the Lion of Judah. Okay. So let's keep going. I know that was a little bit of a tangent, but let's keep going. I want to finish reading about some of this female Moors because now we're going to talk about some of the Mokis Indians, but also like when we talk about the Nagas bloodlines. Remember we were talking about the serpentine bloodlines and whatnot. But check this out because this is again from some of the tribes of the East, some of these primal tribes. Now it says, let's see, it's the guinea fowl dance. Beginning slowly with rhythmic movement and unconscious swaying to the music, followed by the working of every music in their bodies. And then the imitation. They suddenly sway forward and hop about, pecking and scratching. So this is the guinea. So that's not the one I'm looking for. Looking for the snake dance. Okay, let's talk about the snake dance. Here, I found it. So they're either Iguwu, covering a Ko, Ofikapo, and Lubuku women of Yasi girls, and they are performing a snake dance. Not like these made familiar by writers about voodoo rites. They're not carrying live snakes like the Monkeys Indians. So the Monkeys Indians, they do the same snake dance, but they use live snakes. Like snakes are live, just like we showed you in the video last week with Aaliyah, the resolution video where she had live snakes, but acting like the life of the snake. So the primal tribes, as far as these female Moors, they act like the snake. So they literally like that so that you see the difference where you saw in the video with last week with Aaliyah, and then even the Mokis Indians, they dance with live snakes. But these tribes, the Igubu and the Kongorong and the Ophiopo and the Lubuku, they do the movements of the snakes. So let me finish reading. It says, acting the life of the snake elaborately and cleverly performing the windings and writhings and progressive movements of the creature. Their nude bodies are decorated with spots or streaks, or they have shoulder to thigh tight meshwork of fiber and native cotton. They stand in a long line, bodies close together, arms stretching over each other's shoulder. They sway and stretch in the firelight. They stoop, arms still linking one to another, and bend until their knees are upon the ground. They sink lower. Now they are at fall length on the ground. Their connecting arms have slipped from shoulders to waist, and they move like that. The long, undulating length squirms through the undergrowth, the shining, oiled, and painted bodies, cuddling without seeming effort. Progressing towards the shadows, there is seems a nameless, menacing thing. Presently, again, as it reaches. Okay, so I stopped there. But I just wanted to show you like the snake dance where they actually are literally getting on the floor acting like the snake. And then there's other tribes like the Maquis Indians. They use live snakes. And so, I was just bridging, how some of those cultures did that in terms of we talk about the serpentine bloodlines and how that were the primal um versions of female Moors, that we showed you earlier for those who coming in the canonical cap that they would wear and how that it was red, it was a fez, and then the overthrow of the Queen Mothership happens. The men go into Europe for 800 years. They breed out their they traffic and they breed out their genetics, and they come over to America, and then you see white women wearing fezzes now. So we showed a photo of that for those who are coming in, and so it's weird how you see, and you're probably gonna be trying to do some of these snake dances, and so you know um you have to understand what this what it looks like, and again, it wasn't to necessarily bring race into it in terms of like. But I just wanted you to see like what 800 years of history can do, and then what obviously combined with what happened in Europe and then in American infrastructure, obviously what that can look like today. But you do see men wearing red fezzes now today. But we were saying that that women used to wear those. Primal tribes used to wear that, and they had their nobility class, and they're not nothing to look down upon. Even when you see like a lot of people don't like Obama. I'm not here to tell you to like him or not, but his father is a Kenyan, right? And he's a chief, right? And it's like, okay, he comes from this tribal clan, this primal clan, in Africa, his father. So how is he becomes a president of the United States? Well, yeah, it may be easy to be of nobility in the East or whatever, but it's still nobility. They still have their heraldry records, they still have their rituals in which to determine who's who. I suspect that his father could also be Hebrew, and in addition to his mother is Jewish, but I think his father possibly could be Hebrew in terms of the rank. Um, Again, obviously he's an African, a Kenyan, but I'm talking about the bloodline, the actual bloodline. Um, well, at least epigenetic wise. And so I thought that was interesting. I really did. I really thought that was something I wanted to cover. But now, what I also want to read to you guys, we could actually probably read this together, is Magna Carta, or the Rise and Progress of Constitutional Civil Liberty. When I talk about like how the Sephardic Moors, a lot of them ended up getting caught up in the slave trade, or setting up, some of the American infrastructure in terms of the actual masonry. When you talk about Benjamin Banneker, do you really think, like, come on, these are people that were geniuses? Louis Latimer, not all of them were slaves. Some of them were the scientists and the mind behind the actual streets and ley lines and grid lines and science of the masonry that built America. And we know about like some of the we talk about even the beginnings of the shadow government, so to speak, the 8 presidents before George Washington, and how George Washington himself was part American Indian. And that was something that we always knew, just like how people always knew that Abraham Lincoln was teased about being a copperhead or African noose because he was part black, part Moor. And that was not something that at that time, it was the status thing in terms of white and black were statuses. And so that's why, like, even on some of my records and a lot of Black American records, their um grandmas, like even my third great, I think it was third or fourth great grandmas on both of my sides, on biological sides, are white. But I do remember a Moorish woman said, well, you have to, because the husband said Negro. So obviously we're talking about the 1800s at this time. So it's like, well, slavery was still going on in 1820. So how is that possible? It could have been white in status, or they could have literally just, at that time it was kind of starting to get racial, but in the 1820s it still was a status thing. And so there were Black people that could technically that through the Masonic structure could have white on the census. That is a known thing, very much so. So let's read this together. Let me just make sure that it's sharing. Okay. It says, how the learned judge could say that it was difficult. Again, we were talking about like the American Indians and some of the Negroes getting associated together, getting on plantations together. And sometimes I would say this might have been the after effects, or simultaneously when there's you have, that schism between the sellouts, just like you have today. You have sellouts today. You had the sellouts then, like even you have 574 tribes, but only 5 are federally recognized as quote unquote civilized, you know. That's just to be suspicious, also you got um you know Black people that understood high levels of like the order of workmen, the order of knowledge and light and stuff. This stuff was going on. These were groups that were setting up insurance companies and banks and workers compensation and technical schools at the same time that slavery was happening. How is that possible? Because it was always some free people of color, and maybe the slaves were probably looking at them as sellouts, oh, you sold us out, and then some even just were like, well, we have this alliance, with these American Indians, and that even today you can feel some of the tension in the bad blood. And even if you're mixed, even if you're both and both, if depending on your behavior and even pedigree, they'll still treat you a certain way. I'll give you some stories after I'll read this to you. I'll give you some stories. So let's read it together. How the learned judge could say that it was difficult to realize the state of public opinion in the revolutionary period. I am sure I do not know, since the very same state of sentiment had continued until the time of the opinion was rendered, and it was increased and intensified at the very moment. And if one assertion, unofficial, may properly confront one of the official character, I will affirm my belief at the period referred to, such as decision, as in the present Dred Scott case. So when we talk about Masonry, Scott case, that literally refers to a person of Scottish descent, a Black Scottish descent, a Scottish Moor. That had been absolutely possible. But this is when the setup of Black and white status becomes based on skin color. It's skin colors instead of status, but Black status in Masonic credit, Black status in Masonic credit is dead. And that law still stands to this day in Masonry. I don't care what nobody tell you. You could be in the matrix and think it's just skin color, or thinks whatever the census, the U.S. census, even the American government, the way they put it in the books. Oh, any racial group from Africa, because they did change it technically, but we're talking about the American government. For those that's in the know, you don't be stupid. You know good and hell well that them political parties are two sides of the same coin, and there is a shadow government. And when I'm telling you that in Masonry there's Black and white status, and yeah, you got obviously the checkerboard, and it stands for contrast and duality and yin and yang, whatever, that's the lightweight stuff. When we get into like the idea of the Masonic spiritual, the credit swiping that they do in terms of the rituals, in terms of who are going to be the winners and the losers, who are going to move up in the game, it's a botched version. Obviously, the 125D Atlantean Masonry wouldn't engage in that, but just us doing the investigation in terms of like the Masonic credit swiping on planet Earth, in terms of this Black and white status stuff, the Black is still Civitar Mortuus, even under Earth-based and Earth-bound Masonry. Now, they're not telling you that, but it's right in front of you. Dred Scott case. You got to understand the spiritual science behind it. They go by that. You could say, oh, it don't matter. Why does esoteric stuff matter? It don't matter. You could say that. They don't think that. They use this is how they set up their structure. Oh, they come and attack. You can attack the anything, the Lion of Judah, you attack Saturn, but these people understand that stuff. Your nigga ass can sit up there and tear that stuff to smithereens, or you probably giving out the misinformation on purpose to help them keep the system up, even though it's blocking your people out, and blocking you. And they people do it for crumbs of a paycheck. Versus if they just stand on principle to the end, they would come out considerably more wealthy in spirit and in truth. So in spirit and literally financially. So let's keep going. So it says, perhaps, however, he meant to confine his remarks to the people of the northern states. We would make that this reference to past sentiment was decidedly unfortunate for his opening argument, since almost throughout Indians and Negroes were then associated together, and it was thought right at one time to enslave the Indians and even export them and trade them for Negroes in the West Indies. And they actually did do that. Like, it was a thought. They just didn't do it on a mass scale, but the Pacific slave trade did take place. And they did do that. Here's the thing, like a lot of them Negroes, like we said, especially, they didn't really necessarily go back and forth with, let's see, let me read it. It was at the time to enslave the Indians and even export them and trade them for Negroes in the West Indies. They didn't do that. They did keep a lot of them here, I have to say, a lot of the Indians here. And then, so somebody at the top must have called it off, because they were protecting a lot of these bloodlines, making sure that some of them stay, they were watching, you always had watchmen. I'm just saying, just from you reading that, why I'm just in my intuitive mode right now. But let's keep going. So, thus Downing in 1645 wrote to Governor Winthrop, his brother-in-law, thus a war with the Naraganas. What is that? Naraga Nitsets? Naragansets? But don't that sound like Naga? That sound like that snake stuff. And America is called by a lot of the American Indians land of the great plumed serpents. It's very considerate to this plantation, for I doubt whether it be not sin in us having power in our hands to suffer from to maintain the worship of the devil, which their powwows often do. See, they was already accusing them of worshiping the devil. If upon a just word the Lord should deliver them into our hands, we might easily have men, women, and children enough to exchange for Moors, Negroes, which you see it right there, which would be more gainful pillage for us than we can see for. I do not see how we can thrive until we get in a stock of slaves sufficient to do all of our business. For our children's children would hardly see the great continent filled with people, so that our servants would still desire freedom to plant for themselves and not stay but for great wages. And I suppose you know very well we shall maintain 20 Moors cheaper than one English servant. The ships that shall bring Moors. See, they had lost the Moors over there. They had exiled out of Spain. But they started even, some of those Moors, when they came over here, they were helping up set up the infrastructure, and then some of them definitely were enslaved. The ships that shall bring Moors may come home laden with salt, which may bear most of the charge, if not all of it. And in 1646, the commissioners of the United Colonies, by order, authorized such exchanges. If at the time of the Revolution, the pro-slavery feeling was so powerful everywhere, how it was that even then the slave system was dying out in the North, and before many years became extinct, and that it was general expectation that it would die everywhere throughout the country, how come Jefferson to pen a celebrated addition to the list of grievances, which was expounded the desire mainly of South Carolina and Georgia, namely to determine the key, open a market where men would be brought and sold and prostituted, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And so you see some of those dates and whatnot. Okay. Let me see if I can get, I just want to look at the title of this. So Magna Carta, on the rise and progress of constitutional civil liberty in England and America, the period from the Norman Conquest. See, that's this right here, the Norman Conquest. These are the Moors. These are black people came over here. They lost that Jacobite War. These are my ancestors. A lot of them was from Scottish and Ireland. And the ones from Spain, believe it or not, that's why a lot of the Moors from Spain, a lot of American Indians don't like them. And they know how to tell them instantly. because the Moors from Ireland and Scottish, those are the ones that were the Hebrews. They didn't sell out. A lot of them just was like, we'll do the bid, we'll do the time with them. Because honestly, we're talking about spiritual shit. We're talking about like losing out on the deal, playing the game and fucking around and finding out. And these were royal bloodlines, okay? Royal bloodlines. Had the Heldry, King of Scotland, King James, all of that. They lost out on the game. Pay attention. But we talking about the game of the game because we talking about high level demonologists and occultists just fucking around and finding out. And this is the truth coming out. Okay. And so a lot of them from the Norman conquest of 1066, that's your Mason bloodliners. They had to go flee to America essentially. And hide amongst American Indians. And we're not talking about the red Mongoloid Native Americans. We're talking about Copperhead American Indians. Unfortunately, a lot of the American Indians were also sold into slavery. The ones that had the land, the ones that were also ready to make the deals, there were agreements for certain Moors to look out for certain tribes, certain people, protect certain bloodlines, especially because the Moors from the Norman conquest, they knew masonry. They just know that they lost out on the deal with Lucifer. That's the payment that you got to. I mean, it is what it is. And for those who understand reincarnation, you don't have to reincarnate. Reincarnation comes from ignorance, believe it or not, lack of self-awareness. You get to a certain level where you don't reincarnate anymore. But it is a thing, but you don't have to. I always knew that, but the process, I'm starting to understand it now on a spiritual level. Like, okay, well, if I don't want to reincarnate, what is that process? And then, I was studying some of the work of Ramana Maharshi, and he's like, well, yeah, it's a thing. Don't get me wrong, but you don't have to, because he's a Brahmin, not a Brahmin, an Indian sage, and Hindu sage rather, East Indian, you know, and he developed that process of self inquiry into the I am, and stayed in the cave his whole life, which I understand. That's literally the mode. I'm not talking about being in the cave my whole life, but I'm saying like he meditated. He was just meditation, in solitude and meditating. We talk about his take is that reincarnation comes from a severe lack of self-awareness, and that once you develop the inquiry into the self, then concepts such as reincarnation does not have to apply to you. Now, that's very fucking interesting to me because I knew it intuitively. Excuse me, but I don't know that logically and conceptually. So I'm still discovering like, well, what does that mean for him to say that? Something that I knew intuitively for years, like literally about 10 years. But I know that reincarnation is real. Like I've seen it. And then for those who say, well, that's not biblical, I'll read to you how it's biblical. And it's totally biblical. Let's see. And so we talk about the Elijah had intellectual illumination, and the Israelites were taught that he would come again in the forerunner of the Messiah. Now, Jesus said that Elijah had come again in the personality of John the Baptist. He didn't say in the personality. He literally said, well, Elias had already came again, but they knew him not. He said, I say unto you that Elijah has come already, and they knew him not. They understood the disciples that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. Also, Jesus say, he dies and resurrects and say, oh, I'm coming back. That's reincarnation, but even if you don't even, for those who don't even believe in that, whatever. But the concept is biblical in terms of Elijah. Well, his name is Elias, Elias, coming back as John the Baptist, Yeshua's cousin. And so that bloodline always knew about reincarnation. But again, the process of stopping it is also very simple. And again, that's why we say all of the knowledge is connected. But last week, remember, we talked about how some of it was purposely messed up in terms of a secret warfare campaign. It's been 1,000 years, even since the Crusades, to protect a bloodline, a serpentine bloodline, or the 14th bloodline, who had been targeted by another group of people, and then people from that 14th bloodline sold us out and had worked with those people and set up a whole nother infrastructure where they could hide behind them. And so we just now figuring this shit out because we looking for like who's the actual enemy and who's the one that's behind all this shit, who we need to go and crack the fucking skull of, and we find out, okay, I think we getting a little closer here. because that level of power that that group has cannot have been given to them without somebody or people from the 14th bloodline being over there. And that we know that now. And Bully's in the business building. She says, joining late. Happy Fridays. I'm glad to see you. It's been a minute. But so the idea of reincarnation is biblical. Obviously, in the East, it's pretty much a known thing. But when when Ramana Maharshi talks about the inquiry of self to literally just like, okay, reincarnation is due out of ignorance. Perhaps, maybe a certain frequency, maybe a density that, um, I know for a fact that people don't have to. And so it's more so maybe that process of self inquiry that I need to study conceptually and then obviously spiritually, um, myself. I don't think that other people have control over that process. Obviously, God does. But you talk to certain people and they're like, I don't have that belief. And for them, it won't be just the simple fact that they say, I don't believe in it. And it is just that simple. But Ramana Maharshi, you know, um, he was trying to tell his people because the East Indians, they big on reincarnation, and then they have this thing called samsara and mashka. Samsara is the process of liberation, and moshka is also the process of liberation of reincarnation. And if it's just like enlightenment or just the inquiry of self, which is what Ramana Maharshi was saying, he didn't read none of those texts. He didn't read Veda Vedanta or Rig Veda or Bhagavad Gita. He didn't read or the Upanishads, the Devi Mahatmya. He didn't read none of that. And he said, I don't have to read it. But people were shocked because when they were talked to him, they were like, you had to have read it because that's in the book. He said, I did not read it. Like, I'm in a fucking cave. He ain't cuss probably. I'm just adding that in there. But like, dude, how the fuck I'm gonna read it if I'm isolated out doing my meditation every day out in nature, chilling, as a sage? How the fuck he said, I have never read it. But they're looking at him, they say you had to. Because that's the same motherfucking teaching that Prince Arjuna just said, when they had with Krishna. That's the same motherfucking teaching. And so he's like, dude, I didn't read it. I understand that feeling though, because I'm like, that happened with me before. It's like something, so many times, and pretty sure with you, you intuitively know something, and then you're like, well, that's in this book, and it's like, wow, I didn't read it, but oh, thank God it's there. That's how I did. But I thought that was so interesting. And, my introduction to Ramana Maharshi, believe it or not, was when I was probably like 19 or 20. I was at Buff State College. I was at a bookstore. They had a Barnes and Nobles at Buff State, and I was buying books. I was buying some school books and shit. And sometimes I would just buy just some some really cool books. Maybe I find some maybe like Stan Hughes or something like that, or a book about. I remember I used to buy a lot of books by Black Americans, right? But I'm walking past, and I'd never known this dude before or anything. I never knew about Ramana Maharshi. Like, who knows about that? At 19, 20, in damn hood of Buffalo. So I'm at Buff State College, and I walked past, and I just felt like this gush of wind. I looked to my left, and I see a book called. I think the book was called "Who Am I?" And that picture of Ramana Maharshi on that book. It's a book. Who am I? I instantly started crying because I looked in his eyes and I said, "What an enlightened soul." Now, mind you, I didn't even know I didn't even know what that meant. I didn't know what like the idea of enlightenment meant or none of that stuff. But that was literally the thought in my head. I said, "What an enlightened soul." I said, "I've never in my life have I been able to look in somebody's motherfucking eyes and see their soul. It's so crystal." Now that really shook me to my soul as a 19-year-old seeing that. Actually, maybe I'll show you a picture of it. Um, Hershey. This picture right here. Now, people may say, okay, that just looked like some ugly Indian or whatever. But for me, you got to figure, I look at the soul of things. I was looking at his soul. So it was this book at Buff State called Who Am I? And this was all he would wear every day in the cave. And he did this for the rest of his life, his entire life, because he had got enlightenment at 16. He had to become enlightened at 16. Through understanding that there is a soul in the body, that there is like some sort of life force or chi or prana that animates the body. He knew that at 16 because he had like an out of body experience. So he knew that consciousness was inside of a body and would survive most likely outside of it. And so he wanted to understand like the concept of who am I as far as the self inquiry. Is it bliss consciousness? We talk about this concept of taxonomy and the concept of the individual that's residing in flesh. So and so I walked past and saw this book, and it was literally the eyes. You know, it was literally the eyes. Now he had been doing this literally since 16, and he been doing that meditation. You didn't have much, but wear that outfit, with that little turk, just that. And that was just it. Now, obviously, you know, for a 19-year-old, like, why are you looking at that? It wasn't, come on. It was just the eyes. But I said, I got to get that book. I'm going to buy that damn book. And, the inquiry of the self. The inquiry of the self. It's interesting. Bhagawan Sri Ramana Maharshi. Yeah. Um, I appreciate it. I appreciated his book. I have to say, who am I? And that's part of the meditation. Who am I? Because that's his meditation that he comes up with. That's his IPU. Who am I? That's his IPU. Like my IPU is the Nakhti philosophy and Gisa Mama meditation, the Nakhti science. Now that was a little out there, right? For those who don't understand that the definition of chaos is not what you have. The definition of chaos changed in the 17th century. It actually means rest, because you got that's that ch is a female, but os, okay, that als, os. I'm not gonna break down all them codes. Um, Female. When I say chaos intelligence, it relates to the primal entropy of the of melanin of the female. Believe it or not, there's the original definition, and I actually have some research on this. I'm going to teach it in private, though. I'm not going to be teaching all that stuff online. You'll be shocked. It's not the same because we're talking about it's a primordial rest, but it's still active. So how could you have rest and active at the same time? Yes, perception and non-perception at the same time. It's still equanimity, niggas. But we hid all that stuff into now, and so we got these people out here. They denigrate in the word chaos on purpose because they know what it means secretly. They don't want they have to throw people off. They have to have people against it. So that's why they changed it in the 17th century to make it mean, disorder and randomness and all that stuff because they can't understand it. They're too stupid to understand it. How could and I don't mean to come off arrogant like that, but it's like, who really wants to take the time to understand perception and non-perception at the same time? Well, Ramana Maharshi does. Who am I? Ramana Maharshi does. The process of equanimity. Your rainbow people, when we say rainbow, we talk about the rainbow body of those who know how to literally uh, die at will, like they disintegrate into a rainbow, literally a rainbow, the rainbow body, and all you see is damn shoes and the little robe they had on, and a body literally they literally teleported. They do, but they particularly Black Americans, they really want Black Americans to hate the word chaos, not knowing they especially for the Lion of Judah, for them to do that, what that ch means in Hebrew. um yeah, it's a play on things. It's right in front of you, but they need you to hate it. I'm not saying all Black Americans are Hebrew. I'm not saying that shit at all. But I'm saying, but even if you weren't, that science still is embedded within the teachings of the East. Even if you're a shaman, if you're an American Indian shaman, or you follow some of the snake science, still same science. It's a very primordial science. And obviously you have to commit. And so, guys, be careful. Be very careful in these days because they want to twist your head up and have you loving a backward system and hating yourself and hating anything that's righteous and hating anything that's about truth and nature. That's what I'm telling you, it's something really weird about. I see some of the stuff they teaching, and I say they botching this shit on purpose. They doing that on purpose. They have to. They're not intelligent enough to rock on that level. Like, do they have souls? Do they not have souls? Like, why are they trying to get people to not go into the process of who am I? Because that's the process of chaos intelligence. And Gisa Mama meditation is a kind of little more primordial than that, though, because we like it's like that's like boom, bang, the Big Bang Theory, like bam, I'm gonna bang on your ass and create another universe. Like that's some heavy, heavy shit. It can't explode your mind. So that's a little bit. That's why it's like, oh, and you hear some of the gospel singing, you know. Um, yeah, but that's my little take on Ramana Maharshi. I'm telling you, at 19 years old, I said, what's some? I said that's somebody I need to learn something from. I'm telling you. When I was 19, I said that's somebody because of the eyes. And they say the eyes are the windows to the soul. That is the truth. That is the truth. But you also gotta have discernment because a lot of people will look at he ain't got no money, he got that diaper on, he in the cave and everybody is looking for, you want to go sign that deal with them Khazars and put on a chain, put on big chain and dress like Young Thug or something. So you look down and then you find out. Now, I'm not saying, do this or one is better than the other necessarily. I'm not actually. I think that Black people are naturally abundant. I think they should be abundant and have wealth and riches and what thing. I just don't like that a system is trying to enslave us to get it or control us or control our talent and natural genius in order to have anything in this system. That I hate and that I'm against and that I will speak out against every time. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not against nobody working hard and getting they share due. And a lot of people have, and they didn't take no shortcuts. They didn't do so you can't put that on everybody. I'm not here to demonize those that have accumulated those things, or even if they value those things, but I'm just saying that I just don't like this setup that locks out actual talent. That's all I'm pretty much saying. Um, and so that's that. We looked at Magna Carta. You want to get that book, The Norman Conquest. We talked about that. Author of Question of Law and Facts, Institutions into Injuries and Bills of Exception, Separate Profit of Married Women, Jurisdiction Courts, 1880. Yeah, a lot of people don't be thinking that this stuff. They say mills and companies, law publishers. They be looking down on it. They be saying that stuff don't matter. Da, da, da. They don't understand masonry, and they get their ass smacked up, including myself. And this is an office of Librarian of Congress at Washington. Yep, 1890. And if you think that this stuff does not play out today, you are out of your ever loving mind. It sure does. It sure does. But I want to actually talk a little bit more. Let me just make sure. I think I covered everything from that. I want to talk about a little bit more about some of the Black Scottish because the stuff was going viral. And then American Indian. I'm going to talk about some of the American Indians too. And then we're going to probably segue into the Lion of Judah. And like I said, I don't want to make it seem like, all Black Americans are Hebrews and all that stuff. I'm not here to proselytize and try to tell you who you are. I really don't give a damn. I'm just really speaking from the perspective of my bloodline and given the history of things that I know within my genealogy and also intuitively. And then also, we're talking about, you were waking up things and it sometimes relates to other people. Sometimes people can, understand what I'm saying, and it may apply to you. But if it doesn't, then I'm not trying to make it apply to you. And that's where you have to have a broad, open mind, and then an intelligence to realize that, because I think when some people say certain things, they think like they got to hurry up and slam the information if they don't agree with it. It's not for you. It is somebody just expressing themselves and maybe they'll find other people that it relates to too. But we talk about the Black Scottish and the conquest of Norman and some of that Sephardic energies, you know, um, it's a real thing, But the American Indians they call them Black European Nagas, um, They call them Black Europeans, and then they have a kind of a bad blood even to this day. You know, um, like I said, there was a mystery school. Now, the reason why a lot of American Indians don't like Black Europeans because they look at us conquerors and colonizers. They know that they teamed up. They know that they was behind the Masonic infrastructure of America. A lot of American Indians know that. But they also know that a lot of Black Americans are half and half now. And they also know that there is a group, some of the Hebrew Moors, that did not sell them out. That was slaves right along with them. But a lot of the Black Europeans do have an annoying personality. They do speak the king's English because they were the kings in Europe. They are conquerors. They are very dominant and very intelligent to an extent. Some of them. So when we made the alliance with the Indians, no lie, we did establish a mystery school. It was a mystery school, and then there was connections that still maintained its place after losing the Jacobite War. We already had those connections. Now, some maybe other Black Americans have, they're experts at genealogy, so I could have my dates wrong, but let's just see, like let's just say even 1100s, 1300s, 1400s. But what I want to say, like right now, more so looking at it from the quantum entanglement realm, and we saw, and I would say that a lot of the Scottish Irish viewed a lot of the American Indians, and this could be offensive to them, and I understand. We saw them as like babies, you know. Again, the ones from Portugal and Spain, a lot of them have the bad rap because they were looked at as the ones as like the sellouts. And I do have to say, they don't look at the ones that they teamed up with the British whites against our faction. So we were shocked, and even some of the Indians were shocked that they did that. But even if you'll see like some of the American Indians cuss out like Black Americans, be like, "Oh, you know that you're the colonizer. You know that why you're not telling people you're actually from Spain or Portugal? Why are you trying to act like you were Black American? Why are you trying to act like you indigenous? Why are you trying to act like you're Aboriginal? Like you'll see that people be like, what the hell are you talking about? You sound absolutely insane. Everybody knows Black people are just niggas from Africa. They'll try to devalue that. But we know each other's epigenetics and light codes. Like you could see by the way someone talk. I'm telling you, I've seen Black Americans talk about this. Like, oh, I could tell instantly that that's that type of nigga. That's that type of person. That's that type of person. You know. Um, but like I said, a lot of the Moors from Portugal and Spain, they get a bad rap. I'm not saying they all should. I'm not saying I give them a bad rap. I'm just saying that a lot of them do. Now, because they feel like they were on the play, and greedy to as far as colonizing America. Start in terms of getting in on the slave trade, and on the deal. And whoever would not play ball, they ended up in slavery. And now it's like slavery de facto, or like, sometimes being an overseer, or sometimes a master as a decoy to hide and protect the bloodline as well. However, some of the infrastructure, they knew that a lot of those bloodlines were like they had that Nagas connection. So they let us rock. They offered protection. And then sometimes they turned the other eye and protected us in terms of what we were teaching the American Indians, or what we knew in terms of teaching them Masonry, and what they were teaching us as well as even some of the Congolese. Now, for those who didn't know, the Congolese taught Black Americans cosmograms. You taught the American Indians and Negroes, Moors, the cosmogram. And I'm going to teach you a little bit about the cosmogram, maybe a couple weeks from now, because I'm going to combine it with some music. I'm going to make my own music, and I'm going to put it in the beat. I want to do like I want to show you guys how it looks. The cosmogram. So Langston Hughes, he actually used to go by MGM. He always knew he was an American Indian, and so Langston Hughes used cosmograms. So how does Langston Hughes, who identifies as an American Indian, or he didn't call himself American Indian, but as an Indian, he calls himself Cherokee or MGM. Langston Hughes, how does he know about the Congolese cosmogram? In the South, Black Americans used to draw cosmograms all over trees. And then it was an old thing that we learned that from the Congo people. Now, we didn't all feel like we were all Congolese, but we knew that the Congo people had taught that. That's just a known thing. Like I knew that, honestly, for a long time. I remember, you go to Schaumburg and you see how advanced those cosmograms are. Matter of fact, I kind of wanna, I kind of may have to, guys. Let me see something. Oh, I always tell myself that I'm gonna keep it, not so advanced, but I end up doing it. Now, remember last week we were telling you about that blue and yellow and what it meant for when we watched the movie Watchmen and Fallout. Look, that's a cosmogram. That's literally in Harlem right now. That was designed by Black Americans. It's cosmogram, right? You see that yellow and blue again. Remember when we showed you all the Black Americans wearing that yellow and blue, and what it means? Watch the Fallout and watch the Watchmen. As far as the Nagas 33, so Langston Hughes, he designed this, and he used to always he knew he was an Indian. Now, when you look at this, they got Mississippi, they got Congo, and they got Egypt on there. And they all he found like look at this is really advanced science. I had walked on this too myself. I did stand on it, you know, not out of disrespect, but like it's for Black Americans to stand and walk on. Now it is obviously magic, so don't be, at least See, but there's people even still doing ritual right there because they know it's sacred. It is a sacred mark. It is very sacred. This one. That one is real advanced. Actually, that one got Atlanta, that one got Mississippi, Atlanta, Memphis. I got this one too, and this one was highly, highly advanced. It made me cry. I said, "Oh my gosh, this is some advanced shit. This right here, this is some advanced shit, boy." Whew. And so, and obviously, like this stuff is for a bloodline. So certain people will try to touch this stuff, it won't work for them, or certain people try to touch this stuff and it'll curse them because this is for a very specific bloodline. Them Congolese that came over, they are people of you know, the book. And so American Indian Langston Hughes, he adds, his style to it. But he put that red and he put that blue and yellow right there. It says Mississippi, Congo, Euphrates. That's India. If Euphrates, that's the Euphrates River. That's Asia. See, remember I told you that there was a group of Javidians that came here too? It's right in front of you. Euphrates, the Nile, that's Egypt. And then there's words and certain things that's on here. Now souls literally go through like these are like literally gateways, like you know, and it's just for that specific group of people. They'll know how to recognize you. Like this science is so sophisticated. You say a white person go and try to, or whoever that's not a part of that, or know that you against their ancestors. They know it could backfire on you. You know, it could backfire on you, and that's all I'm saying. These are not just people always try to say, "Oh, the Black American, oh no, no," and they don't do. Yeah, okay, just like this. This was created by this is Basquiat, John. This is the Haitian version. This is a little bit different. And there's the Congo cosmogram. This is more the Islamic version. It's astrology, but the Islam they try to Islam has its mystic Sufism. Uh, but that's also astrological. I think that's like a lot of people don't understand this one, but I'm saying like uh, that still has some remnants in the Hebrew because the Solomonic uses that too. I have to say, so I can't just fully say that that's Islamic because Solomonic bloodlines definitely use it's definitely Hebrew. So I misspoke. I misspoke. I just think that some of the Sufisms I've seen how they study Solomonic magic, and they do know that too. They do know that, but that's where it's kind of stemming from. As we're saying, this Solomonic energy, these Hebrew bloodlines that can recognize one another and had shared information with one another. And so when I know a lot of people go like, oh, Schomburg, blah, blah, blah. I went to the votes and I applied for a job there. Obviously, they had nobody but white people working in the back. No black people working there. But they took me to the votes. I mean, these votes, like you would think it's like a bank to get back there. like it was a bank. But when I went behind those votes, they got every little letter and every little piece of paper, even a snot nosed tissue of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, even a snot nosed motherfucking tissue of the handkerchief that Malcolm X wore, the little tie that he wore. Little these white folks working it, and it was only white people that had access to that. But I had did the interview. Obviously, they didn't give me the job. But do you know how upset I was to see that? I'm walking around and they showed me all these votes. I mean, all this sacred material to them, like a picture, a paper that say Steve Coakley wrote as a little poem or something, stuff that's not mainstream. Any little thing that like say our real, not COINTELPRO, our real black leaders did when they was real motherfuckers that was ready to put in that work, ready to bleed and die. You know, for freedom, like people that like Langston Hughes that created stuff like this, and even if they weren't just the real talented, not plants, like they were really brilliant minds, even if they're just scholars, right? But brilliant, real intellects. They had every little thing that a Black American ever did in that boat. Yeah, they did. I tell you, they had a little snatch nose tissue of Malcolm X. Like looked like a sacred relic. Like it was really freaking creepy. I'm like, our people don't. It was nothing but white people guarding it. We're the black people. I applied for the job. I'm overqualified for it. You don't give me the job. They literally systematically locked us out even in our own ancestor stuff. I'm telling you, you're in a war, man. And I always knew we was in it, but like it's bad, like because we don't have no fighters. And it's like you on an island of your own, and your people will sell you out, lock you out. They'll take the money. Your ass be sitting there fighting by yourself, and it will make you question things. Like it's a pain, I have to say, and I've lived with that pain for a long time, for 14 years, and they don't quite know how to, how they can be like high functioning sadness or something, low grade, depression even. Um, you know, I didn't realize, how it's just like that's where it's coming from. Like sometimes intellect is a blessing, but it can also be a curse because shit that everybody else don't know. People don't know that that vote is right where this is located at this gospel group. And just seeing how they had like composition notebooks of every little thing that in a vote, like I'm telling you, like a bank vote, like you know how they showing the bank vote like in Harlem Nights, it was like that. How thick the door was, like a bank vote. You wouldn't just getting in. It was security everywhere. It was like it was. I was only able to see it because of the job interview. And I think she knew I knew she was gonna give me the job. I knew, I already knew because I guess somebody gave it from the top down. Don't give Black Americans these jobs, So, but she showed it to me. She didn't have to show me that. She actually didn't have to show me that, but I think she was like, she needs to see this. She needs to see this, that we got all this stuff up in here, guarded. You know, that's not the stuff that's going to be in the museum because we talking about these are actual, real, primary, firsthand documents. You know, um, It was wild. I forgot. I didn't forget about it. It's just I hadn't talked about it in a long time. I actually have a lot of yeah, I have a lot of it was I mean, Mary Baraka. That wasn't his real name. I think it was Leroy Jones, right? Was his real name Leroy Jones? He changed his name to Mary Baraka. Leroy Jones. I have some of his stuff. His stuff was up in here too. All of Zero knew his anybody that was popping. Now people can say that, but now they have these agents out trying to denigrate those people because they don't have nobody. They not going to develop nobody on them levels anymore. Even now, they know they own these people that's coming at them. People they own by them saying they try to claim, oh, they was working with these Jews. They working with them. They trying to get put on by them too, like this, like they slaves or whatever. But it ain't the same type of deal. Them people were of the bloodline. They had the pedigree. It's the other way around. Those were actual Hebrews. And so today, they at such a precipice where they know that the treaties are up, the time is up, the change of guard is in effect. And so they're not going to develop that level, even if you do naturally have the talent. Their job today, I'm telling any young Black Americans, their job today is to actually devalue you and keep you locked out because you're going to be a threat because the energy is so palpable in terms of the veil being so thin where that shift of power is supposed to go back to those type of minds, brilliant minds. And if they see you as their competition or someone if they can't understand what the hell this is, you know, and you do, what does that mean for them? Why would they allow you a position? They gonna try to get you in a slave contract. Yeah, they want you. Yeah, they want to control what you do. I'm not saying that some of them haven't been studying this, or some black niggas, they probably pay some black niggas to teach them it. But what I'm saying is, someone naturally no understanding it. Someone naturally, it's in a bloodline. It's natural to them. You had too much of an advantage over them. So what they're doing is purposely trying to get out and denigrate intelligence, denigrate real talent, denigrate, and they want to make it seem like selling out is a cool thing. That just everybody just focusing, obsessed with money, focusing, obsessed with money, and it came out that we know that stuff, that the fiat currency is not, its value is subjective. It's not gold or silver, right? It's not backed by any tangible asset, you know. They making it digital. So why would you put your value in it? Your soul kinetic energy value in that. I'm not saying don't get money. I'm saying just think deeper as to why would a beast system that is dying be on its last leg and try to even subvert things even more in such an unintelligent manner. Why would you purposely be so unintelligent is what I'm saying. And if somebody is purposely being, if your system is that purposely being unintelligent where you promote a sexy red in a community that hasn't even asked for that, then that's telling you what they want and what gets put on and what gets funded. That means they want everything backwards. That means they don't want no niggas waking up. That's what it means. And all I'm saying is, we gotta be willing to set up those. And see, now look at this. And white people got your cosmogram on now. This is what no, that's not really cosmogram. That's astrology. That's kind of astrology. It's not quite the same, I have to say, but it comes from that. Um, but yeah, this is they purposely trying to like wear your identity. It's creepy, and see, a lot of people are okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Like it makes me very uncomfortable. For me, like even when you see how much I get copied, and I have the documentation in black and white, even from this whole government. It's like that don't feel that it feels they doing scavenger magic. It's not flattery. Do not be flattered by that. It's scavenger magic and Masonic credit swiping. Don't be flattered by that. In fact, you want to attack them even more because it's not righteousness behind that. They trying to be you, and it's a jealousy that comes with that because they'll target you. So that's just straight jealousy. And they've been doing this to our people for a long time. And you better wake up. You better wake up and start protecting your kinetic energy and start protecting one another. But no, the niggas is, come on. You getting jealous of each other? Somebody got a little more talent than you. You fly off the fucking handle. Now they want the AI to act like they got the same gifts as us. The AI. They using the AI to make music because they can't produce nothing like no Michael Jackson or no Whitney Houston. They go tell the AI, go make a sound like go like Whitney Houston. Make a song like Whitney Houston and Prince. And then make money off of it. And we supposed to act like that's real God talent. That ain't no God. You out of your cotton picking mind. I can't rock with that. I ain't gonna let them people push that on it because they stole it, the science anyways. They stole the technology. hmm Based off of a school project, and I just didn't even know. This was the dangers of being misclassified, and it's the dangers of a community failing their best and brightest and not valuing intelligence, devaluing each other, constantly devaluing each other. It's a danger to that. It can be very dangerous. Trillions of dollars can go into the wrong hands. Now we know the money ain't real anyways, but stuff that can be used to develop our ecosystem and infrastructure. You can tell that they sitting there running psyops. You could tell it's a psyop because the person was just broke, or the person they switching to digital. Like that shit not real. Do you know you can go I ain't giving out no more game. I'm done. Let me shut the fuck up because I always be talking too much anyways. But um let's see. What else did I want to talk about? Okay. And so we talked about the cosmogram, and so Zero knew, Houston also knew about the cosmogram, and she also went by Indian. She used to also say MGM, which is multi-generationally mixed. So these people, they did their genealogy and realized they were multi-generationally mixed, that they weren't African American, they weren't going to go by blacks. And so they just said multi-generationally mixed or Indian or Negro. And so she also knew about the cosmograms. So they knew about Scottish Irish masonry from the enslaved Moors, and losing the Jacobite wars after civilizing the whites for 800 years and having to flee to America after they spiritually lost out on a deal with Lucifer. We're talking about the people playing the game of the kings. This was royal bloodlines that will play that game, and it could sometimes end into serious disaster, life generation disaster, like reincarnation and all types of shit that comes with that. Slave contracts, soul contracts, spirits, demonic entities getting out of control and chasing your bloodlines down through the generations. Like it can get really serious. It's the game that Solomon played, the game that James Brown played. James Brown, people say he went to the crossroads, whatever, but y'all gotta watch. You gotta pay attention to that video. Y'all showing that video, but he won. So he showed you in the end. What? Pay attention to the end of that video. Very few people win. Very few people get out. And he was one of the few that do. And he been doing that for a long time. James Brown, motherfucking ass, because he understands his science. Now, people was in preservation mode. Now, you had holy men who refused to sell out the group. And they said, we're going to fight a long war. We're going to fight. We still going to literally be fighting a motherfucking crusades on your motherfucking head. They fight a long war, 1,000-year war. I'm talking in code. You gotta peep it. But they did refuse to sell out the group that did teach. But it was a group that did teach white people that type of masonry, some of those things. You can say under duress, and obviously if you're in a secret warfare, you're not gonna give out everything. You're gonna twist things around as well. But they were real Judite heirs that taught some things like these certain magic systems that whites are afraid of. And believe it or not, let's talk about the word, the N word for a bit. And so, I suspect, as far as white people calling black people the N word with the hard ER, I suspect, I'm almost 100% positive because that they saw, because we was about 800 years of Moorish rulership in Europe. I'm 100% certain that they saw black people calling each other the N word because it originally meant negas, nega, N-E-G-A, or negus, N-E-G-U-S. And in Ethiopia, that means king. Okay. Now, when you put the ER on it, it also could mean nagas, all right? Nagas, because there's a science which I'm not going to talk about that online, but nagas and nigga literally means the same thing. Naga, nega, and nigga, it means the same thing frequency wise. Now, for those that understand how to the science, Commission science, Hebrew science, to understand frequency of words in terms of the gematria of what it gets translated to by the Creator God, or even by like angels, right? Even angels can understand equations of words, sounds, the sounds and the frequency of the words, literally. That's why I use nigga a lot. And I know it may offend people, and I truly apologize. I don't mean any harm, but I'm telling you, and maybe if I'm offline, you get access to a group of Black Americans, and I can teach them how. But that would have to be extremely, extremely underground. That would not be something that would be taught online. But the words nega, nigga, and naga gets translated into the same frequency. Now somebody can use it to, you're a nigga, like you could use it to devalue someone. But you also notice that Black Americans use it as a term of endearment too, like, oh, my nigga, my nigga. I love my niggas. You can hear that sometimes. because there's always been a double entendre in terms of wordplay because of the duality of words. Moors understand that naturally. Just as like how you say, "Oh, you got a bad coat on. That's a bad coat. That means your coat is nice." You say that coat is bad because it doesn't even protect you from the weather. That means it's negative. That means it's bad. That means it's inauspicious. You see, so Moors understand that naturally, and that's how the whole American system is set up. Believe it or not. Um, so that's why you hear sometimes we use the word bad, but that's cold, man. That's cold, man. That's a cold outfit you got on. You usually say that's a bad outfit you got on. But that means that's a good outfit. But then somebody can literally have something that's literally bad. That's very bad form fitting on you. Like, or okay, you're ill. You're ill. You know that means you're sick. But then you be like, that's ill. That's dope. Ill nah, like that's dope. It's the same duality. And so it's the same with that word nigga, believe it or not. See, this is an ancient science practice. That's how I say it. In 900, 800 years, you don't think them white folks was watching Moors call each other nigga in both bad and good times and context. Bad and good, context. If a black person pulling off, we talking about merchant niggas, and even sometimes the feudalism. So that means you had landlords. Black people were the landlords. Some of the white folks were the landlords too. But if you got feudalism, because black people created feudalism, and somebody is slacking off, you nigga. And then it's like, okay, then it's like my niggas. Like it's literally the same thing. And unfortunately, with that 400 years, and then obviously white people using it as a term of complete debasement, it's lost its context. But black people's epigenetics, you know, as far as they know, they use it as far as we call it alchemy. It was never alchemy because it was never something that needed to be transmuted. It was always something that was understood because the term Magog means king. And you could put an eye on it all you want. It's literally the same frequency. You got to understand the science, the Hebrew science, Commission science. We mix them together to protect the bloodline, actually, because we know that certain gods curse uh, outsiders. That's why. Okay, if you're not of a serpentine bloodline and you're using a shit or stealing a shit. So we knew this too. So when you use the N word with the I, when you use the N word with the hard ER, you know, nig, and then you say ER, it literally translates to snake god of the river, if you know the language of the frequency. Um, and so just snake god, sometimes it means king, but when the white person says the N word, they cursing the snake gods of the river, but they curse themselves because they were the ones that got civilized by them. So it's the language of the pharaohs. Okay, it's the language of the pharaohs, and the pharaohs were part serpentine. But when they call it to black people, since the intention is hate, it's like blasphemy. See, the Moors knew this. You talking about the Moors? If you under duress, you don't lost the war, and somebody say, "Teach us what this mean and what this mean." Are you gonna give you secret warfare? You're not gonna give them all the motherfucking information. You just say, "Oh, yeah, that's you know that's the N word we call each other." The N-word. So they started using it. Oh, that mean they color because their skin is black. Because like a Negro, they come from Negro. Oh, okay. You don't think they knew that? We're just not giving this information out. Okay. You can take it what it is. You can say, oh, she's just crazy. Or you just want an excuse to use the N word. Hey, look, if it offends people, I won't use it. I'm just saying what it means. And I'm not breaking down all of that history, all of that language online like that. Okay. But anybody can look that up. Everybody, who didn't know that negas and niggas means king in Ethiopia? Who didn't know that? But like I said, if you get under duress and somebody is forcing you to teach something or forcing you, what does this mean? What does that mean? Or they paying you to, and you thinking you take the payment and you tell them, oh yeah, that just mean black because you know the Negro. Yeah, if you are more, you know how they mind work very differently. They're extremely calculating. It's about 1,000-year war. These motherfuckers, even these black Hebrews, even if they not sellouts, okay, because it's better to be trained on the battleground than to bleed on the battleground, right? And then sometimes in secret warfare, you can still have integrity just through the information that you give out. It's a secret code that requires knowledge of Metter Netter. So that niggas knew that we are blessing you when we say niggas. Y'all niggas better listen up. When you get frustrated, you say it with the heart of your heart. Now, the worst thing in our military science is to be uninformed. And we can work on spiritual discipline and give grace, you know. But like I said, in secret, if you know that you under behind enemy lines and stuff, and you being paid, somebody's offered, oh well, we'll separate you from this, just like the field niggas in the was a field house slaves and house niggas and field niggas. The house people had a little more privileges, you know, but we talk about at a different level because we talk about governance structure setups. Go and study it. Somebody go and study it, and then go study what Naga means, and then it's Snake God. I bet you tight. I bet you could probably find it in Ethiopian too. I bet you can. I just don't know how to research. I'm just going off of intuitive, but it means king. And so again, it's the intention behind it that again, but that duality is found in the language, just in period, period. And so that is a part of the science of language where the words have double meanings. The the frequency of the words is important. The intention matters too, but the frequency, like certain words get translated by angels and certain it differently. And negas, nigga, and naga, they mean the same thing. Snake God. And we're just not telling you this. And I would love to, like I said, I would like to take, like the secret science offline, in terms of how, but I don't think it's important, in these days. I think it's probably something that could be kept. I don't think it's important because even the black people, you can't trust that they ain't gonna go and tell somebody else that they're not supposed to be telling. But when I said, you know, I know I say the N word quite a bit, maybe to my chagrin. When I said black ass niggas and stuff, it was it's sacred tongue. It means hiss. You black ass niggas, hiss snake sound. It's a code by Haile Selassie, the Ethiopian Empire, the tribe of Judah at one point. Haile Selassie, like that is the last name Selassie. So sometimes you notice how I talk, and a lot of times, again, I know that Moors can be very offensive, because they like. I tell you a story. As an American Indian, um, he was teaching Black Americans, you know, he was teaching how to recognize us. Like it was in 2022. He was warning Indians about how the Black Moors would treat them at times on the plantation and how they spoke the King's English. Like the first thing he was saying, and this is a real like he's actually pretty popular now. And he was like, they speak the King's English. They really intelligent, and they always felt like they were smarter than us. Now, it was like he went into a trance. He was teaching this online, and he was like, and he was like, they're haughty. He said, so, we deal with them a certain way, you know. He's like, even today, he said, this is how you're going to notice them a certain way. He said, how you deal with your intelligence today is to just call them a name. Or make them flinch. You know how, like he said, on a plantation, they would do certain, like, it was funny because it was like, he obviously, is not a slave or anything, but it was like he went into a trance. It was like, yeah, we would make them flinch, like act like we about to punch him or something and see him, because, they would always assert that dominance over them. And then many times, especially if you're an overseer or something, you insert that dominance. And so the American Indians, he was like, see, that's how you recognize them. They've always been like that. They've always been like that since time. But it was funny to me because he was playing a clip. He was actually he was playing a clip, you know, of a royal Moor, so to speak. He ain't shit, but he was playing a clip of him talking, and he was like, "Black Americans, you can't hear the overseer in his voice," and he started imitating how they would act. He started imitating. He's like, yeah, that's how I used to talk to us back in the day. That's how they was talking to our ancestors. You nigga, who you talking to? I'll get a whip and whip your nappy headed nigga ass. Like it was crazy. And do you know who I am? I am the more. Like it was this. He just literally went into a trance and started talking like that. He's like, yeah, that's how they would talk to us. And you know how we talk to them? Shut up, bitch. Shut up, motherfucker. Shut up. Shut up. He said, that's how you gotta do them. You gotta do because you ain't going. He was like, that's how you gotta do it because you ain't going to outsmart them. And they always like to. They go speak the King's English and all that. He said, just tell it, shut the fuck up. But it was funny because it was a lot of half and half over there. And I was feeling like I felt so torn and torn, and 50-50 didn't know which way to go because I know what that's like. I know how the American Indians treated me, but I also know there's a lot of Boule American Indians that are part more, and I get along excellent with them. I get along, we understand each other's mind. I've met some highly intelligent American Indians, but they part more. I'm not saying American Indians are not intelligent at all. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm just saying they don't value, the culture values more of spirituality than just intellect. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So I'm not saying they're not intelligent. I'm just saying the Moors, like certain bloodlines, in Black America, we value intelligence and intellect. And what I'm saying is that particular group values spirituality more, or even uh it's a more going and flow and flow. It's not that neuroticism. It's not a neuroticism. It's a difference. And so that's where some of the clashing come out. If you have to have, you may have both. You may have a little bit of both of that. That's be more into the spiritual things and be into the intellect things. And so that's why I get along a lot with the women that are half and half because they tend to have both. And so we can understand each other very much so. But it was funny being over there because they was more so of they had all their tribes, they do their genealogy and stuff, and so they were more so value of spirituality. They didn't speak no King's English. Everybody was talking ghetto and country, and which is nothing wrong with that. And then so I was over there and I stuck out like, they just didn't I felt like they never liked me, because of the way I talk and carry myself, But I was so happy to find the group of the half and halves because, you know, they talk like me and we get along better, you know, we do. And then like a lot of some of them that are just straight Moors, believe it or not, I don't quite get along with them. If like the ones that just only go by Moor, I definitely don't get along with the male figures. But I don't get along with them. I don't because they're not spiritual enough. They'll sell out. They sell outs to me. I see them like I don't they too quick to get along with the system. So that's why I don't get along with a lot of the Moors. That's why, like, even the reparation space, remember them group of people that was all in that Freeman stuff? Remember, they all had ties to the Moors. And they were going by, they used to call themselves Moors. They not just making that shit up. They know exactly who they are, just like the government do too. That's why they got up there and they locked all the Indians out. But I didn't get along with them. I didn't. Now they was stealing all my research, or they low key might have respected me, but I didn't get along with them because we perceived them like, okay, you really sell out our people, you really gonna commit treason. That's where that stuff came from. And you notice it was a lot of us, me, and it was only the American Indians calling it out, but in half and halves, it was them. It was us calling it out. But notice the actual people that like go by Moors, they weren't calling that out. And then some of them they stayed out of it, right? I'm not saying all Moors were doing this, but I'm saying that group. Everybody know that little small group that I'm talking about that was in that reparation space. Like we perceive them. That stuff is like it's literally playing out ancestrally. And that's just like how that American Indian dude was warning pretty much the Black Americans about them. He was warning them about them. Like that's how they act, that's how they talk to us, and they behind reclassifying us all the time. They always working with the government against us. He was going in, but he was playing clips of Black Americans today and how they talk, so you can recognize them. And so even though the American Indians they don't really give me no problems, but we used to you always get into like especially the hood ones, we get into arguments a lot You hear me calling them, you black ass nigga, you stupid nigga, because they was always disrespected, even though, I had care for them because they always put me in that category. Oh, you just like them. You were them people. And actually I'm not. But it's just because of the way I talk and the way I carry myself. They assumed I was that way too. They're like, okay, you must be one of them. You're gonna sell us out too. That's how they would treat me, even though that's not true. But I thought it was funny how he was, you know, talking to, how he was when he went into that trance in 2022 was saying that's how they used to speak to us, and just because they speak the King's English and they think they were intelligent than us, when they start talking to us and calling us niggas and calling us snappy headed niggas, you know what we tell them? Shut the fuck up. Or we he's like, you gotta, he said, you gotta immediately, that's what you gotta do. Now, obviously, that method is ridiculous because if you really don't mean no harm, you're just trying to have a teacher moment. And again, if that's the way that particular bloodline communicates with each other since for hundreds of years to assert dominance to stop niggas from goofing off. Y'all goofing off too much. Listen up, you niggas. Everybody better listen up. Ralph Bunche used to talk. He got killed by the government. Ralph Bunche, you read he was good for that. Oh, Ralph Bunche, and them niggas were lying up because again, Moors understand that they don't really give too much problem. Like if it's rank, because we always respect rank. So American Indians don't care about things. They're more wild. They're gonna have to though. You don't have to listen to me, but I'm just saying, you better start respecting rank. That's going to get you a little more structure, a little more order in the days to come, because we're going to need it. But Ralph Bunche, if you ever read books on how he said he used to talk to people, but he was like commanding like hundreds of Black Americans in those days. Obviously he was killed. But they will move at a snap of a finger, and he was talking to him crazy. Just like how that dude was saying how they would talk to him on the plantation. That's exactly how he was talking. You niggas better stand up at Ted Hut. And they would and he was calling them this. But it's a cultural thing. People from the outside say, oh, you're degrading yourself, you're demented, not knowing that there was a Masonic science behind it the whole time. Not even Masonic, a Hebrew science behind it in terms of it meaning snake god, and that there's a duality, that we don't go off a 0-1 binary code. So the words have multiple meanings. Most of the languages have multiple meanings, and since we have English language, we know the certain codes of the measure netter that we can offset a frequency of a word, even if we're using it to uh, get people to stop fooling around, or to call someone a name. Like if you call it you freaking N-words with the heart of your, like when they saw Moors doing that in Europe, that was, and I'm telling you, white people was observing it. They had to. Because how the hell would they get an Ethiopian word that got a play on king and a play on snake god, and they start using that on Black people? It doesn't make any sense. They had to see Black people calling each other that. That's why Black people call each other that today. They had to. But I think the Black Moors just told him it meant Negro, Black, colored, and that was what you would tell them. We just now telling you guys this today. That's what it actually means. hmm And again, the American Indians, like today, they a lot of the times again they will clash with the Royal Moors, but the ones from like the Dorman Conquest of 1066, the Scottish Irish, they did not, like the ones that did not sell them out, because many, like I said, many of them did, but the Lion of Judah is mixed and have a lot of American Indian mothers and grandparents because of the mixing to protect the alliance. Because again, there was a time, again, since the 1100s, where American Indians were traveling back and forth too. Now they taught me this. And then also Moors traveling back and forth before the slave trade, before Pacific slave trade, before transatlantic slave trade. And so they had already had some mixtures. They already knew, they was already trying to teach them contract law. They actually didn't teach them contract law. Unfortunately, it was forced on them. The Moors would come up with contract law. Um, We come from the, obviously the Phoenicians and the Babylonians, but study the rituals of them primal tribes from the east. You see, it's similar rituals for a reason. So put two and two together. They was teaching them. They were. It was it was already going back and forth. And so when that alliance was established, it was hard to just, as far as Jacobians, it was like, okay, what we already fucked up in the game. Do we want to be more fucked up in the game if we sell this faction of that alliance out? What the fuck else is gonna happen? What the fuck else gonna happen? So they didn't want to chance it, but others was like, fuck it. We out. We about to be free peoples of color. Fuck this. And it was also American Indians that chanced it too. Let's be real. Like, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't care about no holy Hebrew. Get the fuck out of here on the land. Like, you must be crazy. You niggas is crazy. But a lot of people from the line of Judah are mixed. They have a lot of American Indian mothers and grandparents because of again, trying to get access to the land, but then protecting that alliance. So they have to recognize that some Negas Moors were on the plantation teaching them, and American Indians knew this as well, teaching them, giving them game, and treating them, to be honest, as children. Now, again, that could be really annoying. Like back in those days, it wasn't a big deal. Today, when we do that, that's really annoying to them because they feel like you're not our damn mother, you're not our father anymore. Get out of here. That's how they treat us today. But back in those days, they would never talk to they because we were teaching them literal carpentry, speculative and operative masonry. The mixture between Hebrew and Commission again, it's that's why they pick on black people, say, oh, you speak pig Latin, oh, you speak these things, that type of thing. They degrade it, you know. I'm not saying they didn't teach us things because we learned shamanism, animism, you know. But we taught them like contract law, commission, some of the commission science, different portals, like how to like even and again, the Congolese taught like some things too, like the cosmogram, and then you have some of the Vodun energies and voodoo, because of some of the Haitians that came over too, and it's a variation of Obia, and then some variations of Shakti from Dravidians in Virginia and North Carolina. I cannot say that all Black Americans know this stuff or all this stuff pertains to all Black Americans. I cannot say that. I'm only speaking from my genealogy, my point of reference, my epigenetics, my bloodline, my spirit. I'm not trying to put this on all of us. I do think that some Black Americans can understand what I'm talking about, though. I do think it pertains to some people, just not all of us. And maybe more than what I realize, or maybe less than what I realize. I don't know. I don't have the exact number. But that's where they had the term, the magical Negro come from. Okay, it's a magical Negro. You know, like the Maya, what's it called? The Maya or something like that. What they call the magical Negro. That's a real thing because a lot of Black Americans are part Nagas. If you're part Nagas or even part Serpentine, the 33D, 125D mix, whatever. It's about now the spiritual essence of who you are as far as your soul. You're gonna have access to certain gifts. You know how they say the laying of the hands. People can heal with their hands. People can change the weather with their mind, or bring rain, or communicate with animals and shit. Divination, all types of stuff. There's people that could do that with no tools, no modality, even on a plantation. Obviously, they were constantly sabotaging. Some of the person won't get sick with this and all this stuff. You know, Now people say, well, it wasn't probably magical enough because your ass is still and fucked up in the game. The game is the game, and a bid is a bid. That's all I can say. That's obvious. But the niggas are scared to bleed too. Some, because you always had some revolts. Uh, but sometimes people think it's not always okay to just die on the battlefield. Sometimes it's okay to survive and use secret warfare to maneuver out of a situation into which your bloodline can finally be free, and like kind of like Moses in Exodus, or like your bloodline can live on, and then the next generation will get it and be free and fight or pick up where you left off. there was a group of people that believe in that. That's actually, I'll actually show you where that's coming from, because a lot of people may think that that's low level thinking, but I'll tell you that it's not. I'll actually break down some of the military science behind it from the Moors. Once again, as far as making that decision to just do that bid, I'll read to you some things and you decide yourself if that's uh, something that your bloodline would do or maybe not. Me personally, I have a different opinion on things. I'm just because I'm just that crazy bitch, as I like to say. So, okay, so let's see. Let's see. I'll actually will read the whole thing to you, and I just want you guys to just pick at will. What do you think? So, the secret warfare, there is integrity, and this is right for integrity, the greatest necessity when a man must deceive not only his enemies but his friends with integrity. And I include in the sincerity, loyal devotion to duty, and a sense of morality. One can withstand all hardships and ultimately turn hardships into a victory. This was the lesson that the instructors were constantly trying to instill in us. One of them put it this way: if you are genuinely pure in spirit, people will respond to you and cooperate with you. This is what it meant to me. As long as I remained pure inside, whatever measures I saw fit to take would eventually re rebound to the good of my country and countrymen. And at this time, we already knew that research on the atomic bomb was being carried out in the United States. It was being carried out in Japan too, but there were reports being indicated that America, which had far greater wealth and far more scientists, were considered ahead of Japan. Although our reports were a little better than rumors, we foresaw that eventually an atomic weapon would be used against Japan. In October 1944, the American forces landed on Leyte, and the overall situation was so grim that the people were beginning to talk seriously of an invasion of a homeland. We felt that every minute was bringing us closer to the time when we would be caught into action, and we saw it seriously. We were not seriously disturbed. We were sure even if the enemy did land in Japan, and in the end Japan would win, like nearly all countrymen, we considered Japan to be the invincible land of the gods. Okay. Now, at this time, if a soldier who had been taken a prisoner later, now this is the part where I want you to pay attention in terms of like why would someone uh, allow themselves to go into slavery and not, just revolt. And mind you, many people would revolt. If you have the Gullah Wars, you have the Maroons. But we say like a group that just would ride it out for and then help set up an infrastructure to where their people could be looked after into such a time and fight this war. And then at the precipice of a 1,000-year war, you have a group of fucking sellouts sell out $1 trillion fucking invention and align and pick AI and align with somebody from the tribe of Dan who's no longer in part of the fucking 12 tribes, because that tribe is so fucking jealous of the Lion of Judah. And we seen that because they so scared they don't want their records coming out. They trying to cover up crimes or they just want money. It's bullshit. But let me keep going. At the time, if a soldier who had been taken prisoner later managed to return, he was subject to court martial and possible death penalty. Even if the penalty was not carried out, he was so thoroughly ostracized by others that he might as well have been dead. Soldiers were supposed to give their lives for the cause, not grovel in enemy prison camps. That's how I am. That's my approach. I ain't gonna hold you. That's my approach. General Hitaki's top instrument for the military said explicitly, he who would not disgrace himself must be strong. He must remember always that the honor of his family is community, and he must strive fervently to live up to their trust in him. Do not live in shame as a prisoner. Die and leave no ignominious crime behind you. That's the Bushido Creed. That's what they teach certain groups of people in military science. But there's also another way of it using just secret warfare. And that, believe it or not, actually do come from the Hebrews. We were taught that it was permissible to be taken prisoner. By becoming prisoners, we were told we would place ourselves in a position to give the enemy false information. Indeed, there might be times when we ought to deliberately let ourselves be captured. This could be, for instance, be the best course when there is a need to communicate directly with others who had already been taken prisoner. In short, the lesson was that the end justifies the means. In such circumstance, we learned we would not be held liable by the army for having been captured. Instead, we would gain merit for having carried out our duty properly, engaged in secret warfare, and we would have to face the taunts of outsiders as best we could. Practically no one would be aware of our service to our country, but that is the fate of those who engage in secret warfare. It is not rewarding work in the ordinary sense of the term. In what then can those engaged in the kind of warfare place their hope? Military school and this they literally taught this dumb in this military school, and people do just that. This type of guerrilla warfare that we teach at the school is the same. There are no fixed rules. This is okay. I'm not going to get into all of that. In one sense, retraining received can be compared with what is really called. You don't want to get all that online, but you get the point. So there were. That's one of the reasons why you would say, well, why would the Hebrew Moors just not sell out? It was a different because we talk about losing a Jacobite war. They lost a war, but they fought. They went behind enemy lines, and because they had people on the inside that they wanted to protect, bloodline. So that's why. And so it's interesting. See, honestly, like I said, that's believe it or not, that's not a lot of the Moorish women approach. Actually, we don't teach them. We don't teach that in the GIA. We don't teach that. We do the other way, the first one, where it's better to just die with. Why do you think there's not a lot of Moorish women around? Seriously, like you don't ever hear about Moorish women talking. You would see Moorish men. You ever notice that? Them women, when that Queen Mothership, okay, we dying. Who gives a fuck? Like it was already a thing. Like even when you study like the wars between the black nobility, and it was like, okay, you gonna lay down, you gonna get with this program, or are you gonna die, or are you gonna act like you're getting with the program? So some women decided to act like they get with the program, but then some women was like, them niggas is sitting up there messing with our genetics, they gene splicing and shit, they doing illegal experiments with genetics. They was doing this stuff. See, the women knew because they ended up teaching them, and it backfired on them. And so they said a lot of the women went into hiding. A lot of them just said, fuck it, they died. And they did kill a lot of black women's, whether they were, whatever, especially the ones that were in priesthoods, any sort of women that were in secret societies, any type of priestess. Why do you think even when you see like King James, he was so obsessed with witches? That's where it come from. It was still that thing, like, let's just get rid of all the black women that we know got magic in them, or the magic Negroes. Let's get rid of anybody any woman that could have capabilities of certain quantum entanglement and knowledge of Atlantean science, knowledge of controlling the weather and all this shit. Get rid of all the motherfuckers. And so 50,000 mommy wanted priestesses, it wasn't they all weren't priestesses, but they all from that bloodline. The bloodline of those mommy wanted priestesses, they had to go first. They was on them chop. They chop off their breasts and burn them alive because it was literally an overthrow of a system. So anybody, like, since they had tribes of women that they knew come from certain priestesses, even if they weren't, say, the priestess itself, it was like they all had to go because they all had the potential to understand that knowledge because it's the epigenetics just from the, they call it the serpent energy rising, you know. And so chance to that means that psychically you could do a lot of damage even in warfare. That's why it's so obvious. You should be. I mean, come on. It's not that. It's this. That's just like how did remember Sun Ra was like, dude, did y'all know how World War II they'll have a bunch of they'll have covens and all this stuff and dark mothers and all this shit. I think that shit is a game. They use that. Every king has a group of queen mothers that. What do you think the queen mothers were? Very much adapt in any sciences you could think of, multiple sciences, and didn't have to go and learn them. Yeah, a lot of them went to the mystery schools, but didn't even have to do that because it was so embedded in a. See, black people advance with especially Nagas beings. Nagas beings, they have advanced with epigenetics and they understand how to transfer science without having to teach anything. You ain't got to go to, go pick up all these books and learn all these. Oh, I gotta learn all these sciences from different. Especially because back in the day, you had to go and travel to the mystery schools. That's how Yasha would do it, especially the men. The men had to go and actually travel to India, go and travel to Egypt, go and travel to Judea, go and travel to West Africa, go and travel to the Americas, go and travel and learn all these knowledge, go and travel and learn about the Druids, and to go and travel and learn about uh, Meganetter, go and travel and learn about Kabbalah, go and travel. You actually had to do this, the men do, but a lot of times the women didn't. So that was another reason why they came for the women. It was like, oh hell no, these bitches are sitting there with that type of advantage. That's a major advantage. But again, you can't get that. You can't lose your advantage unless somebody is in on selling you out. That's the same thing that happened with black people in mass. Black people talking about they got melanin, they got this, they got that, they got souls, they got powers. Yeah, it's probably true, and it most likely is true. But somebody that's within your camp is working with that other side to protect them and give them access to that magic, or is doing the magic for them for money. It has to be. especially when it comes to this system. I'm talking about as a military scientist. I'm like, it's clear as day. I even think we found some of this, the niggas that's doing it too. We found a group of them. Now we try to figure out, okay, we still haven't determined. But at this point, we pretty much wrapping up like, okay, whatever. But you know, it's obvious. It's obvious that nobody gets access to that level because and I've saw it spiritually. I've never talked about that publicly and never will. But I know for a fact that it's a group of black serpentine full bloods, pure bloods that have sold they soul, not sold they soul, they didn't sell they soul. They pretty much just working with that other side to keep everybody else fucked up in the game. They didn't even sell they soul. That's the only way that could work. Now they get paid though. They get paid big money to do it too. I hope one day people figure that out too, like how I did. And I have been scared to talk about it. To me, I just can't do that. You know, my thing is they could. We trying to figure out if they just niggas behind enemy lines giving false information. At this point, it don't matter. We have to still continue to treat them accordingly. You know, we have to. You can't chance that. That's just sloppy. But I see it in the spiritual realm. Sure do. But I have to say, even amongst the Scottish and American Indians, Scottish, Irish, and American Indians, as far as those Moors, Black Moors, back in those days, again, we would look at more of magical Negro, teaching them things, and so like treating them like children because we're Nagas beings. I'm not saying that American Indians are not Nagas, but a lot of them have a lot of Pleiadian energies in them. Pleiades start even if you look at like uh, Indian tribes, they talk about Pleiades in North America more so than other star constellations. They even mention Orion somewhat, but you always hear about Pleiades. You know what I mean? And so that's a different energy than from where the Nagas come from, which is more of the Sirius, Orion, other stuff, Nibiru, Atlantis, all that. I mean, people could laugh at this stuff. Oh, that's just pseudo. We don't give a fuck. We spiritual niggas. We connected with God. We understand ourselves. We ain't connected to this matrix system. So we don't care if you want to laugh at us and stuff. And we very freaking intelligent and got high IQs. So we both. We intellects and we spiritual. So we don't care that you want to pick on us. Okay. But a lot of the Nagas are 125D Atlanteans. Y'all could laugh and say, oh, that sounds so crazy. Okay, fine, fine. Just like the Commissions, so Commission science and Hebrew science, you could tell it's remnants. You could tell it's brothers remnants of. Could look at it instantly and say, oh, that's the remnants. It truly is. Because I could look at some of the Black Americans. I remember when I was in my quantum entanglement in May, and I was like, why are these Black Americans in why are these Atlanteans in these conditions? Sounding crazy as cat shit. Why are they in these conditions? But really it was like my star system, like their dimensions, they still a dimension. They really are. It's still a dimension. When you talk with the American Indians, back to what my point is, they have a lot of more of the Pleiades energies. It's a different, still a lot of hot fire too. And they got a lot of snakes. That's why a lot of the Mexicans, they get a lot of deal with a lot of snakes too. They like a lot of that snake stuff. And it's like a red fire, I think, like hot, like spices. When I think of the Pleiades energies, orange, the color orange, red, the orange, yellows, and reds and stuff. Um, like that's what I think of when I think of the Pleiades systems. Um, but that's where they come. A lot of them talk about that back in those days. But they would look at us as kind of like, it was like, okay, we know we have, some of the same energies, but we clearly tell it's a different vibe in your epigenetics. But since the Atlanteans, they always feel like they like to do the smackdown on everywhere they go. So they like to teach. They always want to be in a position of teaching, always want to be in the position of taking care of everybody. So the American Indians, like whatever, like they knew they would like we see us as kids, but they were respected. We look at them as intelligent too, but they were interested in learning what we knew, is what I'm saying. They're interested in learning what we knew because to be honest, I mean, magical Negroes, moving shit with your mind and all this stuff and doing certain things. So they would listen and they were interested in learning about some of the stuff that we knew and vice versa. But also, now we're talking about, you know, how we always also had that swagger. Like a lot of the Scottish Irish black folks from the 1500s to 1820. I mean, we're talking about royal bloodlines that got fucked up in the game that lost the war, but they will always swag the fuck out and swagger because we had checked the sellout Moors. We could check the sellout Moors and the sellout Nagas and even the white folks, believe it or not, back in those days. So that was another reason why the American Indians would look up to us back in those days. Because we just walk with a lot of swagger and a lot of arrogance. But today, they don't, they just out of, I don't know, they it's a difference now. But I also want to talk about when we talk about black Scottish Irish people, as far as like those that were part of the royal monarchy of Ireland and Scotland, they left from 1500 to 1850. 18, actually, I'll cut it off at 1830 because this is getting ridiculous. So it also means a lot of them went over to the Caribbeans too, right? So today, I would say a couple of weeks ago, we saw this Black Scottish going viral. I would say that if they have not been over there at least since the 1830s, that's not the same group of people I'm talking about. The Jacobians. That's not the same group of people. The Jacobians went to America a long time ago and kept their records and hid their bloodline purposely. They were a secret society that was a part of the Knights Templar and fought in the Crusades, and for different reasons. Like y'all thinking we fighting over some Bible religion stuff. No, it's literally like Nagas bloodlines fighting each other. Nagas 33, Nagas 125B are mixed, uh, fighting for reasons that you would never believe, and it is spiritual warfare. And um, you take with that what you will. Don't trivialize it or reduce it down to niggas trying to fight about some Bible stuff, because that's not what it's really about. We're talking about somebody that's poaching, that's trying to kill off and steal our motherfucking identity and put us in positions where they want us to teach them our science and stuff and then enslave us and stuff. Like it's real out here. Okay. So if you have like say a black person over there today that haven't been over there since like the 1830s at least or before, and that's like the latest cutoff. Is that is rare because honestly they left. They rare. It's very rare. It's very, very rare because they went to Americas because there's stations in America. Went to Americas, Jamaica, North America, South America. It would have been no point. You got exile out of Spain, exile out of Ireland, the Norman Conquest. All of those Masons had to flee to America. Okay. So a black person over there, with the exception of the Caribbeans, they have 5,000 Scottish Caribbeans that went back. The Jamaicans. Now that's probably people that have lineage there, going back from the 1600, going back, from that Moorish rule, and so you may have a connection with them. But the people that's just showed up when they was 2 years old or 5 years old in the 1900s or the 1990 or 1980s, that's not the same group of people. They're not Scottish Irish people. Like we wouldn't see them that way. I mean, they're migrants. That don't mean we can't connect with them or be cool with black Scottish people, but that's not what we're talking about. That's just not the same. That should be obvious, and it should not be hard to understand. It should not be hard to understand. We have Evolve in the building. Oh, and we have Ty in the building too. That's what's up. And so it should not be something that's just so hard to understand. But we did always see them as children. Okay. Um, and like I said, I'm not trying to separate, how people say, oh, you're trying to I'm not trying to start no beef with the Black Scottish over there today. I'm just saying, like, there's a clear demarcation because that group had left. If we talking about Jacobians, like they lost a war and left the Jacobite Wars. That war is really still being fought out today. We literally like it's still like it's crazy. So we have no connection to them. They are not Sephardic Moors by the way of Tanis, Rome, and Ireland. That bloodline, that's a secret society that has impeccable records. And then those are Nagas beings. They know how to identify each other even without the records. Okay, seriously. So Sephardic Moors, they know is from Tanis, Rome, Ireland. Okay, obviously before Tanis, probably some places in West Africa, a Songhai Empire, Mali Empire, so Takeda. Um, Set up empires, set up stations, build some alliances, bring people in to fold, and fold. Uh, Shit go wrong, treaties get wrong, get broken, you tear it down, you move on to another empire, build another. Generally, that's kind of what it's been like, but we always been in the driving seat. And if we're not in the driving seat, it will not be built. It's as simple as that. Um, even in America, we were in the driving seat. It was just the faction of us that wouldn't sell out, the faction of us that decided to just do the bid. But it was still even the infrastructure of America. They were still in the driving seat. They just didn't want you to know. They just hit it. Yes, they did. And um, to be honest, a lot of them are looked at as, and were looked at as even then as sellouts. um, but again, it's because the difference in the military science. They believe, okay, we go behind enemy lines, we'll do secret warfare and give misinformation and figure it out. Let's just survive. Whereas the other group is like, well, we'll just die. You have a lot of Black Americans that just decide to die. Like, fuck this, we're just gonna die. And you have another group that's just like, well, set it up. You look the other way with certain things. Set it up where we on certain plantations together with the same bloodline, with an overseer that's a part of the bloodline, with a master that's low key a part of the bloodline, or some John Brown type shit. Like, set it up, figure it out, niggas, figure it out, because y'all got us in this situation. Get us the fuck out. Figure it out. Okay, we gonna play. Play dead, play the game, play it, whatever. But look out for us. No questions asked. Look out for us, niggas. If you gonna go up there and give on and build that empire for them and teach them that science, look out for us. And they had agreed to do it. They didn't agree. I mean, they agreed, but they didn't do that. Come Reconstruction period. Reconstruction. Yeah, they made the deal, then they did it in 1960s, and they did it again in 2022. And that's why we said we gotta tear this whole shit down because y'all, these motherfuckers is tripping. They trying to kill the last Judai heirs out of jealousy and willing to sell them out for money. And not just Judai heirs, all of Black America, to be honest, American Indian, Negro, whatever you call yourself, Moor, whatever you call yourself. African American. What's the other one? Colored, whatever you call it. They gunning for everybody, and it's like, no, y'all niggas is tripping. And it goes outside of just Black America because they even got into the bloodlines, other bloodlines that they trying to get access to. So it's like y'all playing too dirty for us. Like, we damn sure ain't building nothing else. We're not in the driver's seat. There's no point. So they just try to steal my inventions and steal Black people's inventions. Watching our every little move, watching every little thing you do, satellites they can see in your house and shit. You know, it's getting real creepy out here. It's getting real spooky out here. So you have to be careful what you put, what we talk about. And that's why I say, see me talk about certain things like that no more. Online stuff. I was really reckless. I didn't know the state of what was going on, how severe it was. Like, I remember I had a friend in 2023. She had told me, she said, you have no fucking idea how the world really works, dude. You really don't know what is going on down here. It's like you in a fucking space cadet. It's like you in a whole nother reality, dude. And she said, you really don't have no idea how the world works. And I didn't. And that was in 2023. I'm 31 years old. I was 31 and 32. They're 31. And I didn't. I couldn't see like how she could see like as far as the spiritual aspects of this, how people was trying to fight to get out of something. How the Jews was doing Black Americans and all that. I couldn't see none of that. I couldn't see it. You know what I mean? Like it's like you'll hear something about certain things or whatever, but seeing it spiritually is a whole other thing. And then even if you did, like I started seeing stuff in 2022, but I second guessed myself, didn't trust myself, didn't understand what it was. So it's wild. It's a real thing. But we did tell, I better figure that out and look out for us. And to be honest, we was always looked out for, I have to say. We was always looked out for. And I have to say, again, when we see how like some of those Scottish Irish was talking on YouTube, they would never talk to a Black American like that, because that's how you could tell they not a actual Black Scottish Irish person, and they don't have a swag. I'm telling you, their swaggers through the roof. The swaggers through the motherfucking roof. I'll show you some Black Americans that got that um that's given Scottish Irish European energy from the way we would act. Like you could tell they still swag the fuck out. They, it's you could tell. Um, but when the Black Americans, with American Indians, we see them as children. So like as our children, not like little ass kids. Like oh these are our children that we're going to teach the Naga science to from our dimension, because they come more connected to the Pleiades constellation. And so we sometimes you cuss your ass out, you know, sometimes. Um, but I remember there's Black Americans that was getting mad when I addressed them as y'all. I remember I was calling it was American, it was an Indian. I was saying y'all need to stop. I was like y'all better stop doing y'all. And he was like, first of all, when you're talking to Black folks, you don't address us as y'all. Actually, Moors always say y'all, y'all. Y-A and then A-L-L. You have to break that down. Your frequencies. See, they forgot. There's Black people forgot, or they never learned it. Um, the frequency of sounds of a word, what it translates to in the spiritual realm. Y'all is a secret word. Is a sacred word. It has Yah and then all. And that is a secret code that requires knowledge of Imaginary. That they got snoozed. So when we were blessing you, and we say y'all niggas better listen up. Remember how I told you that's how the American Indian would say, that's how they used to talk to us on the plantation. That's how Ralph Bunche used to talk to Black Americans. A person that died by the state killed him, riddled him up, and because he was galvanizing Black Americans so fast and leader. He was an excellent leader, but he was a part of it. For those who don't know, he was a Black Panther, and he was one of the ones that they smoked, early on, because those Black, for one, he went to, I think he went to UCLA, but the way he would talk, he was able to get some of the hood niggas and college niggas in one room and train them in military science and get them disciplined. And so one of the ways he would get them disciplined, he would talk crazy. I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all niggas, you motherfuckers, y'all niggas better listen up. Now, if somebody say that, y'all, that's people don't know what, I don't want to talk what all that means online. I don't want to teach that with that. I want to I'll teach it offline, but I'm saying I don't want to teach that online. But I'll tell you what I won't, you just know that the word Yah, Y-A, and you got A-L-L. Listen to this. Niggas, better listen up. Niggas, snake gods. But that word Yah is also very sacred. And you could say king too, but Yah, oh, that's a powerful. I really want to teach what that means, but I don't. But they were frustrated. If they were frustrated, they'll say with the hard ER, but it also means snake god of the river, because the Moors conquered the seas and the rivers. We're good with that. And the American Indians understand river too. So with the word Yah, I'll explain, because it's a Hebrew, it's a play on Hebrew, and it's mixed with some of the Commission stuff too. Um, I'll show you this. You ever listen to the song Toto, Kissing You? I'm gonna show you how, like, a lot of Black Americans have a lot of, let me say, Okay, some of them are in a line of Judah. A lot of them, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, a lot of them made it way to the music industry. Why? Because obviously a lot of people from that tribe are excellent in music naturally. Naturally, it's just what it is, what it is. Naturally gifted in music because of, you know what, you have Nagas 33 or even 125B. You sure you know. But y'all remember when I'll give you a bunch of Black American songs that got this YA in it, yeah, okay, um, or yay, because it says yay, 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 yay. What was that? Yeah, yeah. Remember in Total Kissing You is oh and other things you know. Kissing you is ooh. But remember when she was saying, um, okay. Pride in your mind. I'm trying to just get the lyrics of them. Yeah, 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 yeah. Remember total the three Black women started saying, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, YA and YE it translates into the same frequency, but it's yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, that's one thing, right? With this YA. Now, another group, remember Clark Sisters. Remember when they say, yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing and nothing. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's still YA, YA, YA. Yeah, 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 yeah. Again, when you say ALL, that's a whole, it changes the whole frequency of it. If you put y'all, you put yeah, YA and then them two L's under it, you change the whole entire frequency. You make it 1,000 times more powerful. So when I was saying y'all niggas and Black Americans was cussing me out, ooh, they was like, and you gotta figure like I was shocked. I couldn't understand why they were doing that to me, but they don't understand like they don't understand frequencies of words anymore or how the secret codes of duality in the words. And so like certain things were like, yeah, it could sound like she's badgering, she's hollering at us. But if they would have known that the science behind it, and you can't, and it was wrong for me to assume that they would have known, you know. Um, but if you even if you look at like even some of the Indian tribes, Algonquians tribes always use YA. Pim, Yamahawk. Pim is the tribe in um North Carolina. Y'all, so it's spelled with YA. You ever see Black Americans? They use a lot of YA. Yana, Shikana. It's all that YA. Pay attention if your name got a YA in it. Some they not that's not just something just happenstance. Okay? If it ain't got a YA, or if your name even got YA and there's some L's in it, two L's or something like that, that's not just happenstance. Remember the Clark sisters say, yeah, 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 yeah. Now remember, these are another group, Destiny's Child, who was inspired by the Clark sisters. They sing, when you say, yeah, no, 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 no. When you say, yeah, 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 yeah. When you say, no, 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 no. When you say, yeah, 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 yeah. You just think that all these Black women are saying, yeah, 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 yeah. All these different songs, Y-A-Y. And y'all don't think, y'all just put that together? That's how you can tell that I could tell I'm not saying but I'm just saying like the fact that they kept that tradition and then these names. You look at a lot of Black American names got YA in it. Okay. And so that's where that's coming from. That's why when I was saying y'all. Now if you know what y'all means, or even if you want to look at it gay, but if you know um what the ALL stands for, then you should know if someone is calling you y'all and then saying niggas, and niggas is nagas, snake gods, or just god or kings. If you don't like to call yourself a snake god or king in Ethiopian, that's it's just the way a certain bloodline communicate with each other, even when they get set. If they see you goofing off, if you see you're not focused enough, but it doesn't mean they don't love you. It doesn't mean that they're trying to be degrading or they're trying to be like how like the white people were doing it. It's not the same. It's not the same. Um, you know, And like I said, in the Nakhti order, the one of the worst things to do is to be uninformed, but obviously you give grace. We could work on spiritual discipline, but coveting and being loud and wrong out of jealousy and disrespecting the rank, that's a no-go. That's a no-go to Nagas beings. That's just ego to us. Okay. The best idea wins in our order. Not just ego. It's a following framework, your logic, your intuition, your evidence, your pattern recognition, your triangulation analysis, your aversion intelligence to test your intuition. But your intuition is on point. Even if you just go with intuition, believe it or not, you got to develop the framework to justify the intuition. Like when I was calling out COINTELPRO in 2022, I didn't have the justification for my intuition. That's why I developed the pattern recognition, the triangulation analysis, and the reversion intelligence analysis, and then multiple reversion linear intelligence just to verify the intuition. Because sometimes intuition can't be wrong. Sometimes you may be paranoid, or you may be overthinking, or your gut. So you have to still develop a framework just to test your intuition. Or you saying somebody is an agent, you talking crazy. You ain't got no evidence of that. You said you saw some shit in the spiritual. What the fuck that mean? What that mean? What? And so that's why I developed triangulation discernment analysis, so that can do that. And then again, like in knock the order, disrespecting the rank is a no go to Nakas. But it ain't just because of okay. How did you get the rank? Because of your integrity, because of your evidence, your logic, your logos, your pathos, your credos. Okay, it's not just random person. Now some people do. Even if you're a bloodliner, you should have integrity any motherfucking ways. Or else if you ain't no real bloodliner, you ain't no real 125D or no 33D, then or somebody of a high frequency. You can't be. Okay. I'll tell you this story. When I talk about now we're going to segue into the Lion of Judah. Matter of fact, I'll tell you before that, because I still want to wrap up. Before we go into the Lion of Judah, I just want to tell you one more story about the American Indians and Black Americans. I went to school 57 on Sierra Street, Buffalo, in my formative years. I was in second grade. And in the first grade, I had a teacher named Miss Phillips. Um, she was the one that would baby us a lot, baby me. She put me in the side. That's when she took me up when everybody else went home, and had this a bag of goodies for me. It was a toy dog named Buster, where they got a little button and they're pressing it, go woof woof woof, and then a bunch of candy in there. The car, it had no money in it. But she showed me the Star of David, and she was crying because I guess she knew that they had switched the bloodlines or something. Like she knew that all these black little ass kids, like she knew something, and she was crying heavy. And she had gave me like this bag. I guess she said, "Don't tell none of the kids when you go back downstairs. Don't tell them that I gave this to you." And don't talk. And she was putting it in my book bag for me, but in that bag was a gift bag, and it had a bunch of candies. Um, and that dog, the toy dog named Buster, and she was crying. And then she showed me, because I guess she knew, like, damn, like we doing these people dirty, these black kids in the hood, and everybody know Broadway Street in Buffalo, that's the hood, Sears and all that, Warren. I mean, I don't know where it's doing now, but it used to be the hood when I was growing up. We went to school 57. Um, so that was in first grade. Second grade, if I'm lying, I am dying. If I'm lying. I had a teacher named Miss Keith Henners. They invited a native. This was Miss Keith Henners, Miss Phillips. We went to the you know how every school kind of got like a library section. We went to the library section of the school, and they sat us down. It was that same class though. It was only like 25 students. Now this story I'm about to tell y'all. That's how you can tell like with government programs or some shit like that. This shit is real. I was in foster care at this time. Straight up foster care. But these 25 kids, they invited one of the Mongoloid Native American tribes out. And you know how like when you invite the tribes from the reservations and they purposely dress up like in the native gear, but that is not how they really dress on the reservations. They wear American clothing or Western clothing rather. Um, but when they came, they had like all these feathers and all this stuff in it. They had the typical red look. But they came to school 57 to visit us, this class, the same 25 students, that the same group of kids that were in the same class with me with Miss Phillips. Um, and they gave us the turtle rattle, like so a real turtle rattles. We made turtle rattles too. And this is the kicker for those that like to say, and I'm not saying we the same as these people, because you have the copper colors and you have the red ones, right? But check this out. If it was either Iroquois or the Cayuga, because I know they got Seneca out there, but in Buffalo, New York, what was it? I can't remember if it was the Cayuga. They got Cayuga, well, one of them Native American tribes. They came and visited 57. They was teaching us about their culture. Because again, I guess the government, somebody was looking out, that somebody knew this group of kids. For one, they come from this particular tribe, not that tribe, but if we talking about like that line of Judah, so that's why that Miss Phillips, took me to the side and was showing me that Star of David. But somebody also was looking out because again, it was weird, 57, even though it was a hood school, like what are the chances that that native tribe, they only came to our classroom? But it gets creepier. Check this out. We make these rattles. Mind you, I guess something in they, I don't know what that was about. Is because they were the Mongoloids, but they adopted us. They said, look, we're creating a certificate of adoption for you into our tribe. And we want you to go home and take this certificate and give this to your parents. They was setting up a play where they was looking out for 25 students and they was hoping that the parents would go and get registered and get them indigenous ID. Now at the time, obviously they didn't say that. We don't know what the fuck going on. We just kids. But they had, if I'm lying, I swear I cannot make this up. They had certificates in their hand with their tribe name, and it was again, it wasn't all the kids at 57. It was just they had knew, because you got to figure, I was in a foster care system, so they had already knew who was who as far as genealogy and all that shit. Like they know, like, okay, these because it was a lot of Black Americans, believe it or not, in 57. I ain't even gonna hold you. They were saying they were Cherokee. They were, you know, going by Black American, and saying my grandma's Indian. They was already doing that, so it wasn't no big deal. But for a tribe, a Cayuga, it was either Cayuga, it was one of them tribes. I mean, I can't just make this shit up. This is not just entertainment. Like, this is my life. Like, I was actually like bugging the other day. I'm like, dude, I forgot. Like they was trying to set up a play because they kept saying, take the certificate. This is a certificate of adoption into our tribe. Give the certificate to your parents. And I guess what the parents were supposed to do is say, "Oh shit! Like, look up, my child is in. Get my child need to come up with one of them. Y'all need to come up off of one of them indigenous, tribal cards so that they can get some of them reservation benefits, casinos, access to whatever the school, and the access to the benefits of schools and healthcare and all that stuff that the five civilized tribes get. It was a play. They was trying to help us, and it was only 25 of us. So I guess they knew, like, okay, well, they not in a tribe. They just niggas. They not in a tribe. But we know through their genealogy, and because the government got all the, come on, the government got they know how to track some genealogy. You think you're the only one that can take your ass on ancestry.com or go to the damn what's them people who got what's that religious group of them people? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. They got access to our records. Obviously, the libraries do too. Some of them state courthouses, but The Amish. That's not the Amish. It's not the Amish. What's that other group? Oh, I gotta look it up. Start with a M, right? It's driving me. I want to actually go and look it up. It's not the Mormons. Mormons got why did the Mormons got access to all of the Black American genealogy records? They were looked at as custodians to protect those records. They were paid to. Yes, they were. They were paid handsomely. I'm not saying the ones today. I'm just saying the setup. They were told. Yeah, so somebody Ancient Gardens put it in there. The Mormons. Yep. Um, they were told they had to watch over them records for Black Americans. But our government also has some of them records in the state house, courthouses, and all that stuff. And then obviously they digitize a lot of that stuff on ancestry.com. And then there's other ancestry databases besides genealogy databases besides ancestry.com. But for some reason they knew, okay, these 25 kids, let's go visit them. And I remember we were all tight. We were close because we had known each other since kindergarten. So they kept, keeping us all together, obviously. And by that time, we had saw how each other's parents had looked. Okay, we had knew, like, we was looking at, I remember a girl named Diamond. I'm like, her father. It was obvious, like, dude, your father is Indian as fuck. Like, I remember Nathaniel. We was like, dude, look, you look like an Indian. Like, it was so many because again, in our minds, an Indian wasn't a red person. It was a certain look though, and we kind of knew we intuitively knew it was something with Black Americans because our parents had already told us that either our grandmas or our parents. Like my mom had already mentioned it too, even before I had got into foster care. So it was something I had already knew. Even my Aunt Virginia had told us too. Um, so it was something like when they came, we was a little confused. I ain't gonna hold you because they did. We saw the feathers and all this stuff, and they looked like the red ones. But so we was like, okay, but y'all gonna adopt us, whatever. We was playing, like we was having a ball with them little turtle rattlesnake though. I ain't even gonna hold you. That turtle rattlesnake. Ooh, that was so fun. Uh what's it called? No, was it let me that was let me call it what's it called? I'm gonna look it up. Turtle rattle. It's actually I keep calling it rattlesnake. It's just a turtle rattle. This right here. Oh, we had a ball with that. We made these. Mm-hmm. Because it was like they was teaching us this stuff. They was teaching. I'm telling you, we had a ball with these. Yep, sure did. Oh, I loved making that. It was the funnest project ever. And we was, how kids love to shake, 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 shake. Oh, we was shaking it. All the teachers was like, "Oh, please stop shaking." We couldn't stop shaking, shake, 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 shake. That was so fun to us. Oh, we had a ball with these little things. They easy to make too. We made them with our hands and stuff. But it was so interesting when they came out at the end of the session because it was like an all day thing. We had lunch and whatnot, but we was in that library. They was just teaching us and go. But when they said and it was like they had a stand in like kind of like an initiation too. It was kind of weird. Um, and so they had they say they said some words like had like an actual ceremony and they say we now adopting you into our tribe and we're gonna put each of your names on this certificate for one student your name and make sure you give the certificate. It is an authentic certificate. Give it to your parents. And I honestly wish they would have invited the parents there and told them, maybe it's on a not on a Nation. I don't know if it was one of them. Um, I wish they probably should have just, told them, I think it was a known thing that probably Black Americans back in those days were discussing how do we get, if you're not on the Dow's rolls or if you're not on these rolls, then how do we get if we don't if we just didn't and we wild like so wild and we don't have the records, how do we get recognition and get some of the access to those benefits? So I guess that was one way. um and so I did give the certificate to Granny I did give it to her, but I think, for her, I think she kept it. But honestly, my granny was a little disorganized with paperwork sometimes, where she put all the paperwork in a bag, a big old bag. And when she died, one of her granddaughters honestly threw a lot of that paperwork away. It wasn't that she was disorganized; it's that she didn't keep it like in a briefcase or like a. Uh, it wasn't, like, nothing like that. But because my birth certificate, my actual real birth certificate, and all that stuff had got thrown away because the granddaughter threw it away. She didn't like it. She was always jealous of the foster care kids. And when my granny adopted us, it made her even jealous. So that's probably why she did that. But I did give her the certificate. I did. I said, "This is what we did at school." They said they adopted us into some. It was just I didn't know what to say. I like they said they adopted us into some tribe, and she was like, "What?" Like, okay, okay. But I'm pretty sure for like the black people, parents who are a little more in the know or was looking, waiting for that opportunity, they probably took that certificate up there. That was the play. That was what they were supposed to do, and really go and prove that here's a record. We do have an official adoption record on, you know, to apply for the card, or even for maybe some of the benefits or whatever was going on at the time in Buffalo. Because honestly, I ain't even gonna hold you. As a Black American, my aunt Joanne, which is Steenie's sister, that was Aunt Steenie was killed in the Buffalo massacre at Tops. That's Aunt Joanne's sister. That was my granny's, but that's through marriage. My granny's my granny's brother married into their bloodline, but it's really the same bloodline. I'm pretty sure that in genealogy they're related because they're the Daniels. They're the Daniels. But anyways, I ain't gonna hold you. My granny, Aunt Joanne, she would pack us in the van, all of us, and we would go to the Indian reservation. If I'm lying, I'm flying. They would go and get something on discount, tobacco on discount. Yeah, some type of, they would buy stuff in bulk. I don't know what that was about because I guess they didn't have to pay no taxes or something like that. But that's kind of like the norm growing up. Like growing up, you talk to Black Americans, they was always driving to a reservation to get something, but it was something that they would get a deal on though. Something they were getting a deal on. It wasn't just they were driving out there for fun. It was they were buying stuff, but they were getting it was something they were getting in bulk. And so I'm thinking like perhaps, obviously, I don't think we had the Sam's Club there yet. I don't think either we didn't have Sam's Club in Buffalo or something, or you know what I mean. Like, I don't understand why we was going out there for them to get some. I just remember saying we don't have to pay taxes on it, and then we can get it in bulk. That's all I remember them saying as a kid. I know it was some with tobacco for sure, but they were getting other stuff too. And so I thought that was cool. I didn't understand where we were going out there, but we knew it was the reservation. And then you go to school, you talk to your friends and say, "Oh yeah, my granny does that too," or "My mom does that too." We drive out, and it was just it was the norm, you know. At least in Buffalo, in Buffalo, New York. Yeah, but that's what happened. Now, we didn't. My granny didn't think to do much with that certificate when she was alive. She literally died 1 year later after that. But I thought about that, and I was like, wow, I think they was trying to set up a play because I think the government technically knew that a lot of them Black Americans were misclassified then, and they were Indian because of the mothers, and then a lot of them, you know, uh, coming from certain bloodlines. Yep. Hmm. Yeah, I just want to talk about like right now, kind of going through uh, that intuitive space. When we talk about like quantum entanglement, that's more so like the sudden breaking forth of the light. And so it could kind of come off very messy and kind of like, how like some of the Voodoo practices, but it's the sudden breaking forth of light indicates the existence of stored up reservoirs of spiritual experience. They're actually gained from your previous lifetimes. So that's why it comes off like this person is just seeing all this stuff with previous lifetimes and whatnot. And I'll give you an example of that. Yeshua saw that Saul had a spiritual capacity that turned into right channels, would do great good. So he took some pains to awaken in Saul the true light and thereby restrain the destructive zeal that possessed him. So he is a chosen vessel unto me to bear my name before the Gentiles and kings and the children of Israel. Spiritual nature develops in man as the other attributes of his character develop. As he thinketh within himself, so is he. It is a statement of the law that has no exceptions. Man develops the capacity to do what he sets out to do. If one makes no start, one never goes. And idle wishes, fools stay. Be there a will, then wisdom finds a way. And so that's something that I learned, and I'm still learning. But that sudden breaking of light, that's kind of like what quantum entanglement is. It's like so then it's like this outburst of the reservoirs of spiritual experience that you gain from your previous lives and sometimes even possession. Um, Deep shit. But now we want to talk about how the Lion of Judah is not the Demiurge. And then we want to get into like talk a little bit about some of the Scottish Irish too. Matter of fact, I guess I'll do that now because again, I had saw this, and this let me, like again, I wanted to make that distinction that not everybody, not these Black Scottish people that migrated, maybe 10 years ago. That's not who I was talking about when we talk about the Jacobite bloodline that made it to America, with the exception of the 5,000 Jamaicans that's over there. So let's actually play this in like the way how is the way that she's talking. That's not how a Black Scottish person that's indigenous that's been over there from the royal monarchy going back to the 1600s and even before then, they wouldn't talk to a Black American like this because that's not how we ever. I mean, if we're hollering at them or something, that's different. But she, for one, it was a secret bloodline from an order that decided to keep their bloodline secret, and they went to America hundreds of years ago, and now pretty much identify as Black American, or even they're part American Indian now, or they still go by Moors. And so it was really no point to talk to a Black American like the way she's talking to him. That's how you can tell like it's a foreign. If I feel it's a real foreign energy spiritual wise. Now there's Caribbeans over there when they talk, I'm like, okay, they you could tell that they have some indigenous leanings from the Jacobins that left Ireland, that left Ireland, went to in Scotland and went into Jamaica. And unfortunately many of them um set up as colonizer and or slave, right? So I'll play this and you could just tell from the spirit that this is an African, and I don't have no beef with no Africans whatsoever. But this is somebody that recently migrated over there. And I bet you if you ask her, she probably came when she was like 3 years old or something. That's not the Black Scottish people from the Jacobite Wars or the Norman Conquest of 1066. It's just not. We talking about 1066. Year 1066. Those were niggas. Those were Moors. Yeah, they left. They came to America or the Americas or Jamaica. They ain't the same people that went over there when you 3 years old from Zimbabwe or something. That's not the same group. And again, this is not about causing division or causing that rift. Because again, if there's Black Scottish over there today, and they say, well, we like to get along with Black Americans. We don't have no beef with you. We think y'all cool. That's great. This is not to shun them, right? I'm just saying that I'm just telling Black Americans for genealogy purposes. Okay. And that's just obvious. But this is not to, but when they start talking like this, it's like that's not how we talk or even look or even move. Now the skin color, yes, that is how a lot of them look as far as that skin color, but that swag and that way she's talking, that's not how a Jacobite will ever talk, or a Sephardic Moor would ever talk to a Black American. I'll play it. Watch this.
To the white Scottish women, just like really quick, just really quick, three little words of advice, tips, as you might call them. Okay, just real brief. I'll keep my team brief. Number one, When Black people in America or Black Americans direct a question at somebody that is a part of the Black diaspora, the question is meant to be answered by Black people of that diaspora. Just saying that, like, you coming on and saying that you all don't do the whole Black Scottish or white Scottish thing. When over on TikTok I'm seeing all these Black Scottish people call themselves Black Scottish people and hashtag Black Scottish. So I'm just saying, maybe you want to have a conversation with your fellow countrymen about that, but maybe you shouldn't be the one taking initiative to speak for them, right? Maybe let them be the ones to answer the question. Okay, if we wanted to ask you, we would ask you. Number two, again, so when just anybody of color, but in this case Black people, are asking the Black people of that country about the racism they experienced by the palm coloreds, in particular, it's usually not the palm coloreds, again, that we want to hear from to tell us whether or not there is or isn't racism. It's like, you're going to the person that would most likely be perpetuating the racism and saying, hey.
And this part I absolutely agree with. I think she addresses Black Americans.
There is no war in Bossing Say. No, there is no war in Bossing Say. Again, just my advice. Just my advice. Maybe you wouldn't know. Maybe you don't experience it because you're not the one that'd be on the receiving end of it. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't mean that you are or that you would be racist. I don't know. I don't know, girl. But I'm just saying, maybe, again, this question was not really directed at you. And just last, but certainly not least, you did answer the question. Yeah, you for sure answered the question. I don't think you answered it in the way that you think you answered it. I don't think that you sent the message that you were meaning to send. But to every Black person in America, you answered the question and told us everything we needed to know. And that's pretty much what we were looking for. But, hey, who am I? Just a person in America watching y'all do what y'all do. But, okay. Have the day you deserve. Okay, bye.
Yeah, like that's not how a actual Sephardic, more from Scottish Ireland from the Norman conquest, they wouldn't talk to a Black American like that. Like, and it was like a certain cadence and all that. Like, there's actually zero reason to address Black Americans like that. Like, I'm talking to the end when she said, "Y'all do
Person in
like this."
America watching.
Like, that's where it was kind of confusing for a lot of Black Americans, because the Black Americans do know that there's a difference between the conquest, Norman conquest of 1066 with the Jacobites. Like, it's a known, it's, we know their demarcation. We're not stupid. We're very intelligent. So when you put like a random person up is from, they probably migrated over from wherever they migrated from, or even if they were born there but their parents migrated, like, that's not who you're talking about. Like, this I could tell is a Black American. Now, again, you may have some Jamaicans over there that went back over there, and they would know, but like some of the, like, I'm not trying to, I'm just saying it's obvious, but I do think that there are Black Scottish people over there for sure, right? There are Black Scottish people over there, or they go melanated Scottish people. There's melanated Scottish people over there. I'm just saying, you know, is this wasn't the group that migrated over to America from 1600s to 1850s. Like, this is somebody. This, I think she even said she was Nigerian, so it was confusing to us. It was like, why? Like, I guess they technically can say they Scottish. They got Scottish citizenship, right? So they can say that. Maybe if they were even born there, well, But I guess for us, when Black Americans were talking about their Scottish heritage, Irish heritage from Norman conquest in 1066, we don't have no connection to these people, and I don't care how messed up that sound. We know our genealogy, we know our records, we know the borders and stuff that we've come from, that our bloodlines belong to, and like, let's stop playing games here. Like, we are in the General Burke's of Armory, going back to, I mean, that's a heraldry book, a royal heraldry book, and we in the Domesday book. I was in the house in the Westminster Palace. We not. I don't mean. I ain't saying we better than them or nothing. I'm just saying like I'm just not going to be tricked into just claiming some random people over in Scottish and Ireland. Like unless I could see the Jamaicans and stuff. Some of the Jamaicans, because the Jamaicans did come from the Jacobites. Some of them, a lot of them, come from Taino Indians, and even some from Senegal too. Because a lot of Senegalese went into Jamaica, were bought as slaves into Jamaica. And so, I'm not even trying to start no division or nothing. I'm just saying, like, let's not get crazy. Like, let's stick to the records and let's stick to the history. And I'm not about to have nobody that's come from Nigeria at 3 years old, because there is a lot of we might have some air rights and some shit over there, but we ain't about to get no, you ain't trying to scam or nothing. I'm just kidding. God bless all melanated people. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Actually, we'll watch this today. Actually, we'll actually watch this today. This one right here. We'll talk about some of the Black nobility in Europe. Elizabeth suppressed. We'll actually talk about some of the Black nobility uh, in Europe. Why not? We'll watch this. We could watch this. But now I want to talk about how the Demiurge is not the Lion of Judah, and nor do we believe in the Demiurge. Demiurge is like, to us, that's like today's version of metaverse. It's a subprime reality. It's a low density, it's a low frequency to us. And so we wouldn't be quick to jump on that train of thought. Gnostics, the Nagas bloodlines, I could say the high ranking Judahite heirs, they know Gnosticism, but they're not Gnostics. They know Cometian science, they know Kabbalah, they know Sufism, they know Phoenician magic, they know contract law, they know Shakti school of thought, they know the right hand path and the left hand. You're not gonna be able to put them type of niggas in a box. You're not. It's not even a point. It's no point. But I could tell you firsthand that the Lion of Judah is not the Demiurge, and Christ does not equal Yahweh. Yahweh, frequency wise, in terms of the gematria, in terms of the accurate gematria, that just translates to a way of the female. Now they do have like the Masons. Once again, they overthrew all of our knowledge and botched and added shit to it. This Yoda bowl of and stuff, and this snake with the lion, all that. That's not Lion of Judah. That snake and that lion is not Lion of Judah. That's Gnostic. That's a Gnostic order that teaches that, but the Lion of Judah are not Gnostics. That's just like a known thing. You had the Essenes, the Nasarians, the Basilides, the Mandians. These are all Hebrew sects that did some different shit, that believed in different shit. But Gnosticism, I'm just saying from a spiritual lens, that's like a bunch of teenagers trying to figure out, is this a simulation? And are there a sinister force, a group of people that got in control of the simulation is trying to harvest energy, soul energy? If this is true with I'm just trying to look at archons, because to be honest, there was a group of talk about Abraxas. Abraxas is not that type of archon that's trying to harvest humans. In fact, he doesn't really interact in human affairs much at all, except for when certain high level beings got to come through this portal from certain aspect of the galaxy. I'm not going to get into that, but he had something to do with even Jesus, or Yeshua rather, soul descending properly into human flesh. Abraxas came to me in 2023. I didn't know about Abraxas. So the Hebrews, again, this order, they knew that, okay, who is behind this motherfucking Demiurge? Like, we would look at that as a metaverse or a simulation, right? Who is behind this motherfucking simulation? Is it the Archons, the reptilians? Because there's different type of reptilian species, and not because it's just one. And so, okay, is it a sinister group? The ones that's underground, the ones that who behind this shit? And so those Gnostics were talking about that. Like, I'm trying to understand like their concept of Sophia. Obviously, they still was into that, what's the role? Because again, Yahweh means way of the female. And so it was like, okay, if they want to do their own thing and they don't believe in that, and there's a faction that's not matriarchal, then they're not going to write the nicest things. And so, they were talking about the material aspect of a plane of existence, the material realm. That is the Demiurge. And the Lion of Judah, I know for myself, I don't promote the material realm. I don't promote the material, and the highest ranking ones don't. They don't promote that. But unfortunately, targeted, a lot of the Judite heirs do get targeted for for that system. They do get targeted, and many of them, end up going in. It's hard. Okay, and so that's one aspect of it. Now I'll play this video, and then I'm going to break down a little bit more about the line of Judah and show some information, because again, it is a bloodline that's by way of Tanis, Rome, Ireland, Scotland, then America. That's the and it obviously goes way back before Tanis, because then obviously the others other empires, but then you also got the spiritual aspects of the dissension, ascension and descension, right? The dissension from, I don't care how much y'all can laugh at me, but from Atlantis now to what you see now. Okay. Um, that's why you see a lot of in masonry. You see a lot of obsession with discovering Atlantis again. Even these Naga scientists, these black male Naga scientists, even in 2025, are obsessed with trying to get a portal back into Atlantis. Um, I call it 125D. It's a little bit higher than that. Actually, Atlantis is not 125D is higher than Atlantis. And then you got 45. You got one of the gateways through Saturn. Saturn is a satellite. So they're trying to understand this stuff. I'm trying to understand it myself. I don't understand why I could see it. I don't understand why I get quantum entanglement or have no information about it. I do know. I think it's an ancestral realm. When we talk about like Masonic simulations or cubes or places where your ancestors prepare for you based on frequencies. Especially because I have to say, like the Hebrew science, not obviously I'm not talking about the Talmud. I'm not talking about Satanism and all this weird stuff they got going on, right? But if you understand it from a frequency, the frequency of it, especially the way it's meant to get you in tune with the earth, nature, air, the elements, earth, fire, water, air, yourself, in tune with yourself. It's a highly advanced. To me, it's like it's a lot. Um, and again, I'm not here to promote no religion on anybody, because I don't care. Honestly, I don't look at it as a religion. I look at it as an ethno, kind of like a bloodline thing based on someone's epigenetics. So it gets into spiritual consciousness and spiritual science. I look at it as a ethno spiritual science of a bloodline that is trying to keep part of that ethno spiritual science. Like if you look at even the names, if you open up, you see the genealogy records, like genealogy records, and people could laugh at that stuff. We don't care because it's not. It's like, well, what do you got to do with it? What does it mean to you? If it's not you, then keep it fucking moving. But we know why we get targeted. We know why we get locked out the system. We know why these motherfuckers is on our heads and follow us around while the Masons be chasing us around and shit. We know what the fuck this is about. We know that they look at us as enemies, and they know that they obsessed with trying to steal our birthright and our power and our knowledge. Maybe that's why you think they be taking black people's organs and stuff, trying to eat their pineal glands and stuff. I think that should have game. I think that should have joke. It's not. It's spiritual. You know, and these people they know they can't continue with that, because we are going to open up the holies of holies on these motherfuckers, and we are going to summon the creator God of the universe, because this stuff that they trying to pull, everything is about deception, and that you give people the benefit of the doubt, like a not God's being, or even a God, even we call them lesser gods, whatever, however you want to look at it, primordial. they will get a benefit of the doubt. They do believe in forgiveness. They do believe in understanding. If the and we dealing with a group of people that is just demonic. Like they literally don't. Like you give someone an inch and take a mile, you may be fair and balanced. They always want to trick you. And so I'm like, the creator God of the universe, not like that. It's very objective, intelligent. And you get on his good side, it's nothing but love. She's nothing but love. Nothing but love. But if in terms of if something is against nature or against the universe, then that is the only force that can handle that in such an objective manner, in a scientific manner, without feelings, you know. And so we ain't got no choice. We gotta play that game or whatever, make them deals with them people. I just can't. I just can't. But I wanted to play this, and I'm gonna continue. And also Christ, Yeshua is not Yahweh, but Yeshua is a gatekeeper to access to another dimension when certain beings die gracefully. Now, a lot of people they want to overcome death, and I guess in this dimension, I just don't understand it because I know death is only the beginning. I don't. I just know that consciousness lives outside the body. I just don't understand why someone would want to uh, have something artificial, you know, or even if you do stay, because you reincarnate. Like I just don't understand that part either, because you could just reincarnate. So I just don't understand trying to have control over that process from such an unnatural aspect, unless you just hate nature and just can't get along with nature. And it's always important. When we talk about humans today, they saying, I can't trust nobody. I don't know how to trust nobody. It's hard to trust a motherfucker. Yeah, maybe so. But you know how you do that? You know how you look at that? Black Americans and Nakhtians. You always remember to trust the instinct, to trust the nature of their ways. Always trust the nature. If you can't trust a person and you trust their nature, what has their nature been? You better trust the nature. That's all it is. Everybody got a certain nature or the way they move. Like I got a nature. You better trust my nature. And I might be unpredictable in your motherfucking ass. But it's to throw people off sometimes. But my nature, I'm a chill person. I'm habitual. I like intelligence. I like creativity. I like to stay to myself. I enjoy my own company. I do. um, I like technology. Like just what you got to trust their nature. Then what's their nature? What's their bloodline's nature? What's their bloodline's nature? How would they have that? How have they always treated your people? That's how you do that. Oh, I can't trust that. I can't trust. We can't trust them. And also have discernment. That's how you get rid of the trust, the worry about trust. Now, trust is very important. Without trust and respect, you don't have nothing. Without trust, and especially in a relationship or a friendship, if you don't have trust and respect, you don't have nothing. If you lose respect for a person, or if you lose trust in a person, your relationship is done. Your friendship is done. Your family kinship will be done. And so, in terms of like, well, how can I develop trust? Just trust the nature of their ways, the nature of what they have shown you. That's all. That's all. That's how you know who to fucking trust. Okay. But also the main thing, when it comes to the line of Judah, the clan of the leaders are the highest ranking Judite heirs. They hand down nature. They hand down knowledge, only some of the knowledge, right? They don't even tell their kids all of the knowledge because sometimes your kid can be reckless. Just like I had no idea about none of this stuff until 2022 and barely then. I didn't have really no good understanding of it until 2024, and I still don't got a decent understanding of it. That's just a decent, that's less than decent probably. I'm still trying to figure all this shit out, right? But if it's about just growing up, especially when I was at Columbia University, oh no idea, no clue whatsoever. Okay, and so they would hide it, because these are ancient, the meanings of the ancient writings by their ancestors, but they keep the knowledge, they teach it to their own offspring in mystery schools. And this is knowledge is always kept from the masses. Anything that you got in that public or anything you can read in a book, that's what they want you to know. Ain't nobody about to sit up there and the highest knowledges of that system is not fucking written down. Now, the Lion and Judah, I'm not saying this for everybody, so people shouldn't be snooping or speaking on stuff that has nothing to do with their epigenetics. Plus, the Lion and Judah is not the Demiurge. It's a bloodlines mystery science. It's a bloodlines epigenetic science. And like I noticed that like the government is starting to have like a lot of black influencers attack uh the Lion of Judah and Hebrews. I knew they was gonna do that because them people that's trying to act like that's trying to say that they the ones they trying to keep stuff under wraps. They really don't want all none of this information coming out, but the cat's out of the bag. And so they got to try to rock as many people to sleep, or at least some of the higher, some of the other people that may do their genealogy or start having spiritual awakening. Now notice how Hebrews lately like they've been an attack on the Atlantis, anything with Hebrews, and then mystery sciences of the water. They all constantly under attack all of a sudden by like black influencers. I'm the one that's been teaching all this stuff. I've written books on it, but they never call me out by name though. That's how they scared. And my thing is, if the knowledge don't resonate, move around. I don't attack. I wouldn't just randomly just care about a fucking topic to attack it. I like to teach. That's not teaching if you just attacking something, especially if you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You just pushing an agenda. And nobody, like I said, we don't worship Yahweh. Yahweh is a constant, well, maybe some people do. Um, but also you got to figure there's a lot of misinformation in terms of, you know, Canaanite, certain entities being introduced into Judaism. Even a lot of Canaanite guys like Moloch and Baal, like nobody from Lion of Judah worships that, you know. And the true teachings of the Lion of Judah, they're not written down, and therefore they can never be understood. Any connections made is conjecture, especially by the Masons. They got a job to do, put out misinformation, and maybe I shouldn't jump the gun and get so upset because maybe that's a good thing. For my bloodline, I'm not sure because I do know that there's a war against my bloodline, and them people is trying to act like us and me, and so they probably, I don't know what their end game is in them doing that. But any connection made is conjecture. It's designed to send outsiders down a rabbit hole. And like I said, no one in their right mind is going to write down the epigenetics mystery science. You won't. And then even if you could write it down, it's gonna sound so crazy and outlandish. Nobody will understand it anyways, and you're not even gonna understand it. So you're not even gonna understand it. So it's no point. But anything you can read about concerning the light of Judah is things that they probably want you to know. You would think you had figured it out, but didn't, because there's certain ways in which we had to protect that bloodline. Like I said, all these teachings, they come under attack, but no one addresses me by name, because we all know that there's a list and there's a block list and all this stuff, and that's how they do in the conscious community. That's how they do even in the music industry. Like little Boosie was telling his story how like at the height, all the Jews told all the Black American niggas that they can't work with him, that it's off limits to work with him. They did that same thing to me. They think I don't know that them Jews paid them to do that shit. It's obvious. Even with me, it's obvious. Like especially like the level of talent and stuff that I'm not even trying to be arrogant, but it's so obvious what has happened, because they realize that, okay, you're not gonna sign no because our deal, you're not gonna sign no contract, or you don't want to play ball, or you know too much, you're too intelligent. Then that's what they do. They ain't gonna put you on. That's why they're gonna put Sexy Red on. They're gonna put them. That's how it goes. You see somebody that get on TV and YouTube and say that they sacrificed their son, and that gets pushed up in the algorithm after admitting they're sacrificing their son. Like it's stupidity, and like everybody gonna play games and act like that's not happening. Like really, everybody just gonna act like none of that stuff happened. Now they trying to revive the idol stuff. Don't I would say like I don't give a shit about that stuff. I like who I like only because of certain reasons, but like I don't care about celebrity culture. I'm not here to knock them, but like they trying to put people back into their matrix. That's the derma urge, promoting that bullshit. Some people that's teaching that they the derma urge, they pushing matrix shit on you. They pushing shit for the government. No Lion of Judah follows the Demiurge. That science is secret and designed to help one escape it. Gnostics, and again, I'm not a Gnostic. I'm just saying that's like a group of teenager Nagas trying to figure out what is the equivalent of today's metaverse. And so we notice there's a force after your energy. You're trying to find out exactly what it is. But the Lion of Judah is not the Demiurge. It represents overcoming the world, being in the world, but not of it. Okay, how do you overcome the world? Okay, we in this world, but we not of it. Okay, it's a verse in Romans. Also, it's a tribute to our brother Yeshua, who we felt should have been defended better against the Roman and Jewish secret societies that turned against him. It was only after death that the Lion of Judah realized that he was special in terms of trying to teach how to get to a higher dimension. And obviously, the Kundalini serpent and rise, he was trying to teach the Kundalini stuff to the humans because they got the capability of doing it, and so that they can understand what it means to have the kingdom of God within and have their awakening to start that process of the ascension process of the planet. That's what it was supposed to be. But obviously that didn't happen. And then obviously, your disciples go and they botched them. They didn't barely understood the parables either. And they weren't necessarily qualified to even write. They had betrayed them. And then, obviously political forces in terms of how you um galvanize or control people through religion. Oftentimes, religion is one of the tools in which people use to control people. And Constantine had said that. Constantine said, with this information, we can rule this stuff. And then, they watered it down and give you a baby version of, oh, you just believe in one man that's going, like it's just they make it a baby version, and then the real nature of the codes, and then you take out certain you come up with the way it's going to get become canonical and what gets termed heretical. Only the teachings about astral projection and quantum entanglement and enlightenment, all those teachings are heretical. But the teachings of just believe and love your slave master and all that stuff gets canonical. Stuff gets canonized in the Bible. People just pick and choose, and who's to know who said what, who did what. I think it was like 300 and was it 322 bishops that decided what was get canonized, and then the ones that went with the black ones that were actually of that bloodline would not play ball. They were killed, or they had to escape into exile. Especially like a lot of them the bloodlines that come from the Essenes and the Nazarenes, those priestesses, those bishops, those priests, they had to flee. Sure did, into exile, because they said they wouldn't agree to do it because they said the information is too botched. Like, we can't do this to people. Like, it's too botched. They want to be a part of the project, and they felt that they weren't going to be along. They weren't going to go along with it. The state was after them, and so I don't. That's why I can't. That's why I was confused myself as to how come it turned into a religion. Who turned us into a religion? I get it now, but I still think it's a sinister force clearly that wants to control people. I can't speak on that because I don't know enough to understand. I do know that part of that information was used to algorithmically program this simulation, or this, like, as far as the computational. But if somebody is using a baby version of it, or somebody used that to code it wrong, it kind of turned the planet upside down, so to speak. Kind of messed it up as far as. And like, what was the point of that? Did they not know any better? It's like getting down to the bottom of that. I think they wanted control, and I think they hated women, and I think they realized, Judaism, the line of Judah is a matriarchal bloodline. And so I think, obviously, what you see today, you see a lot of bullshit, and they were warned not to do that. They were told that shit was gonna backfire on them, overthrowing them queen mothers, and trying to rewrite the computational algorithm of this particular vector space, or matrix, as people would say. But when we say he was special, we were talking more so from the lens of being Nagas 33, maybe Nagas 125D mixed, or just pure Nagas 125D, and from that dimension that We should have been learning to see what else, but like I said, when you have the quantum entanglement, when you first have that enlightenment, sometimes it is like a light burst, and so you could come off rather crazy or even narcissistic. It happens. It's a learning experience, and then a lot of times you mature. You got to give people space, room to grow. And I just don't think he was given that space. I don't think I've been given that space, but that's how that bloodline has its various awakenings. And you can see it even in certain Black Americans are not given that space. They'll sacrifice you and kill your ass in a second. You know, um, the kingdom of God being within, that they're going through that Kundalini arising, and that's just one aspect of that. That's just for the humans. That's just one aspect of that. But people, most people in Lion and Judah are not gnostics at all, but they would know that science. It's an easy science to understand. It's one of the easiest ones. It was created by teenagers. So I mean, it was an IPU that was created by teenagers. So of course, in our eyes, it's something like, okay, let's look over this. For me, I can speak for me. Like, okay, cool. I'm just looking through this. This is interesting. I can learn something myself because we call it a metaverse these days, or we call it the Matrix these days. We call it Matrix. We got Royal Deluxe in the building. He said talk about reincarnation and genetics. I actually did earlier, honey. I did. You gonna have to rewind it, and I did. Where is Atlantis between Africa and Americas? It's a dimension. So when we say something is dimension, that means they overlay a dimension on a planet, and so it's not found in any one landmass. The science can be found in both landmasses, Africa and Americas, and even within, um, you know, this we can talk about the science of the waters. From my understanding, that it is a dimension, and when you descend, you get farther and farther away from that, and then obviously that war broke out, and I ain't even gonna hold you. A lot of them niggas had to go back, and then some did stay here. Um, but it is frequency based, and so that dimension is at a higher frequency. Is all I'm saying. But when it laid itself over to planet Earth, or when they send down Atlantean beings, like, so who do you call himself the Atlantean? Obviously, a lot of Commission science, you could feel that, you could tell it's the remnants of Atlantis. Same with the Hebrew science, but that's not the only. But that's not. It's not just found in Africa, because you go to the Americas, you can still see remnants everywhere, because those Atlantean beings are going to go anywhere. It can go anywhere on the landmass and teach. You can go anywhere on planet Earth and teach. Not a big deal. If you go find yourself in the Olmec culture, you go find yourself in South America, North America, you find yourself in India, you find yourself in Asia. It wouldn't be a big deal for a 125D Nagas being, or one of the, as we call them, fallen angels, but I call them Nagas 33. That's the ones that came down because of the war, after the revolt rather, and teach humans, like, wherever landmass they land in, that's where they're going to go. And then you have, obviously, the density is what makes people lose some of the spiritual gifts that come with, like telepathy, um telekinesis, all those things. And sometimes people cut them off purposely, because it's too much clutter up is too much clutter, to be honest. um and then you get attacked. Unfortunately, this system targets high frequencies. They do. They call it light, and they'll attack your light. And it's really wicked, actually. Um, but to me, I would say that Atlantis, it seemed to be more of a dimension in my mind, because I know it still exists. I know it does. But they don't meddle in human affairs, but they still send Atlanteans down here. I just think that they're a lot smarter than me and more quiet still, and know to be quiet. And I think that they know that a lot of Black Americans have some of their light codes in their epigenetics, and they look out for those beings too. hmm If you ask for their help, it looks like they help if you're part of them. Just like I said, a lot of Pleiadians and Lemurians, they went into hiding. If they fuck with you, they'll look out for you. And so I say, to me, for me, it's a dimension. It's not a landmass. It can never be a landmass. It can never be a landmass. It's frequency based. All that stuff is. Even the Hebrew science is frequency based as far as understanding at a deeper level and understanding how to uncode it. And you can't just, if you're trying to use it just for even just the idea of a sinister thought. That's why they say when you practice Solomonic magic, don't try to reverse engineer it. Don't try to. It will backfire. It may not backfire in the beginning stages, maybe the first couple hundred years or whatever, but eventually nature takes its toll, and by that I'm literally meaning it will take its payment for reverse engineering certain things because now you're against the universe. You're going against the cosmos. And so things will autocorrect. The computational core has to autocorrect at that point. And so when you see, I remember, Solomon magic was like, okay, do not use these. Don't. It's like keep a pure heart. The purer you are, just like a Nakhti magic. The purer you are, the better experiences you have. The higher frequency you are, the better experience. That's why a lot of people are scared of Anakian magic, right? A lot of people are like, don't use Anakian magic. Oh my gosh, because you're gonna have most likely it was something in you that it's like some of that stuff is frequent. If it's something that's frequency based, you have horrific disaster, horrific results. If you approach it like I'm going to use this to get at so and so, I'm jealous of so and so. Let me take them down. Let me harvest their energy. I'm going to sacrifice so and so I can move up. Like that's instantly rejection. It's like okay, you can use the lower levels of that. It's called lesser. It's called the lesser key for a minute. It's lesser magic. It's lesser magic. It's scavenger magic. And so a 125 dB. I ain't gonna hold you. We do look down on that, and that can be offensive to people. I get it. But we would already automatically know that they would not understand the highest levels of that science. They're incapable. They won't. It's gatekeepers of that knowledge. So you wouldn't. You just wouldn't. It wouldn't be revealed to you. It just wouldn't, and it couldn't because your approach. You're trying to use it for ill gain or for at the expense of someone else or to harm someone else. So that's why you want to be at a high frequency. And I'm saying you're gonna be at a high frequency all the time. Because even if you do that, you could pray to God. Like you read Psalms, you see how Psalms be like Psalms 55 or Psalms. You ask God to crush your enemies. You ask God to get at them. That's different than using that specific science to get at somebody. And sometimes it is warranted, especially it could be justified or not. But I would say the best bet, how you know, is when your frequency get lower. That's all. And then you can get back up there, I guess, if you want to, right? But you'll know because you'll stop having access to understanding or even the frequency. You'll know. And that's what happened with you know, Kemet. That's what happened with Atlantis. That's what happened with melanated people. They descended to the frequencies. And so they'll get back up there when they want to, if they want to. They ain't got much time. They got better make a decision. And I did talk about reincarnation and genetics a little bit. I don't remember that. I don't know. It could be. You said creator is the one who is, or I am that I am. Um, I don't know. I'm not going to act like I do, and I wouldn't feel comfortable because I am that I am. I don't know if that's the creator God of the universe. I don't. I wouldn't know. For me, with my experience, I just know it was a bliss consciousness love experience. So I wouldn't know. Um, and then so let's see what. Hi, Road Deluxe. How are you? He said to me, he can also use your limited tools and took the aesthetic point of view and paint the Demiurge and creation as evil instead of perceiving it as it really was. Yeah, I think they did. And they probably were. To me, they do get targeted. Like with me, I don't paint the creation as evil. I think it's backwards though. I think evil means backwards. Like I do think the Demiurge is backwards, but I think they were talking about from the faction that took over, the faction that started reprogramming stuff and botching information on purpose and then hiding under the realm of secret societies. A lot of this information was like even about like angels and like say the Book of Enoch and certain aspects of the spiritual realm. It was not a secret. It was not something that was like, oh, this is the occult. It wasn't seen as a cult if the average person talked about it or knew about it. So it wasn't a cult. So the stuff that people say a cult today, I think that them Gnostics was shocked at what was happening. But I do think they were ascetics. Some of them, because like I said, I'm confused by the label. Because like Yeshua was in the order of serpents. He knew Gnostic knowledge, but was not a Gnostic. You know, as like I guess I'm confused as I know there are people that are Gnostic, I guess, and I like the science. I think it's alright. I think it's alright. You know, I just look through it, and if I don't like something, like I didn't like the information about the Sophia stuff, and I think that they were a little bit on the side that I guess you could say the aesthetic, but they didn't like what they were seeing. They were a little pessimistic. That's what I was getting. you know and I think that they were concerned with the way because material realm I don't think is inherently wrong. I think it was the like it's like metaverse being set up on planet earth or something unnatural. Something just felt unnatural about it. I can't understand that because there's some lot of things I see even today with me that just feel like this that I just see it as unnatural. It don't resonate with me in my soul. It just feels backwards. You said if they were if they weren't in spiritual warfare, they probably seen a more neutral experience. Yeah, I think that bloodline always gets targeted. Oops, what happened? Okay, I think that bloodline was definitely getting targeted though. And let me see this one. You said, I started to think of it as residing in a portal, hovering somewhere. Okay. Sorry, Miss. Are these comments in reference to his Instagram mystery schools? Um, I don't know what you're referring to. I'm not talking about an Instagram mystery school. I don't go to Instagram to learn spiritual knowledge though. They seem to be stuck in there almost like a spiritual warfare, not really sure what's the point of learning this. Okay. So they seem no, it's a response to someone teaching that the Lion of Judah is the Demiurge. And I'm saying it's not the Demiurge. I'm just saying it's a mystery school's bloodline. I'm not into Instagram or any random groups trying to become powerful and interested in understanding history. Oh no, I don't use the label. Gnostics seem like we are confusing history. Gnostics seem like they're confusing history on purpose. I call all of us Gnostic because you're trying to get a full knowledge of God without a central teaching. I don't want to be called a label. I don't identify as a Gnostic, and I'm not going to allow anyone else to label me that either. Um, you know, you're not going to agree with everything that a person is saying. Okay, sorry, I came in later. I missed something. Yeah, I'm literally. I said earlier that I was just talking about like from my genealogy, because we were talking about the Jacobites and whatnot. You know, well, what were you talking about? Were you throwing a dig at me when you were saying mystery schools on Instagram? Royal Deluxe, because I noticed you be doing that. I don't be saying nothing, but you know, I don't try to push nothing on nobody. You say, what's the point of learning this? I mean, I'm just talking about my experience. I'm not forcing it. I don't care what somebody else believes or what they don't believe. I'm not trying to push it on anybody. It's just literally covering a topic because um, they were teaching that the Lion of Judah is the Demiurge. So there are people that understand some of what I'm talking about and be trying to get an understanding on some of the information. No, I mean these couple guys on Instagram who have a beef. I don't have a beef with nobody on no damn Instagram. They like flexing knowledge on each other. I noticed that. I had no interest in that. I had no interest. I don't have no interest in that. I'm not in the algorithm. I don't get blasted so I wouldn't understand what would be the point of being in the beef. People do that though, and people do that normally to as responses to my information or my videos. It can be a little annoying because it happens 1 or 2 days apart. So it's hard to because they have a bigger mic is all I'm saying. And I do know that they stream like so I won't get the views because of the shadow ban. They'll stream my video and then on something that's they have these secret societies that's monitoring what I'm doing and behind blocking it and they still is observing the content and so they're streaming it. They're not on Instagram. They're streaming it and then within their network, they'll find a way to kind of undermine it through the algorithm. And since they got access to like they got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, that's what they'll do just to make sure that whatever I'm teaching doesn't, get, you know, a foothold. But really, I wasn't trying to push this on everybody. We're talking about probably possibly either 12,000 to 150,000 people upon their awareness and awakening, their awareness of certain information and having a debate. You're not even having a debate, but having that discussion to see where they fit in that, you know. You said this wasn't. I tag you on those because I think you're very learned to have a proper PVD stuff. I hope more people come to your lessons. Yeah, and I think they do too. I like some of that stuff you send me. I don't have no judgment of it. I just noticed that it's a lot of ego with it. I noticed that they be looking to tear each other down and all that bullshit. Um, maybe that's just the way that they do. But I like some of that stuff that you send. Honestly, I think I learn from it. Some things that if it don't resonate, I don't hold it against. It is what it is. Not information is information, and if that even if it is the truth, if it don't serve you, you don't have to follow that shit anyways. Um, but I just thought that was I was just a little disappointed to see because we're talking about a bloodline that was preserving itself that comes from that Scottish, the Norman conquest of 1066, that Scottish Ireland monarchy, but also found its way into Britain as well. And it again, I'm not saying that this is for everybody. I'm just talking to that small group of people that also understand what I'm talking about and who have dealt with it. And there can be a systemic blocking of like people holding people back in terms of blacklisting, shadow banning, targeting. That stuff is real. It's not just something spiritual. It's not just somebody making up in their head. They do have these secret societies that target certain people based on their inheritance and air rights. You can have land in this country. I got land in this country that haven't been touched. That my dad got a deed to. Like it could be a number of reasons as to why these groups be wanting to monitor you or block you even financially. And so that's what I'm talking about. Um, it's a real thing. And if other people don't have to deal with that, thank God they don't. Thank God they don't. Seriously, you know. But I remember, even on Clubhouse, I remember this was some years ago. I want to say in 2021, there was on Clubhouse we were in the American Indian room learning about like doomsday prepping and survivalist gear and stuff. And I remember there was a lady who came in and she spoke a language. Like she said she was testing to see because I guess they had been monitoring certain Judite heirs or people who they suspected. And she said, if you could understand the words that are coming out my mouth when I say this, let me know and get off your mics. and she spoke in a language. It wasn't Hebrew though, and she spoke in this language, and it was like about 5 Black Americans that knew what she said. I was one of them, and the reaction was kind of alien-esque. That's all I'll say. It was really otherworldly. Um, and the room kind of erupted at that point because I guess she had been looking to see again when we talk about knowing how to trigger someone's epigenetics and how someone could speak speak in tongues or whatever and know and you'll know exactly what they said, what they said and what they meant, you know. But I want to talk about like some other things. Let's see. I think I had. Okay, I'll play this real quick
Just fed up with my people.
because this I thought this was interesting. We talk about like the American Indians and then what's going on in the community, the Negro and all this stuff. But watch this part when he said he's fed up. And I get where he's going with it. I get where he's going with it because there is a lot of um I'm not gonna talk about that online. I got enough smoke. I don't need no more smoke. I'm not gonna talk about that online. But watch this right here.
Just fed up with my people. The way they do their mamas and daddies and their grandpas. They don't even come down here to check on nothing. Don't pay to have the grass cut, nothing. I'm disappointed in my black people. Nowhere in the nation, in the world, is the cemetery looking like this. Nowhere. And I mean that. This is Tuskegee Baptist Church Cemetery. All these Black Creek Indians, all these people that serve the Lord, serve the church. In the cemetery where they lay, grass is knee deep. Can't even see the graves. I'm disappointed in my people, my black people. This is crazy. And it's too much for one man. I'm so glad I'm the Black Indian, baby. I can handle it. If I got to do it by myself, Lord, I have mercy. I got to. But Lord, send me some help. And I mean that. I'm so fed up and tired of this, of my people doing this type of stuff. You don't even clean up around your own mama and daddy's grave. What you want me to do? Pay you to clean up around your mama and daddy's grave? Your granddaddy's grave? Y'all act y'all's cotton picking man.
He was going off, He was going off.
I mean that. This is Tuskegee Baptist.
Um, it's a lot going on, I'll just say that. There's a lot going on. And, I want to cover some more about that. And so we talk about like this order of serpents and these dragon riders, and how people perceiving Yeshua to have been someone who may have gone wrong, rogue, or possible spiritual psychosis. So people didn't step in with a statement after him in terms of calling out some of the um, laws, so to speak, the religious institutions of that time, which would be seen as literal, the law, and inserting yourself as like son of God or something, or son of man, that would be highly offensive to the people, those people at that time. But we talk about the dragons or like dragon riders or these serpent order of serpents. We're talking about seraphims. And so for people that may not know, that the seraphs, they're looked at as like fiery serpents, and the majestic beings with 6 wings, human hands, or voices, and attendance upon God. Like that part, I don't know about all that from my understanding. I mean, I didn't see that spiritually, is what I'm saying. I didn't see that, but I don't doubt that maybe someone else saw it. And then, in Isaiah 6:2 to 6, they made connection between like, okay, are these snakes? That's why I keep saying nagas, but like, are these snakes or are these dragons? They're serpents with wings and feet, so they qualify as dragons. And so, um, is just translated as snake in all other places in terms of the word seraphim. And then here's the scholarship behind its translation. And so Isaiah 6 says they have 6 wings, they fly with 2, they cover their feet with 2, and they cover their faces with 2. And okay, so I'm not saying I agree with all this or I know all about this, but I guess that's that. So seraph means burning and is used seven times throughout the text of the Hebrew Bible as noun, usually to denote serpent. Twice in the book of Numbers, once in the book of Deuteronomy, and 4 times in the book of Isaiah. The reason why the word for burning was also used to denote a serpent is not universally agreed upon. It may be due to certain snake species' fiery colors or perhaps the burning sensation left by its venomous bite. Regardless, its plural form, seraphim, occurs in both Numbers and Isaiah, but only in Isaiah it is used to denote an angelic being. Likewise, and we talk about the 9 choirs of angels, seraphims are part of the 9 choir of angels. These angels are referred to only as the plural seraphim. Isaiah later used a singular seraph to describe a fiery flying serpent in line with other uses of the term throughout the Tanakh. And so I was showing like how the maroon and white colors that come from more of the American order of those protectors of that bloodline that came from again the 1066 conquest of Norman from the Scottish Ireland, the Sephardic Moors from there, and also a lot of them are American Indian or part American Indian mixtures, and so you can see that same Lion of Judah crest on the belt. You can see that there, and you can see the similarities. And so this is not the same as again, these are different factions. Maybe they do, maybe there are some people within that bloodline that do see themselves as the same as the Jewish. But from what I'm understanding, I thought to me, I see it as 2 separate groups. That's probably why, they don't really fuck with me that much, but whatever. And then also you can see the Augusta Institute. That was a Morehouse now. That's Morehouse now in Georgia, but Augusta Institute was originally Morehouse in Augusta, Georgia. And their colors were also maroon and white. And so they also eventually became Morehouse in Atlanta, Georgia. And Morehouse is a play on literally Morehouse because it is a known thing that the science of America was built on Moore science. So it's like, okay, this is Moore's house. It was something that some people already knew. It's not a secret at all. And also you can see different coats of arms within that bloodline of Scotland. And that same, when we talk about King James, of people secretly knowing, that he was from the line of Judah. And then Michael Jackson also wearing that as well. But what's interesting is that Michael Jackson was also calling out that targeted individual program. Again, there is a bloodline that gets targeted more. And he was talking about how he was calling him Michael Jacko, pressing charges on him, doing a lot of stuff too. That's just a known thing. And he called out Tony Motorola for gang stalking, and wiretapping Mariah Carey stuff. Because once you get, that's what they do. It's a weird, it's a creepy thing. But even if you're not in that industry, like say you're just a regular person, you still may be dealing with some of those things, and it's maybe not like, even like with me, I would say I don't deal with that stuff as much anymore. But in 2024, oh yeah, for sure. And actually for a long time, since 2015. But we're talking about a different type of systemic targeting in terms of like financial blacklisting and just intellectual property theft. So I don't look at that as spiritual warfare. I look at that as secret psychological warfare that the government wages on certain citizens, like COINTELPRO. I feel like I was dealing with COINTELPRO illegally, even before there was a reason to watch me or target my businesses. Like it was happening before 2022. It was happening before I called out people. It was happening before I said anything in 2022. And I have the evidence of that because even like my Upwork account had got shut down. That I had an Upwork account was in 2017. It got shut down illegally. And like just like I was making money on there, I had some clients, and I had a good score. Like perfect score. Like setting up, helping people set up their Shopify accounts, websites and stuff. They just targeted the Upwork. Like anytime I was trying to make some money, they would demonetize my YouTube channels. They demonetized me twice in 2017. And by that, it was because they kept changing the YouTube laws. Like remember, it was you had to have 1,000 views or something like that, and then they changed it to 4,000 hours. So I had got to 1,000. And again, I'm not saying that's just for me specifically. I'm just saying like the ways in which, in terms of those who want to go independent or off the system, how they can lock you out. They'll lock certain people out financially. That's all I'm saying. Fiverr, they went after my Fiverr accounts when I was having clients on there. And I have the emails for this stuff. Isn't I just at the time didn't know. I just thought it was racism, or I just didn't quite understand. I just like, well, I just thought it was coincidences, is what I'm saying. I didn't know it was something that was systemically happening. But that's systemic. That's not paranoia. That's not me just conjuring up spiritual warfare, being stuck in a cycle of spiritual warfare. That is COINTELPRO. Um, Even how I was able to see like how did like it was Fiverr, Upwork, Organic Commonwealth. They went after the payment gateway of that. And it literally sent an email said we have to remove the payment gateway. And it was like, well, oh, because you're selling this, but it was fine for a whole year, and other people were doing it, and then they just hurried up and just changed it. And it was just like, what the fuck? So it was like, okay, whatever. So that means you have to pay for your own payment gateway. Obviously, you can still have one, but then you're costing the person more money. And people know, um, I mean, to me, I just don't see that level of materialism as a good thing in terms of even how PayPal reworked this system. Nobody's going to convince me that that's normal. Like how that payment aggregation system was locking and holding people's money and stuff like that. That to me is what I see as the Demiurge, and I don't see that as a good thing because there's so many people that complain about PayPal's system and how it affected their business when they needed their money to pull out their money. They couldn't get access to their money. Same thing with Cash App. A lot of people have serious issues with Cash App. Thank God I never had an issue with Cash App, but people were saying the same thing with them. It's businesses. How businesses like I'll never use them again after how they did me and how they took my money and how somebody, like that kind of stuff. And that's what I mean. Where this greediness, that don't feel natural to me. I don't think that someone should just feel neutral to it because it gets worse and worse. Like it's not something that them people that they don't back off. That's why people go ascetic, because they have a different experience than another person that is in the system or okay with it. You're not going to get the same experience if you're dealing with COINTELPRO or Gestapo like bullshit behind the scenes. Secret warfare, pretty much. And secret warfare is a bit different than spiritual warfare. It's literally no touch, psych, that type warfare. No touch, kill. And so, I mean, it's something people go to military school for. It's not something that is like a known thing. So, you know it when it's being done to you. What happens is that it's always usually hard to prove. So people, what I did was develop the sciences to uncover it in a way where you didn't have plausible deniability anymore. Through the try, if it's something that's intuition, you have to develop the criteria and to confirm the intuition. And so that's all we did. And it's obvious that and then you have hundreds of thousands of people saying the same thing. Yeah, that's the government, man. I just, I may not be dealing with it as much now, but I know how they financially blacklist talented people that's more talented. You ain't gonna tell me that Sexy Red gets up there and then a person like Shantae Moore with actual talent don't. get that level of saying celebrity, that's something systematic about that. That's not natural. That's a manipulation. That's something where somebody signed something on. They took something on or they did something to get put on. And that to me is very obvious, you know? Okay, let's see what you said. You said Seraph sounds like a Naga statue. Right, don't it? But the Naga beings, those they're similar. That's why I believe they kind of the same thing, just like Netters. And I think that the Nagas beings are real, and I think that they are serpentine creatures, just like the seraphim. I do believe that they are real. I don't think they just statue. I think they real. And I think that those Indians made them into statues to venerate them. You said, "Oh, is that the crown and lion of your shield?" Yeah, yeah. It's the one in Scotland. So there's a lot of Black Americans knew that the Moors in Scotland, the royal, that they were black. So they knew. And again, that bloodline was hiding a lot of that information because they knew people weren't going to look into it anyways, right? Like and it ain't nothing that really people should care about. It's bigger fish to fry. A lot of people got to worry about it. It's people was worrying about putting food on the table and they jobs and stuff. But for those of us, we really out here, for that particular group of people that can identify each other. Um, Now we understand what he's saying. But if you listen to what he was talking about here, he was calling out Tony Motorola for being evil and how the industry was, and that's when they call him Wacko Jacko. They do a smear campaign on your ass when you start talking about this type of stuff. And it's like, okay, but you should have just switched him out. But he hated the industry. I mean, he was forced into it at such a young age, and he's a master musician. Like, he didn't need that industry. He was already talented. He already knew. But it's like, that's what they do. That's why Prince was calling himself slave because he realized that he fucked up signing that dumbass contract because he's way 1,000 times more talented than anything that they can give him, worth more than anything they're going to give him. And that's why he realized that. And then they tried to play him when he went independent and started doing his own thing, creating his own music. They tried to still play him and didn't give him much playtime. They try to make him sound like, okay, well, you kind of lost relevancy. No, he's a really talented person and he's finding his own way. And you don't have to do it independent. You're not going to get the distribution. And it's really hard. You're not going to get the distribution. And if you get shadow banned or if they got lists, they'll have these secret societies. They put your ass on a list and they say, hey, everybody, don't nobody support this person, and it can get really hard, and unfortunately if you do offend the wrong people, even if they deserve to be offended because they got caught fucking with you, they still would do that. They don't care. It's not like they're gonna have like there's no honor among thieves. So um you know unfortunately, a lot of people, like Chopper was just talking about this and what he dealt with, in terms of regret and signing. He took $1 million from one of them investors, and they followed him, like gang stalked him, like stalked him every little move. Like it was crazy what he was saying. I'm like, damn, I would never, want to be in a situation like that. Like his handler was on his ass, and he said to this day he regrets taking that $1 million investment from that person. Matter of fact, maybe we should watch it because this stuff is serious and people be making it seem like I'm just tripping. Like, it's just you, it's just your own mind, it's just what you think. And I get that. And a lot of times it can be that, right? A lot of times it just be your motherfucker, you know what I mean? But some of that shit, nah, like they be fucking with people. And so I think, matter of fact, we should watch this because he's explaining pretty much what I know to be a 100% fact. And I was so happy. When did he do this? 4 months ago? I was so happy that he was brave enough to talk about this because people could read between the lines about some of the stuff that I was saying and things that I started noticing, even within my own situation as an author and someone that, I ain't saying I'm the smartest person or whatever, but I know, like, even how my invention from Columbia University just magically it landed, at NVIDIA, without it cutting me out though. And I had presented that to uh, the committee, the thesis committee that was venture capitalists, you know, and then handed it to the National Science Foundation as well, and they played it down. It was always like playing it down, like, and I had felt that, like, I just did, like, even, sometimes, you can feel when someone they just don't like you. You're like, damn, I ain't do nothing. Like, you can feel that energy, So I think that people kind of always knew the bloodline thing, and it was weird. I can't explain it. I can't explain it, guys. But when a government is stealing inventions and stealing ideas and going in your personal hard drive, and then 1 week later, an idea that you came up with in your personal Google Drive is now you being used by the president and all. No, that's in play. Your stuff getting plagiarized out your books. Nah, man, y'all ain't on some bullshit. Like, that's different than just like, okay, you're not going to sign or contract or make a deal with us. This is like they've been doing this shit since 2015 to me. And so I think that's why I'm taking more of the aesthetic route, because there's no incentive. This system doesn't honor intelligence or brilliance, at least not of certain citizens. But then now they don't honor it, period. They used to. They used to. But to me, I just don't see the point in playing that. The game is too rigged and it's boring, because if all you got to do is suck some dick and spread your asshole and then become famous like Sukiyana or whatever, then what is the point in actually, it's like, what the fuck? Like, it is best to just stay independent. I'm not saying people shouldn't go for like they life, embark on their own talents. Like, I'm gonna show y'all some of the little makeshift music I made, the little beats and stuff that little stuff I added to current. I'm gonna show y'all that today. My first time playing around with softwares and stuff. Don't know much about it. But I tried my best, but I did it or naturally. And I'm gonna do even more. I'm learning it. It's a fun little. It was very therapeutic, you know. So I'm not saying like if you're a writer, don't write. If you're a musician, don't do music. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying go independent, but you're gonna have to do it from your heart space, and then don't give this system too much. Don't try to play the game, because if you are one that you get picked and chosen, and they have decided that they like for some reason feel threatened by you, but they still want to steal from you. I'm telling you, don't do it. It's not. It would be best to embark more so. And when I say asceticism, I'm talking more so like meditation, your personal hobbies that give your soul joy. Give your soul joy, dancing, whatever it is, and work on those type of things versus anything else, because um, it just won't be a pleasant experience on this planet, is what I'm saying. You won't have a pleasant experience. And if you want that pleasant experience, then the best bet from what I learned is to focus more so from the heart space, and the hobbies that give your soul joy, not what you think you should do, or not what you think is the system's definition of success, but what gives your soul joy. Like, I like dancing, playing a little bit of basketball. I actually want to learn how to skate. I want to challenge myself and learn how to skate. So maybe it don't even bring your soul joy, but challenges you too. Like, maybe something you always wanted to do. You get off of work. You know, maybe you always wanted to learn learn how to make some carpentry yourself, and woodworking yourself. And maybe you thought that was a fun hobby. Just pick up something like and do things from the heart space. And if that is something that's ambitious, that's fine too. There's nothing wrong with that. Especially if you're an inventor, how some inventors be making stuff in their garage and shit. I'm not saying don't do that stuff at all. I'm just saying embrace your human ingenuity and creativity and innovation, and keep it to and don't sell out. Like, don't be more in control of it, is what I'm saying. And don't look for validation or approval from anyone, especially the system. It will steal your stuff and lock you out. Um, or full, at the very worst, I mean, you could be targeted, but I don't think it would get that bad for most people. I hope not. Um, but what I would say is to focus more so on the things of the heart space that make you happy. And that may look like asceticism from the outside looking in, because everybody wants you to be so ambitious. Oh, let's just make all this money. Let's just make all. And at this point in time, that system is too rigged for me. I'm not saying don't make money. I'm just saying it's too rigged. It's too unintelligent to me. Anytime I see some shit like how they doing, and they've been doing that shit to black people, but they still wasn't that bad, even with black folk, you know. I wouldn't want to be a part of no shit like that. That's the thing. I don't want to be a part of something that unintelligent. It's too backwards. And so, in order to have a more pleasant experience, I would say it's best to just do things from that heart space and pick up new. Like it may change. It may change. You don't have to be known for one thing. But I do think I want to play this chopper. This chopper. And he said, or is that for Nakhti Queen? Or was that the crown? Oh no, that was for King James coat of arms, genealogy coat of arms. But that does come from Norman Conquest of 1066, though, which is the bloodline of a lot of Black Americans that have Scottish Irish ancestry, and even some white Americans too. He said I've dealt with some of this too. So yeah, what I'm saying, like real talented people, but like Bully, it's a lot to deal with. He said, what's the best way to support you in Naki school now? I would say the way you feel that your heart tells you to. If you find a book of interest that you like, you have supported, you have gotten some book or whatever, then that would be great. I got to work on that Nakhti esoteric science course. I am a work on it. I am going to work on that course. Um, with Nakhti order, I just like to live in my own little IPU. And so however way you feel fit, you know. Let me see. I know I have some books and whatnot. Maybe you donate to the Nakhti order. That's all on you, and I appreciate it. I don't push. I don't get on here every week and ask for money or beg for money. Probably could or should. I don't know. I just thought, if you show up, then the support would be there. But I just noticed that that's not the case. And perhaps this is more of a marketing thing with me. I'll eat that. I'm willing to explore that. That if my marketing is just so bad, that perhaps that is the issue. Sure, but I think that the ways in which you feel is best, based on your interests. I think I'm only going to write like probably two more books, and then to do the Nocti. I still want to commit to getting out that Nocti esoteric course on Nocti University. I really do want to commit to that, and I'm going to be adding a lot of other departments, like more so like student affairs stuff to Nocti University. There's a lot of student affairs aspects of things that Nocti University could use, and so that's another thing I wanted to build out as well, because I already had uh, like built out what it looks like in my mind and even written some thoughts down on paper, but I actually have to build out physically on the Nocti University website. How did you find the third book for free? See, I'm telling you, I know I knew they was doing that. How did you find the third book for free? You said they stole Nature Jab's invention. A young black inventor refined plastic fuel, and all of a sudden, the U.S. and China have it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would tell black people to put those, or any inventor, to put those inventions on offline. Do not put them online. Try to get a patent first, and then um if you do want to put it in a notebook like how Leonardo da Vinci, because I grew up doing that. I grew up putting um inventions in journals. That's just I've been doing it literally since I was probably like 18. Actually younger than that. Yeah, like 17, 18. Um you write it. What I do is I write it in chicken scratch, and then I also do. It's just so encrypted. It's just so all over the place. Like, it's not, the words aren't even spelled out right. It's just all over the place. Because I always knew that. I mean, even though I was 18, I wasn't dumb. Oh, okay. So that's the redacted version in a PDF on the literature and college papers page on academia.edu, right? Academia, that's the redacted versions, and that's the ones that I wanted you guys to have. If you found it for free on academia.edu, that's the redacted version. Yep, it's the redacted version. Unless it's AFES. Which book was it? Because I know I put a lot of redacted versions on academia.edu. I did do that. And that's great. If that's the case, I thought someone had another thing just going around. But yeah, I would tell inventors to start writing it all encrypted and decrypted. What's it called? Is it called encrypted? Yeah, all encrypted and stuff. I would say to put everything all encrypted and all, or nobody can understand what it is. Pretty much, you know. China doesn't have IP and copyright. A lot of IP and copyright. U.S. is trying to model their system after them. So if they do that shit, it would be literally no point. And all of your IP is going to be stolen, and they will legally be able to do it. What would be the point of inventing it? That means they will force you into making a deal. That's really what this is all going to. And people be thinking I'm just tripping and being crazy. I already know where they going, where that's going. If you can't respect an inventor, because then it's like, well, if the IP and the copyright doesn't protect you where you can be moved independently, then that forces you to have to make a deal, forces you to sell your soul for money. And I'm not talking about like sex one. I'm talking about like just the contract. The contract. That's where it's going. That is contract law. Um, and so, that's look, well, like my thing is that's why I will tell people, to start to embrace some of that asceticism and that meditation and stuff, because that's what would, and then your soul hobbies. I'm not saying don't invent. I'm just saying like don't put that shit online. And even the patent thing, be careful with that too, because they are trying to model. They already said it. They said it to your face. They want to get rid of copyright and IP law. That's the one thing holding back, because they want the AI to be able to take it and automate it and or produce it at such a fast rate. Thanks, Royal Deluxe. I appreciate that. I do appreciate it. I really do. I really do. And so I want to watch Choppa, and then I also wanted to get into Elizabeth Suppressed primary accounts of Black nobility in Europe. I'm gonna look in that as well. I'm gonna make sure I covered everything that I wanted to talk about. I think I did, to be honest. I didn't expect to go this long. 4 hours and 36. I had told myself just go for 2 hours and get off the damn internet. And that's why I know I said I was going to do Wednesdays and Fridays, but I'm going to just keep it to Fridays, because even thoughts is IP, and that is the information um, that no matter how small you think it is still, it's just not good to be talking on the internet all like that. That's all I'm saying. That's all. For me, I can't say for other people. Okay, I'm not judging other people that do that. I'm saying for me, that's all. Okay, so let's see. I think yeah, I'm just looking through my notes because I did have a. Oh, I wanted to show like an example of like a swagged out who I suspect could be of Scottish Irish descent. I know she says she's Black American. She may not be, of Scottish Irish descent. She may be of another descent. I don't know her genealogy. But this when I talk about like when I was saying earlier, like how there's this swag, you know, of a lot of those Black Americans. You can kind of tell. And so I'll just play this real quick so you can see. It makes me think of like Azalea Banks from 1991. This 13 years ago. I know she's doing much different things. I don't think she does music anymore. Um, but this was from 13 years ago. When she first came out in the scene, I thought she was such a swagged out Black girl. I'm like, damn, she's swaggy as hell. Um, but when we talk about like so a lot of that Scottish Irish, when we talk about these Black, these as far as in Black American culture, and the relationship that we've had historically, even with the American Indians on the plantation, how they viewed us as swagged out, like the cool kids, the popular kids. And that's how we've always came off to them. even on plantation. So I'll play this real quick. I'm not gonna play the song. I'm just gonna play the video because we're just paying attention to the swag, the way that you carry yourself. And again, a lot of the Sephardic Moors were tend to be darker. So sometimes it can come off as arrogant, swarthy. Yeah, yes. Where did you learn that from? You learned that too, swarthy. So Royal Deluxe know about a lot of those Black Europeans being called swarthy. That was the distinction that they wanted to. I think they gave them that distinction to kind of separate them from some of the other dark skinned people that were over here because they were always trying to assert some sort of um, rank. I would say. See, today a lot of the Black Americans are like a lot of them are half and half, so they come in all different types of shades now, different types of shades and looks today, obviously. But I'm saying if you go back to the 1800s, you know, you get a different look. And then also a lot of them were also they remember in the books they said white Moors and black Moors because a lot of them they even though they were white presenting, white skin, but they still had descent from the Moors from being over there mixing for so long. I'm saying the Irish and the Scottish ones tended to be darker than the ones in Spain and Portugal, and believe it or not, even in Britain, because they made their way into Britain too. Oh, okay. And I can only speak for the women because I do think that a lot of the that's why they always show them with that same. If you guys ever notice that don't be like them just trying to rewrite history as much as people think. But we gonna watch a documentary on the Black nobility today. Might as well. I think it's fitting. I just thought that um, I would get done a lot quicker. I don't know what I was thinking. I just was like, oh, I'm gonna get done with all this information in 2 hours, really. And I really didn't go off topic. I really didn't, go into like these long tangents. So I'm kind of like, I think I just try to cram in too much information in one video. And so, when two and two came out, and this is just one example. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot more women. This is the only one I could think of. In terms of that's a Black American that as far as the comparison of Black Europeans from 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, and like who can I find today? Because again, a lot of them today are half and half. So you can find a lot of Black Americans that are half and half, but I'm talking about the look, the swag, because a lot, even if the skin color was darker, there's swag compared to when we showed that girl that was Black Scottish that was talking to Black Americans, like kind of messed up. Now people say Azalea Banks is problematic. Yeah, I mean, shit, everybody is problematic on some level. Everybody is problematic on some. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. Well, Flying Lotus is from the Takir tribe. I'm trying. Little Kim, probably, but I think she's Caribbean, right? There's nothing wrong with being Caribbean. I'm just saying, like, I was trying to look for the swag of a dark skinned Black American. That's the context of what I'm doing. And this is not me being colorist. I don't care about anybody's color. I'm just was looking for the context of me trying to find um, a dark skinned Black American with some of that Scottish Irish swag. That's all. That's all. Okay, so I couldn't find anywhere but her for now. Um, so we got Chopper. Chopper says the Illuminati is real. It is 3 times approached him. It was scary. And I ain't gonna hold you. Certain things he said, just kind of like, man, like you see it in the spiritual realm, but you don't have no proof of it. So why talk about it, right? But let's watch this real quick. I'm gonna take a bathroom break and you could probably get me some chips. I got me some chips and dip. I got me some chips and dip. That's from watching too many Musketeers. You watching Musketeers? Wow. You know what? My granny used to love the Musketeers. I never liked the Musketeers. I don't I'm not. I don't dislike it. I was so indifferent towards it. But she used to love the Musketeers, boy. I couldn't understand it. She tried to get me to sit and watch that shit with her. I used to be looking like this is boring, but she loved it. I should probably go back and look. You probably giving me an idea. I should probably go back and see, well, why did she like it so much? Musketeers. Got a feeling I should go back and see what that's about. Let me look it up. And they got a season too? They got 3 seasons? There was a book on this or a movie, right? Before the one from 2014. Because I know for a fact when I was a kid, I heard the Musketeers. What was the book? So they got a show, but was there a movie on this or a documentary? I know she was watching something with Musketeers. Let me just look at this real quick. This is interesting. Oh, so there is a 1993 film. Okay, that's the one it was a Musketeers movie. I said, wait a minute. Yeah, she liked this. She sure did. Oh, so they were Crusaders, I take it? Are they what group are they based on? What is this? Let me see. Let me look at this real quick. The plot. Okay, in 1625. Okay, so this is kind of different. So what group were they from? Musketeers, personal guard of the King of France. He pursued his brothers and blemishing sisters. Okay. Interesting. The Fleur de Lis. Okay. Branded with the Fleur de Lis. I see why she liked it. Okay. Okay. So there was. I know. I said, why was she used to be sitting there watching the Musketeers, the 3 Musketeers? Okay. There's always one or two shower smart black guys in the movies, Black Knights that know music and poetry. Oh, that's like the Black Knight. They was calling him Moore. Blackamore, right? They was calling him Moore. Remember that movie, The Black Knight? I used to like that movie, actually. That was a good movie. That was a good movie. Let me play this real quick so I can wrap this up and get on off of here.
Yes. Yes, I do. And I believe that
This a little bit.
You believe in the Illuminati?
yes. Yes, I do. And I believe that I don't believe that you work hard to get where you're at. I believe you get chose. No matter how that sounds. You don't work hard to be successful. And I hate when people say that there. You get chose. You get chosen to be successful. They have their picks. No matter how it sounds. You can be the most talented person in the world. If you're not picked and selected, it's kind of like the NBA. You know, I can imagine it's buku people that's just way more talented than other people that don't quite get the minutes and the time and got to sit on the bench because the NBA have a way of choosing who they choose to be superstars. It's kind of like that in the rap industry. And it don't come from the rap industry. It comes from the Illuminati. No matter how that sounds, the Illuminati is real, 100%. Trust me, I know. You heard me? I have been approached so many times. You dig? And that's one of the reasons of why it took me a while to want to drop on a major, which I'm on my way to now, and I'm dropping a project called No One Cares. Uh, right after this interview is over, you'll go hear about it a lot. But yeah, I've been approached by the Illuminati at least 3 times in my life, which makes me petrified because the things that come with that, it's humbling. It really is. It's scary. It's scary. In this game, you don't really work hard to be a superstar and successful. You get chose to. And when they choose you, you gotta do what they tell you to do, or bad things that happen to you. And that's facts. But now I'm just not afraid no more. You heard me? And I'm ready. I'm ready to do what I gotta do. And I feel so great right now in my life to be able to kick ass. And the things that's so tempting that'll make your process faster to get where you need to go. It's so tempting to want to accept the things that the Illuminati present to you. It's tempting, bro. It really is. And it sucks. It sucks that you really gotta that it even took me this long to keep pumping and dropping mixtapes and doing this and doing that. For me to be able to surface back the way I'm surfacing right now, by the grace of the universe and God, that is actually going the way I need to go now. But I could have been where I was at, mighty bruh, if I would have accepted what was presented to me. And I didn't. So I became whatever, the pimp guy or this guy or that guy. I was, the 6-month drug dealer. I was doing all these things because I was so afraid of what the Illuminati in the industry come with. And I'm not afraid no more. But yes, the Illuminati is real. And when they come at you, it's kind of hard to bargain the presentation that they come at you with, if that makes sense.
Can you tell me about the 3 situations where they approached you?
Okay. The first time, uh, I met a man named Robert Freed. Well, let me say that question over. I met a man named Robert. I don't want to say his last name. White dude, um, lives in Los Angeles, multi-millionaire guy. Um, family mega rich, lived in Palos Verdes. Um, I got presented with a situation where I was supposed to, me and Chauncey Washington, um, he just signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And he's also the stepson of Suge Knight. Chauncey Washington, as soon as he got signed, because he played at USC, as soon as he got signed, me and Chauncey ended up becoming real tight, courtesy of Suge Knight. When he got signed and went to Jacksonville, he ended up buying this big old mansion. Actually, we was together. It was at Queens Harbor in Jacksonville. Um, we had a plan. We gonna come with the MOE and we're gonna do it together. He had the funds. I wasn't that rich. I was a little 100,000 there, but he just signed the deal. So we had a plan. We just gonna come with the label and cut the up. Well, Robert, from whatever you dig, interfered and basically was like, I don't care what he has to offer you. This is what I have to offer you. And when he said that, it was millions of dollars. That's why I was able to have the MOE movement popping at this time, all on World Stars, shooting buku videos back to back. I accepted it. And the things that came with that was so detrimental. And I wouldn't say Robert was, I don't know if he was in the Illuminati or not, but I know once he didn't do what he got a phone call, and he was the person that was invested in me. Once he didn't do what he was told to do, he went to the Playboy Mansion and got stabbed up. These are all facts. And got stabbed up. And basically, yeah, facts. And he basically because we had MOE roster records after that, from him intercepting Chauncey Washington and presenting me with so much money. So I'm in an A, all the 12 living and the big old house I had in McDonough and all that came from Robert. You did, from the investment of giving me upfront money. He gave me $1 million, and it was supposed to be courtesy of him intercepting Chauncey Washington. It's supposed to be, all right, I'm giving you this money right here to be able to do what you got to do, because Chauncey is procrastinating. But once he gave me the money and the funding, it went from him giving me the money to allow me to do what I got to do to now he's all around every time. Every time I all the tow buses that I had, that came from Robert, the roster record situation. I don't know, Brandon. He just was around all the time. And he always get phone calls of what to do. And then he'd tell me what I need to do. And I kind of just stopped feeling that shit, heard me. And then we just clashed off that. That was the first situation of the Illuminati. And I went a little too far by accepting the money. And the things that happened to me after that, I had a worse error in my life from not wanting to deal with the roster records situation. The second time was here in Atlanta, Georgia. Um, we're off the Rob situation, the roster record situation, and we was in a hotel, and we was at the core retreat, and basically, me and my dog, Day One Zell, all of us, and my engineer, Speechless, we got presented by some girls, and they basically was like, we work for such and such and such, and then when they started Illuminati talking, me and Day One Zell, we got you heard me, but my engineer, Speechless, he owed us no loyalty. He was just our engineer. She basically came at him with the situation. It was like, if they're not going to do it, fuck it. What's up? The next thing you know, Speechless got all these cars and mansions and became this rich ass nigga. I ain't see him since. That was the second time. The third time was in Miami, Florida. And this was a club back then called Club Sobe. You heard me? And yeah, I got approached in the club, and you know, they let me kick it, and I partied with them that night, and I seen all the celebrities from the Scott Storches and all these people, and basically saying, you like this life, this is the life you want to live, and this is the life you need. And I was so spooked out, I left. I just left, and I act like I had something to do, and I just left. But those were the three experiences that I had with the Illuminati. And the Rob situation is the one that really freaked me out, is because I kind of bit the bait with that one and accepted that $1 million. And to this day, I regret it. Big facts. Big facts. So if you ever look up Chopper City, Roster Records MOE, all the tow buses on YouTube, you'll see I was being 100. You'll see all that shit.
So what were some of the things they was offering you?
A lot of things. I had liquor companies with Rhythm. I don't know if you remember this. It was a liquor company called Rhythm. They had like the orange bottles. I had a sponsorship with them. I had all types of fucking investments. I'm talking about, I was popping without no deal, but they was making it seem like they was a label the whole time. I don't know. They just kept pumping me up and taking me places in different countries and and I was saying gothic looking, all types of wild shit, bruh. But they never, when it came down to my crew, my MOE crew, when it came down to taking me places, they never brought them with me. They always was like, you only, you dig? And basically everywhere I went with them, it was always some left field. It wasn't gay though. It wasn't like no gay shit. It was just more like introducing me into something that if I was at this moment, if I was really down with that shit, I feel like I would have blew the fuck up. But I was a little too spooked out. And I was spooked out really from what transpired with me with Bad Boy. So when people offer me things besides money at this time, cars and this and all that, when people offer me these type of things, it spooks me out, because I know ain't nothing for free. I know that everything come with a price. So I was kind of spooked out from that. But if I never would have did the Bad Boy situation and they would have presented it to me, I probably would have been down with Illuminati by now. But I was too spooked out. But those are the type of things that they do. And I was afraid for a very long time, which is one of the main reasons why I didn't want to go major, because that's kind of like the thing that comes with signing a major. They offer you all these things. And I'm not saying all major labels, but some. They offer you these things, right? To flourish and buck you up and make you feel good and make you feel like, this is forever. And then they do that 360 on you, and next thing you know, you fucked up and you want to commit suicide and kill yourself and poke your eye out and all these things. So everything I'm saying is all facts. The Illuminati is real. Be careful out there.
Hey, I'm back. I had to go to the bathroom, give me a snack. But now I want to watch about that black nobility in Europe. So let's watch this. Actually, I'm doing it like that. Maybe we could do it full screen. Oops. Do full screen. Let's see. Okay, let's watch this. And so this is titled Primary Accounts of Black Nobility in Europe. So let's watch this, and then we gotta watch my makeshift production, and I was playing around with music last night. So I'm gonna play that too. Well, let's play this.
Talking about key Africans who have played the part in European history. Was it? I just want to ask a question right at the beginning. Have these people been written out of history? Have they been forgotten by?
So Africa was originally called Kibalan Soul. I don't know if they themselves would call themselves Africans, but you guys get the point.
Most of us. And how hard was it to tease them out?
When historians show that the iconoclast movement was primarily an effort to remove all images and icons depicting black people in a position of power, or as deities, these historians are labeled as historical revisionists. And yet it is not just a few images that show that there was a substantial black nobility in Europe before 1453, but in fact, despite centuries of sustained effort to suppress and erase this African presence, there still remains a large body of evidence that still shows this. In 1352, when Jacob van Maerlant made his famous painting of Charlemagne killing a Moorish leader, this is how he drew the Moorish leader: as a black African. The pillars of history sing the wisdom. that will build our tomorrow. Historical revisionists, in fact, are those who have closed their eyes to the abundance of evidence showing that black people, in a second wave of civilizing influence, revived Europe and gave it the foundation for its renaissance. After having invented agriculture in 9500 BC, and after having spawned the two most influential civilizations in ancient times, Kemet, better known as ancient Egypt and Sumer, it is black Africans that injected into Europe and the Levant writing, science, religion, and culture. These were inherited by the Roman Empire, which then collapsed in the 5th century AD. And so began the long collapse of European society until the return of the Africans in the 8th century, when the blacks, this time, as the Moors re-injected into Europe, what ultimately became the spark of modernization. In the 800 years that the Moors occupied Spain, the ethnic makeup of these Moors changed over time. It is the early wave of these Moors that were the most influential, and it happens to be the same early waves that were in great majority black African. And they came in such numbers and with such knowledge that they gained significant positions of power in pre-Renaissance European history. And it is this group of black Africans that joined with the remnants of the first civilizing wave of Africans, a few of them still present in Europe. These two groups joined to form a new elite class throughout Europe. And you will see evidence of their presence through multiple artifacts and historical records today. When we show that Renaissance Europe was in great majority sparked by Africans, it does not mean that Europeans or Asiatics are not capable of civilization building. What we are showing, however, is that Europe of the Dark Ages benefited from the technology, science, philosophy, medicine, and architecture that were reintroduced by a majority black Africans elite in the early periods of the Moors, which transformed over the centuries into a nobility class with evidence littered all over medieval texts. This is the Without History channel. Through primary sources and peer-reviewed research, we bring you perspectives on history that are seldom shared, the often omitted African presence and African influence on ancient civilizations and modernization. This channel is only possible thanks to the generous contributions of those who understand the role of history for generations of all ethnicity. You can find ways to support us in the video description. You will also find a multitude of sources for those who like to dive deep into these subjects. In the book Memoirs of the Secret Service of John Mackey, he provides meticulous descriptions of many of the influential figures of his time. Of these, one of most interesting description is that of Mr. Methuen, ambassador to the King of Portugal. He is said to be a man of intrigue, but very muddy in his complexion. In his complexion and manners, much of a Spaniard, a tall black man, 50 years old. Here the author gives us the general description of the man living in Spain, the one we call the Moors. In his own words, of his first account, they are tall men of black complexion. And this description of the Moors is not unique. As we saw, it shows up in paintings, it shows up in carvings, it also shows up in innumerable medieval texts. But the Africans were not the only Moors. Arabs made a good contingent of the Moor population, but the sheer number of black Africans as Moors caused the contemporary artists and writers to depict them as black with clearly identifiable black features. One of the most influential Moor factions was the Almoravids, a group that brought many inventions to Europe, including the horseshoe arch. Coming from present-day Mauritania and Mali when they were majority black, the Almoravids were depicted and almost universally described as black by their contemporaries. In the book Historia Compostelana, they are described as follows. Quote, after almost 3 years, the Almoravids, Moabite, whom the heat of the sun makes them similar to the Ethiopians, invaded the fortresses and dependent towns of Toledo and attacked with more force than usual. End quote. The book also goes on to state that, quote, before they ruled, they had worn their veil, ledum, in the desert, only against the heat and cold as the Arabs do, and were mostly of dark, asmar complexion. End quote. And the Arabic word asmar describes a color that is as dark as coal. And their leader was described as brown skin with kinky hair. Yet another leader of the Almoravids, Abu Bakr ibn Umar, was depicted as shown, as you can see, unmistakably black. In 711 AD, when the Moors led their conquest of Spain, the whole of Europe was going through turmoil. 3 centuries before, the Roman Empire had collapsed. Europe was now divided between East and West, and soon the Vikings would begin their reign of terror. Malnutrition, illiteracy, disease, and lawlessness were rampant throughout most of the region. The arrival of the Moors forced the unification of rival factions under the banner of the Church. It also caused the rapid adaptation of European society to what they perceived as a new threat to their way of life. But as much as the Moors were perceived to be a threat, they brought a long list of civilizing elements to Europe: the Arabic numerals, algebra and trigonometry, medicine, agriculture, techniques, architecture and music, waterworks, navigation, papermaking. These are just a few of the elements that Europe inherited from the invaders that had come from the shores of northern Africa. Among these items, one can find the classic Greek text. These have been translated to Arabic by researchers from the Islamic Empire. Yes, the Greek text we have today are in fact texts that were given back to Europe by the Africans. Once they arrived in Europe, these blacks started showing up in increasing frequency as royals and nobles all over Europe. And to some Europeans, they had an all too familiar look, that of their deity. Because of the consistent iconoclast efforts, it is difficult for most to realize the true presence of Africans as nobles in Europe. It is even more difficult to admit the role of Africans as venerated deities. But that was precisely the intended outcome of the iconoclast movement. Masquerading as an exercise to remove icons altogether, its real objective was to redefine them. And I argue that this movement never really ended. It went from the destruction of black icons as early as the 8th century AD to a new form where historians are knowingly hiding notable black presence in medieval Europe. And what they will instead focus on are exceptions that happen to reinforce the narrative that black people only had a role of servitude. There is no better example for this than the transformation of Queen Elizabeth I from her first-hand accounts to her repainted figures. In the Calendar of State Papers and Manuscripts Relating to English Affairs on page 1058, when Ambassador Giovanni Michel writes, quote, "Of this sister of hers, I must remind your serenity that after the repudiation of Queen Catherine, the present Queen's mother, she was born of Henry VIII, and of his second wife, Anne Boleyn, an Englishwoman and of noble birth, although 2 years afterwards she was beheaded for adultery. My Lady Elizabeth was born in September 1533, so she is now 23 years old. She is a young woman whose mind is considered no less excellent than her person, although her face is comely rather than handsome, but she is tall and well-formed, with a good skin, although swarthy." End quote. And if you wondered what swarthy means in Old English, it means of dark complexion or black. And yet when we look at portraits and paintings for Elizabeth, she is depicted with the whitest of white skins, with what happens to be curly red hair. Take a note of this, as it will come to be of importance as we progress. In yet another account of Elizabeth in the book English and Scottish History, she is described by Sir James Melvin as follows, quote, "Her hair was more reddish than yellow, curled in appearance naturally. She desired to know of me what color of hair was reputed best, and whether my queen's hair or hers were best, and which of them two was the fairest." End quote. Well, it is not uncommon at all for black women to be born with curly red hair, as you can see in these many examples: swarthy, of dark complexion with curly red hair, and again swarthy dark complexion with curly red hair. And if you are still doubting that iconoclasm erased as many images of black nobility as they could find, here is yet another example. In the book Queen Elizabeth by Alison Weir, Sir Francis Walsingham is spoken of by the Queen as follows. Quote, "Walsingham was nearing 40. He had been educated at Cambridge, Gray's Inn, and Padua, and become an MP. Later, he had come under the patronage of Cecil, who had offered him a post at court, and later placed him in charge of his secret agents. Because of his swarthy complexion and black clothes, Elizabeth nicknamed Walsingham her Moor." End quote. As we have just seen, Sir Francis Walsingham was a Moor and was swarthy of complexion, but if you search for his images, this is what you get. someone who is the farthest away from swarthy. It wasn't just England. The Black Moors were everywhere in Europe, and they showed up in very surprising areas.
It's the same with King James too.
In the 10th century in Scotland, the king was called Dub Mac Mael Coluim. This is beyond interesting because the old Scottish meaning of dub is black, as you can see from this old dictionary, and in old Wikipedia depictions of the man he was shown as follows. But this has since been replaced. If you read on, you'll see that he was called the Black. Further to this, in the book The Mystery of Legends of Scotland, the author confirms the existence of purely black people. We see one of them in the person of Kenneth the Niger. During the 10th century, Kenneth the Niger ruled over 3 provinces in Scotland. The archaeologist and writer David McRitchie declared that the Moors dominated Scotland as late as the time of the
for those that just came in, I was talking about the N-word earlier. You see how they was calling him Kenneth the Niger? So I told you black people was calling each other Niger, but spelled with that. He already added that extra G with N-I-G-G-E-R. And I told you that means snake out of the river. I remember I had just said, this is my first time actually watching this. I watched the first 7 minutes of it. Excuse me. And I said I would finish watching it with online, as I'm showing it. So I wanted, to be a treat because I don't like to watch repeat stuff. But that confirmed what I was saying, where I felt like they had to have been calling each other the N-word first, and white people were watching it with that at 900 years. So his name is Kenneth the Niger. I knew it. The Niger, but we didn't tell them that it meant snake out of the river. They probably just started referring to the color black. Okay. I knew I wasn't tripping.
Saxon kings. So late as the 10th century, 3 of the provinces of Scotland were wholly black, and the supreme ruler of these were the Black Kings of Scotland. You will also note that Scottish royalty was intimately related with English royalty through various bloodlines. On the European continent, we continue to find influential black figures throughout the Middle Ages. In 16th century Italy, we find the medallion depicting an unidentified European king. In 12th century Italy, Moorish philosopher Ibn Rushd here depicted. And the Black Moors didn't just become kings and queens in Europe, they also show up as rulers of the Byzantine Empire in multiple instances. Like Nikephoros II Phocas, emperor of Byzantium from 912 to 969, he is described in the Relatio of Luitprand of Cremona as, quote, very bristly through the length and thickness of his hair, in color an Ethiopian, one whom it would not be pleasant to meet in the middle of the night, end quote. And yet this is his depiction, really nothing like the man. Here again we see the iconoclast at work, but where they changed some icons they could not get all the references. John II Komnenos, viewed by many as one of the greatest emperors of Byzantium who ruled from 1118 to 1143, described as, quote, a man of medium height, with black hair and black skin, and for this reason he is still called the Moor, end quote. The reference can be found in William of Tyre Chronicon 1523. As you can see again, his post-iconoclast depictions look nothing like the written first-hand accounts. So too goes the description of his son, who followed him on the throne, Manuel Wer Komnenos, Emperor of Byzantium. He was described by his contemporary Niketas Choniates as follows, quote, a certain black-skinned Ethiopian. They acclaimed him Emperor of the Romans and led him about in procession with splendid crown on his head, end quote. But unlike his father, his image, although hard to find, depicts him as shown. And the list goes on. Leszek II, the Black of Poland, 13th century. Zawisza the Black, the most famous Polish knight. Augustus, the strong king of Poland. The famous Queen Charlotte, with her Moorish Portuguese antecedents. Queen Philippa of Hainaut, who was born in 1310 in Valenciennes in France, who had black Moorish ancestry. She married Edward of York. Alexandre Dumas, the famous author of The Three Musketeers. George Bridgetower, the music composer who rivaled with Beethoven. Jacobus Capitine, the famous theologian, and countless knights, judges, dukes, duchesses, viscounts, and various other noble titles. So much so that Europeans started incorporating elements of the black phenotype into their cultural rituals. When one takes a look at the enduring cultural elements that were started in medieval Europe, some interesting practices emerge. The first one being the wearing of the wig. The practice started in the courtroom, and historical texts show that, until the 17th century, lawyers were expected to appear in court with clean, short hair and beards. Wigs made their first appearance in a courtroom purely and simply because that's what was being worn outside it. The reign of Charles II, 1660 to 1685, made wigs essential wear for polite society. So then, who was the general population trying to imitate? They were trying to imitate the king, Charles II. Charles II, 1630 to 85, otherwise known as the Merry Monarch, was a gargantuan baby. At 4 months, he already looked, his mother complained, like a 1-year-old. From the age of 12, he took part in English Civil War battles and was described as a tall black man in parliamentary wanted posters. By now, you know the drill. If Charles II was described as a tall black man, why would he be depicted as such on his painting shown in Wikipedia? Nevertheless, the imitation of his natural hair and that of traditional black nobility started to influence the very aspects of European culture. In these pictures, we can even see how the medieval wigs imitate Kemetic hairstyles, even down to how the curly hair rests on the shoulders. So here it is important to ask, if these wigs were not made to mimic or copy African hairstyle, whose hair were they imitating? Surely not the natural European hairstyle, as the tight curly nature of the wigs cannot be found in that population. And there is only one people on earth with this type of kinky hair, and it is the Black African. As the YouTube channel straight up said, if they could choose any type of hairstyle, why would they choose these particular African hairstyles in so many instances, and especially in royalty and high society? Another Black in History channel gem. Along with the already mentioned The Debunker and Mr. Theory on X, do check them out. But women of medieval and late medieval Europe also copied another defining feature of Black women. One feature that was, in recent time, denied or mocked, but that has become so sought after today that women are now paying large sums of money to imitate and obtain: the large posterior. And in Europe, they went as far as creating appendages such as the bustle to specifically amplify the woman's posterior. The sole purpose of the device was to give European women the appearance of having a larger behind, just to give you an idea of how popular this body augmentation procedure has become. In 2020, 397,000 women underwent butt lift procedures. And that's not counting the large number of women who spend countless hours in the gym to gain more mass in that specific area. I strongly suspect that lipstick was also invented for the same reasons. That is, to imitate the Black woman's natural luscious lips. This is something I will look into later. This doesn't mean that Black women are more beautiful than their counterparts, or vice versa. It just shows that Black women in positions of power influenced medieval European society to a point where their features were associated with beauty and power, and were thus imitated. In the same way that the reverse is now becoming true for many Black women who have for some time tried to imitate the hairstyle of white women. I strongly suspect that lipstick was also invented for the same reasons, that is, to imitate the Black woman's natural luscious lips. This is something I will look into later. When Benjamin Franklin of all people said the following, then we must understand that the situation we have been portrayed by mainstream historians is at least inaccurate and at worst dishonest. And I quote, "Why should the Palatine Boers, Germans, be suffered to swarm into our settlements, and by herding together establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion?" Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so, and in Europe the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also, the Saxons only excepted, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth." End quote. There is one part of this Franklin quote that is often left out or ignored, and that can only be found in select books. It is that when Benjamin Franklin wrote this essay in 1751, the black German king George II is sitting on the throne of England. But for now, one must be thinking, if there were so many black people in Europe, where did they all go? And this next section gives us a good clue of what happened. It wasn't just one event that reduced the number of black Europeans to such low levels. It was the compounding effect of multiple trends: the Reconquista, the Inquisition, the forced exodus, and the fleeing of the Jacobites. After the invasion of the Iberian Peninsula by the predominantly black Moors, Europe rebelled against Islam, the new religion brought in by the Africans and the Arabs, the Reconquista. And so, from the 8th century to the 15th century, war and cultural reversal had become the trend.
Islam was not always there. Those Moors and black nobility in Ireland and Scottish, they were Jews. They were Hebrews, but they didn't. Again, it wasn't like a religion to them, so it wasn't important to put a Hebrew religion on everybody, because they look at it as a spiritual science for an epigenetic bloodline. So that's why it was a secret. It wasn't nothing to that's why there was a schism even within the Moors that were Islamic, and then the Moors that were Hebrew.
And it is during this period that the brutal inquisitions took place. Their aim was to root out and kill Jews or Protestant converts. During this period, being suspected of being a Jew or a Protestant would be enough to get someone executed. And it is important here to note that in an effort to integrate into European society during the Reconquista, many previously Muslim blacks had converted to Judaism and the Protestant faith, both religions that they found more conservative and thus more compatible with their old Islamic faith. The Spanish Inquisition, established in 1478, was aimed at consolidating the Catholic Church's power by targeting heretics, among whom were conversos, Jews who had converted to Christianity, and Moriscos, Muslims who had been baptized as Christians. The Inquisition employed brutal methods, including torture, to extract confessions and enforce orthodoxy within the Spanish kingdom. During this period, many Jews declared their conversion to Christianity to escape persecution, but these conversos remained targets of suspicion and violence, leading to widespread fear and eventual expulsion. In 1492, the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella issued an edict that forced Jews to either convert to Christianity or leave Spain. This expulsion had a catastrophic impact on the Jewish community, stripping many of their possessions and forcing them into exile. Many of these Jews were Moors that had converted to Judaism to escape persecution. The Inquisition also targeted the Moriscos, baptized Muslims, who were expelled in the early 17th century, further emphasizing the Inquisition's role in religious and ethnic cleansing. But many of the blacks from Ireland to Spain chose exile to the new land, especially islands such as Jamaica. In the book Origin of the Anglo-Saxon Race, the author clearly shows that from the late 8th century, before the arrival of the Vikings whom they fought, a great majority of the inhabitants of Scotland and Ireland were black, and they are clearly spoken about in historical descriptions, but also in their names: Black, Blackman, Blackman, Blake, Suard, from Swarthy, Stuart, Sewart, and others. It is these black people who centuries later, though in fewer numbers, became the Jacobites, the supporters of the Black King James, also known as Jacobus. These Jacobites were exported in mass to the new land in the Americas, as it shows here, in the book Jacobites' Gleanings, the Transportation in
King James and those were not converts. Those are actual Hebrews that always knew that who they were from the Lion of Judah. They weren't Muslim and then converted to Judaism. Some of them probably were, but the King James, that's what we talk about. Reincarnation is real when it comes with a price. Because again, we talked about like reminder Maharshi's teaching is that it's out of the lack of self-inquiry in terms of why people keep reincarnating and you don't have to. Interesting shit though, it's interesting because again, I was going off of the intuitive aspect of this knowledge. So I'm glad to watch this, and I'm glad to that other people, they go and get a book and stuff and they can look at this stuff. See the Jacobite gleanings. That's something I need to go and get from state manuscripts, short sketches of Jacobites of transportation in 1745. I know I wasn't tripping. Wow.
1745 by J. Macbeth Forbes. It is in short a passenger manifest of the Jacobites that were taken to Antigua. And when we say they were taken, it means they were forced into exile to the islands. What is interesting here is that both their names and their physical description are given, and as you can see, the great majority are black. William Blake, black curly hair. Douglas Campbell, brown complexion. Remember that Dougal and Doug from Old English means black. So many who carry that name come from old black families. Alex Catanach, black, ruddy, and healthy. And it's not just the top of the list, further down John Kennedy, black. Angus McIntosh, black, very strong. And the list goes on. Although the vast majority of black people who arrived in America came directly from Africa, European blacks, smaller in number comparatively, were forced or chose exile over persecution to the new land. And it is these forces, Reconquista, Inquisition, forced exile, that decimated the large number of blacks in Europe. And their traces were then systematically removed from all icons and representation of influence, creating an illusion of an exclusively European medieval history. One where the Afro-descendant can no longer see himself or herself in the nobility of days past. But equally as damaging, they have created a circle of people who have been born into this lie, have never had the time nor the courage to question it, and who now use it as a justification for ethnic supremacy. And yet, as history shows us, nothing could be further from the truth. And that once again, as they did in 9500 BC when the Black Natufians shared the secret of agriculture with all, as they did in from 3000 BC to 500 BC when they taught the Greeks everything they know, the Africans, this time wearing turbans, gave to the struggling Europeans the seeds of civilization once more. And for this, as we shall see in this next section, they were once more venerated as deities. In the book Russian Icons by Father Vladimir Ivanov, recently rediscovered, we find the most interesting collection of Christian icons. It is of high interest for two reasons. Number one, it depicts the various Christian icons as black. And number two, this is not found in Western Europe, but well in Eastern Europe and Russia. This means that black people were venerated as deities from Spain to France, Italy, Germany, and all the way to Russia. In some, all over Europe. There are at least
It's because again, the serpentine Nagas bloodline, seraph bloodline. For some of them, I don't know, I can't speak for everybody, but that's why it comes off like they come off magical, with like a magical air about them. But it also comes with a lot of persecution, unfortunately.
500 Black Madonnas in Europe, not counting the ones hidden in the Vatican. 128 in France alone. And you need to remember that these icons survived multiple waves of iconoclasm. This means that in the past, they would have been ubiquitous throughout Europe, before the great artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo were commissioned to start painting the classic Europeanized face of Jesus that we know today. So then, as always, if we ask the critical questions, if the mainstream historical narrative is true, and that black people have never achieved anything of note in history, why then were they depicted and venerated all over Europe? Even more intriguing, what were black people doing in so many depictions, descriptions, sculptures, and plays in Europe at all? For those who have been listening, it is simply because they were present in such numbers, and it yielded such influence that even the planned erasure and systematic destruction of the icon survived from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, from Germany to Italy. Before we leave you, here are a few more notable figures of black Africans in medieval Europe. This is a statue of Philip II of Spain. Philip was no ordinary man. His father was Charles V. Holy Roman Emperor. In this
That
portrait,
Holy Roman Emperor actually is related to King James as well. The bloodline followed out of Tanis, Rome, and then into Scotland and Ireland, and then into Britain, and then into America. Once they lost that Jacobite wars and lost again, its spiritual realm, it was kind of like fuck around and find out, because these were demonologists. Okay, that a trick went wrong. Okay, a deal went wrong, and they had to they your ass is going into slavery. I don't know what to tell you, or go set up the infrastructure in the Mason infrastructure in America and sell out them damn American Indians. That was the deal on the table.
we have a count depicting Christian, John George, and Augustus. Christian was a Scandinavian monarch. We have John George, Elector of Saxony. The last one to the right is Augustus, also Elector of Saxony. Their names
Augustus is also related to King James. All of these bloodlines are all related. They come all the way down. They all are still related, and they did hide the last of the heirs hid in America. Me being one of them.
are engraved on the coin, as you can see.
A description of the western islands of Scotland, containing full account of their situation. It says the inhabitants of this isle are generally well proportioned, and their complexion is for most part black. And this is a crest, right? This is an example. I threw this in there. This is the coat of arms of Ivy William, 1485. The Ivy family. The same book, a description of the western islands of Scotland. And we're talking about the Isle of Arran, or the island of Arran. It says the inhabitants of this isle are well proportioned, generally brown, and some of black complexion. They enjoy a good state of health and have a genius for all callings or employ. But we're going to get to some very important parts of the book. All right, so we're going to begin with this person right here, which he's describing as, his name is Charles, known as the Duke of Somerset, master of the horse, of the ancient family of Seymour, who made so great a figure in the reign of Edward VI. I remember these are the people he's spying on. So these are the Jacobites. All right, we're going to go ahead, all right, and get to this part of the book where it describes what he looks like. It says he is of middle stature, well-shaped, and very black complexion. Very black complexion. A lover of music and poetry, of good judgment but reason, of great hesitation in his speech, wants expression. He is about 42 years old.
Here is yet another, James Vernon Esquire. He was clerk in the secretary's office in King Charles II's reign. He is described as a tall, thin man of brown complexion. But when we look at his Wikipedia portrait, it looks nothing like the man. For all we know, this painting could have been misattributed, but this would mean that they have misattributed thousands of portraits. And at no point in time do these misattributions show a black man in the stead of a white man in a position of prominence. And here we have another coin depicting Augustus, Elector of Saxony. The Saxons were Lutherans, a major branch of Protestantism. And as we mentioned before, many Moors converted to Protestantism to escape persecution during the Reconquista and the Inquisitions.
But you see how that headdress kind of look like scales? You see how that headdress, let me go back to it. I'll go back to it. This right here, it kind of looked like scales.
And here we have a fresco depicting a tournament of knights. No comments.
And when you see the prophets, you're going to see them as men of color. Notice here his garment is white, But the skin complexion on the prophets, they're all dark-skinned men. Because when you read the scriptures, you always read about the prophets. They always describe themselves as dark-skinned men. And our forefathers, black men, they painted them as that image of being men of color. But what happened? Remember this. 1453, the Renaissance. We're going to go to Spain, the history and art. We're going to go to page 60. I want you guys to look at this. Now, these women are what color? White. What color are their fingertips? Black. What happened? They got their fingertips dipped in chocolate? No, they weren't dipped in chocolate. They were hired to paint over the images. Why are their fingertips black, but their skin is white? Because they had iconoclasts. 1453. Paint over these images.
No, it is not Afro-descendants that should be labeled as historical revisionists. If anything, Afro-descendants have had to summon an inordinate amount of courage and intellectual curiosity to search for evidence that has for too long been denied. Courage to face ridicule in the face of an abundance of images and icons that shout from the frames of history that those who would like to rule by fear have failed to erase their contribution to history. Historical revisionists are these figures of authority who have known these facts for decades, often centuries, but haven't come forth with them. And somehow they have maintained the appellation of, quote, historians, end quote. A true historian has a duty to the truth of the past, and for those who have forgotten, they are gatekeepers of the consciousness of the future. And in this, most have failed us, and they instead rely on a Babel tower of lies and confusing narratives. And now that the knowledge of the African contribution to history, the missing centerpiece to the history of man, is being told correctly, it will do for both black and non-black generation what fake legislations, empty speeches, and the miseducation system was not able to do. Free our minds from fear, hatred, and inadequacy. Again, a huge shout out to all these channels and researchers. What they do is simply amazing, and each one brings their unique perspectives and findings on true Black and African history that will not be covered in the mainstream. Kurimeo Ahau, Reeducated TV, The Debunker, Mr. Theory on Twitter, and all those that I have mentioned in the video description. And now to my supporters. You guys are the Knights of Enlightenment. You all deserve the title of Initiates, the High Priest of Aswan, Protectors of the Oba, Great Griots to the Mansa, Counselors of Shaka, Priest of the Ethiopian Churches, Cavalry of the Almoravid Kings, Sword of the King of the Congo Empire, Advisors to the King Ngoya, Golden Stool of Asantwa. I salute you all, even the ones that haven't clicked the like button and subscribed yet. Yes, you. I cast a spell on you to press the like button. If you liked this content, drop us a comment. Above all, share it with everyone you think can benefit from it. We hear a lot about the negative voices, but it warms our hearts to hear your positive comments.
And Censoret was related to Chancellor Nakhti. The Chancellor was the Chancellor of Censoret, this particular pharaoh in Egypt. That's where Nakhti, he was Chancellor during his reign, Censoret.
Join us and see how those who are said to be without history birthed civilization itself.
Okay, and so now um I want to show you guys some of the my makeshift music production that I was playing around with yesterday. Now, I have to say it's very amateur, and I have to say I did use like a lot of samples or like other people's work, and then I just like played around with certain things and stuff. Like I looked at it as more as like if I was to create a DJ set, and I added like sometimes a saxophone or piano to certain things, a saxophone and piano, then sometimes drums, and then like messed around with like the pitch, equalizer, and all that stuff. I don't even know what all that stuff mean in vibrato, but I just had fun. I really enjoyed it. It was very therapeutic and relaxing. And I think the process of making music is something that, I want to take up as a hobby, including even some singing and stuff, which I always knew how to sing. I just was always, I don't know, I just, more so into the intellect stuff than the arts, but I'm going to get into the arts, because it is very therapeutic and relaxing at the very least. At the very least. And so I want to show this. I call this Real Nigga My DNA because it samples Kendrick Lamar's Real Nigga in My DNA. Remember that part? Ain't no hole inside my DNA, dripping gold inside my DNA. So I had just that's just a working title for this, but it's I gotta add, it's a work in progress. I don't know how to do work. I don't know how to do transitions or like how to smoothly transition to music, so it feels very staccato to me for some reason. And I again, like I said, it was fun. That's all I cared about. But I also want to share some of it, so as far as tell you guys like which parts that I added in. So when it starts off with some drums, I added in those drums, and I added Kendrick Lamar's DNA to Tall Black Guys. Leave Us to Say Goodnight song, the beginning of that, and then I added saxophone to the background of Leave Us to Say Goodnight, a saxophone, and then like I was playing around with some weird little sample sound that kind of I thought was sounded cool. So I'll play that now, and then we can get up off here. Real nigga. What happened? Real nigga in my DNA. Ain't no hole inside my DNA. Dripping gold inside my DNA. I was yours inside my DNA. Ain't no hole inside my DNA. So that saxophone, I added that in. I added that part into. I was trying to. I don't know what it is, what it's called. I just like the way it sounds. So that saxophone, I added that in there too. So now we transitioning into love. That's another sample is Tall Black Eyes, Love to the World. And I added that bass, I think it's a bass guitar and saxophone. So I added that piano that you hear. I added that in there. The piano. I added that part in there.
Right on, brother. Oh, oh. Cause black that rocks my soul. Oh, oh, oh. Looking back over my dreams that I once knew, black dreams came true. Keep on pushing, y'all. Oh, we got to make it a little bit black. Somebody tell me, what can I do? I want you to know that I don't speak for myself, but I speak for y'all too right now. Keep on holding on, keep on holding on.
I did add like some type of synthesizer to the voice to get it. I remember I used a octave I lowered the octave of harmony to give it that sound like it's harmonized, like it's multiple voices. I had added that sound effect.
You can be somebody someday, somehow and someday, if you try. Oh, and you can make it. Yeah.
So I added nothing to this. This is not this part right here is not my work at all. It's from Skate ATL's a-thon, and I just really like the beat, so I just added it to the song. But I didn't do anything to that beat because I really liked it. I like all the beats, but I'm saying like I didn't see what I could do. Like I didn't understand like what I just in my mind's eye I just couldn't I felt like I couldn't think of anything creative to put to it. That's what I mean by that.
Hold it now. What you gonna play? Whatever I play. Hold it now. Woo. This is a demo track. Hold it now. What you gonna play? Whatever I play. Hold it now. Woo. Let's go. Hey, what you gonna play?
Eyes on the track.
I added nothing to this either. This is not my original work. This part of this song. That's I didn't add nothing to that either.
Eyes on the track.
Get up.
No.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Get up.
So So this part coming up, I use Shantae Moore's tribute to Mariah Carey when she was doing the high notes to a Kalima mantra. Now, what I want to do is I want to turn that into some house. I want to make like a house music song with that. So I want to speed it up. I have to figure out how to do that. And I'm still going to use the Kalima mantra in it. I'm gonna combine some Sanskrit, some house and R&B, and see how that sounds. But I want to use that sample of Shantae Moore. I want to use that, but I just got to speed it up, And so I got to learn how to do all that. Honestly, like in my mind's eye, I'm like, I would add some drums to that, and I have this house song, but she's doing all that high screeching. But look how this sounds just so far with me just trying to play around, and I added it just smack, to the Kali Ma mantra.
Feel the darkness melt away. This is the power of Goddess Kali. Fierce, divine, unstoppable. Keep listening. Let her energy surround you and cleanse your life from within.
See, I want to keep that, but I want to add some like house music to it, and then I'm going to speed up that screeching that she's doing. Not screeching, beautiful singing. It's damn sure not screeching. The beautiful high note. I don't know what it's called. Like again, I don't know music theory or notes or anything like that, but I just thought it was so beautiful. That's why I added it to that, And I'm going to play it again because I actually like that. But I actually want to turn it like into a whole song, like with some house music, some Sanskrit, and her voice. I wanted to think about adding a piano in it too at certain parts. But I gotta learn how to do all those things. I played around with that little song. Oh, I had a ball yesterday. I was up to 2 o'clock in the morning too. Because it's like entering a whole new world, a world that um that I was so intimidated. I was so intimidated, even watching the YouTube videos and watching those producers and stuff. I said, man, this shit so above my pay grade. Like I was like intimidated, like sometimes when I get intimidated to learn something, I get nervous. I was really nervous learning about that. And I said, well, let me just try it. I'm not gonna sit and spend, because sometimes I'll spend hours learning something instead of just doing it. I'm just spending hours on it. And I said, I'm just gonna fucking do it. I don't want to just sit and just watch, I just want to do it. Just fuck it. Just do it. And whatever happens, happens, man. I'm playing it again.
Feel the darkness melt away. This is the power of Goddess Kali. Fierce, divine, unstoppable. Keep listening. Let her energy surround you and cleanse your life from within.
I really want to play around with that. I can't wait to play around with that. But I was trying to do something, I said, I like I said, I just wanted to have some fun. But I really liked, adding some drums and all these things, and just trying to figure out what all this shit is,
Real nigga in my DNA. Ain't no hole inside my DNA. Dripping gold inside my DNA. I was yours inside my DNA. Ain't no hole inside my
hell I'm just playing around and just pushing shit because you can hear that's me just randomly pushing that drum button over, and that's just why I have such a respect for, like tall black guy, because it's like he I don't know how he puts all that stuff together. It's amazing, and I think the work of art that he produced is beautiful, so but you could clearly tell, okay, why is it you just hear, just somebody it just sound like they just pressing something over and over again. I literally was.
Right on, brother. Oh, oh, cause black cat rocks my soul. Oh, oh, oh. Looking back over my dreams that I once knew, black dreams came true. Keep on pushing, y'all. Oh, we got to make it a little bit black. Somebody tell me, what can I do? I want you to know that I don't speak for myself, but I speak for y'all too right now. Keep on holding on, keep on holding on. I believe you can be somebody someday, somehow and someday, if you try. Oh, and you can make it. Yeah. Hold it now. What you gonna play? Whatever I play. Hold it now. Woo. This is the Demiurge track. Hold it now. What you gonna play? But whatever I play. Hold it now. Woo. Let's go. Hey, what you gonna play?
Eyes on the track. Eyes on the track.
Get out.
No.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Get out.
Feel the darkness melt away. This is the power
Right. So that was my little makeshift, work in progress. I can't wait to, because I actually want to come with a song that I want to create, and a spiritual song, and put it on Nakhti Church of the Higher Self, spiritual song that's been in my head literally for 2 years now. And I found the nice beat, I might have to play around with the beat and speed it up or something, make sure there ain't no copyrights or nothing. But I think I should be able to add it, sing it and add my lyrics to it and sing it. So I look forward to doing that, but I'm about to get up off of here. I've been watching The Gilded Age. It done got good, man. The Gilded Age, it's getting good, boy. We at the part where Maud Beaton is discovered at the place of ill repute, and after swindling all that money with Crowther. And so, I enjoy that show. I enjoy that. For some reason, I like shit like that. Like, I always like The Gilded Age. I like Bridgerton. In addition to, like anything that's whimsical, and then stuff like Spartacus, anything like with wars like 300 and Spartacus and shit like that. Rome. Um, yeah, and so I can't wait to finish watching that Gilded Age. And sometimes I like a lot of sci-fi stuff too, like Dark Expanse and a 100. But I put that kind of in a whimsical category, sci-fi whimsical, kind of, I guess. Yeah. I'm gonna finish watching that Gilded Age. Yep. And I've been watching Jocelyn's Cabaret too. I've always liked that show. I've been watching Jocelyn's Cabaret. Was there anything new on there? I just be seeing they got Miss Natural and T Love fighting or some shit like that. Um, anyways, I'm about to chill. Have a great, great weekend. Chill, enjoy life in whatever facet and degree that looks like for you. um, and so Ancient Garden says, thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So I'm about to get up off of here. God bless. See you next week. Bye.